Welcome to Virtual InvestSmart Fest 2020. We are happy to have you at our event. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now standing in the virtual lobby. From here, you can go to the various sections. Information desk to learn about InvestSmart Fest. Exhibition hall to view all the 37 exhibitors. Once you are in, you can go to the respective booths to learn more about them. You can view their videos, brochures, materials, website, and more. You can also interact with the exhibitors by clicking on the dialog box on the right side of the booth. You can chat, leave a message, schedule a meeting, or conduct a group video call. Conference hall to attend talks and forums on various investment-related topics. Watch the live sessions and participate in our pop quizzes to win online shopping vouchers worth 1,500 ringgit per session. 10 winners are eligible per session. Event program will take you to the InvestSmart Fest 2020's 3-day itinerary. FinPlan for you, for those who have registered to attend their free financial planning service. At the bottom right of your screen is a chat box. Here, you can check for announcements. The top menu bar is an alternative and quick way to navigate the platform. You can click on the various tabs to go to certain sections directly. Lobby, to return to the virtual lobby from any page. Access our event program, exhibition hall, conference hall, and FinPlan for you. You can click on the survey tab to do our surveys. Don't worry, it won't take long. Lastly, the Lucky Draw tab. The Lucky Draw offers online shopping vouchers to 20 winners. 10 winners are eligible per session. All you need to do is fill out both surveys on the survey page. Visit any 15 exhibitor booths and take part in 2 end-of-session pop quizzes. It's that easy. Winners for the lucky draw will be announced at the end of each day. Well, that's the tour of InvestSmart 2020's virtual platform. We hope you have a great experience and enjoy your time here.
Serius ke, Wil?
Serius, kau masuk sikit je tapi kau dapat balik banyak. Aku dah masuk. Korang semua patut masuk.
Join lah. Saya pun ingat nak melabur.
Ya ke?
Tan kecil, melabur sikit nanti dapat berkali ganda.
Tuan-tuan adalah jutawan sekarang sebab skim kami memberi 10% faedah. Bayangkan kalau tuan-tuan melabur 1 juta, 10% faedahnya
100,000. Kita mesti masuk ini pelaburan. Untungnya banyak besar.
Betul lah. Betul, saya mau.
Saya mau labur.
Kenapa bila labur?
Ya betul labur. Tapi labur dalam apa?
Masuk 500, besok dapat RM5,000.
RM5,000.
Tidak akan rugi.
Peluang hanya sekali. Kalau ramai percaya kita macam ni, cepatlah kita kaya. Betul tu.
Lain kali, hati-hati bila melabur.
Pastikan pelaburan tu sah. Jangan pergi untung je.
Hai, minum kopi.
Assalamualaikum. Salam. Abang-abang nak melabur?
Lesen ada?
Mana lesen Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia?
Jadilah pelabur bijak. Selidik dan teliti dulu pelaburan yang ditawarkan sebelum melabur. Silap labur, duit lebur.
Pesanan ini dibawakan khas oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia dan InvestSmart.
Thanks, Uncle, for personally handing me your son's wedding invitation card.
Just doing my job as a father, okay? And thanks for inviting me for tea.
No worries, Uncle. You're a very good father, no? If I were to get married right away, my father will probably suggest it to do on Zoom.
At least your father knows how to use Zoom.
So, Uncle, what are you up to this weekend?
I'm diversifying my investment portfolio. Malaysia Bank has a fund with 50% return and I have to deposit only 100,000.
Can't be, because I'm also a Malaysia Bank user. I've not seen this fund before. Can I have a look at the details from where you got it?
Oh, sure. I'll show you.
No, this poster is fake. This website address is a clone.
What do you mean clone?
Okay, these clone firm scammers, they'll use very similar website address, but it's not the actual one. Legit website address is malaysiabank.com.my. This is malaysianbank.my.
But the Malaysia Bank address is there.
Yes, they use back the same word. You see, this is what clone firm scammers always do. They will try to impersonate. Uncle, have you deposited any money or have you passed your personal information to anyone?
Luckily, no. I got this details from an unknown number in WhatsApp. See, the poster and website and all address looks the same. I was about to invest this weekend, you know. Thank God you told me. Can you teach me how to spot these clone firm scams so that I don't make this mistake again?
Okay, Uncle, very simple. These clone firm scammers, the first thing they'll do is they'll always try to impersonate the actual company, right? And they'll usually pass all this false information through social media like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. So their website address, fonts and colors will be very similar. Do not click on any links from any unknown numbers. If you're not sure, always call the actual company customer service. Point number 2 is their returns will usually be higher than normal. So now if someone were to come to you and say he's going to give you 50% returns, does that make any sense?
Definitely not. Gajan, I never knew you were this smart.
Thank you, Uncle, for that rose, and you're welcome. Now, third and final point is you can always check with Securities Commission to see if it's legit or not. You can actually just head to their website sc.com.my, or since you're not too good with website addresses, you can actually just call or email them. Remember this, Uncle, it's very hard to earn money, but it's very easy to lose money.
Thank you, Gajan. You prevented me from being scammed. Now this tea is worth 100,000.
Uncle, if that's the case, shall I get you another cup of tea?
Then I have to withdraw from EPF.
Bijak nabur hidup makmur.
Semua mau gaya,
Tapi jangan salah langkahnya.
jika terpedaya hidup sengsara.
Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. SNS pastikan ada, silam labur duit lebur.
Ingin tahu berdasar yang ada, laman web InvestSmart jawabannya.
Pesanan ini dibawa oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong. Adam just sent a message, bro. He said he will be in about 15 to 20 minutes. Like we have a drink first.
Yeah lah, Adam is always late lah.
Hey, Chong, what did you do last weekend?
I went to baking class with my girlfriend. Her cake, it came out exactly like the cakes you see in the baking shops, and it was delicious. Mine, let's just say, I'm glad it came out.
But how did it taste like though?
Well, bad.
Well, Chong, you've always had bad taste, you know that, right?
Very funny. Anyway, what did you do last weekend?
I watched a movie called The Big Short. It's about the 2008 financial crisis. It's crazy how people lost their property investments.
Hey, yeah, bro. I actually seen that movie. I loved it. You know, speaking of investments, I'd like to share with you that I actually recently invested in cryptocurrency.
Oh, which coin and what app are you using?
Bitcoin. And I'm using Just Do It. JUSDUIT.
Dude, that app sounds like a scam to me. JUSDUIT. You kidding me, bro?
Are you sure, bro?
Dude, are you even listening to yourself? JUSDUIT. It sounds like one of those fake shares that you buy from the Bangkok night market. How much have you invested so far?
About 500 ringgit. Wait, how do you know it's illegal?
Chong, before I even answer you, have you even tried transferring money out from your account or not?
Actually, I haven't. I only invested 2 weeks ago. But wait, let me just try it now first.
Please.
Shoot! It's probably a scam. Luckily, I only invested 500 ringgit.
Hi, Chong, you're always like that. Dude, very simple. In Malaysia, there are only 3 registered recognized market operators to operate as digital asset exchanges. It is Luno Malaysia, Tokenized Technology, Synergy Technologies. Understand? Only 3. Any other than that, it's illegal. You should have checked on sc.com.my.
Huh? My friend told me it was permitted by SC. Should have checked on their website. So how do I get back my money?
Chong, just assume your money is gone, man. After all, the name of the app is Just Do It. You see how they tricked you?
And I had to do it.
Yeah, you see, Chong, there's always a risk when you deal with unauthorized operators overseas. After all, it's only 500 ringgit. That's nothing, right, for someone who can change handphones every year?
Hey bro, my company gives me allowance to buy new phones every year. But you're right, I'm just glad it wasn't more than 500 ringgit.
Yeah, man, I'm really surprised that you can bank in 500 into a stranger's account, but you can't even buy your good friend here a nice cup of coffee.
Okay. I'll buy you coffee and cake later.
I'm okay with coffee and cake as long as you are not baking the cake.
anda ingin menjadi kaya? Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh jumpa kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah khabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh hubungi kami.
Untuk episod InvestSmart online series kali ini, saya ingin berkongsi sedikit maklumat tentang perkara-perkara asas yang perlu kita tahu sebelum berurus niaga di dalam pasaran saham, syarikat senarai atau public listed companies. Seperti mana yang kita semua tahu, akhir-akhir ini ramai dari kita rakyat Malaysia yang berminat untuk mula melabur dalam pasaran saham atau share trading. Baiklah, sebelum kita mula melabur dan berurus niaga dalam pasaran saham, kita perlu tahu tentang beberapa perkara asas. Pertama, satu-satunya bursa saham di Malaysia dikendalikan oleh Bursa Malaysia Berhad. Bursa Malaysia menyediakan kemudahan dan infrastruktur untuk urus niaga jual beli saham. Keduanya, untuk kita mula melabur dan berurus niaga dalam pasaran saham, kita perlu ada dua jenis akaun, iaitu pertama, akaun sistem depository pusat atau lebih dikenali sebagai akaun CDS. Akaun CDS ini dikendalikan oleh Bursa Malaysia dan menyimpan segala rekod pelaburan saham kita. Akaun CDS ini adalah seperti akaun bank, tapi yang terkandung di dalamnya bukanlah baki atau transaksi berhubung wang tunai, tetapi butiran berhubung pemilikan dan urus niaga saham kita. Akaun yang kedua adalah akaun berdagang atau trading account. Ketiga, segala pelaburan atau urus niaga saham perlulah dilakukan melalui syarikat broker yang dilesenkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Maknanya, trading account yang saya sebut sebentar tadi perlulah dibuka dengan syarikat broker yang berlesen di Malaysia. Untuk berurus niaga, kita mempunyai pilihan sama ada kita ingin melakukannya melalui wakil syarikat broker atau yang kita panggil sebagai remiser. Untuk makluman anda, remiser juga perlu dilesenkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Sekiranya kita rasa kita sudah agak mahir, kita juga boleh memilih untuk melakukan urus niaga saham kita sendiri melalui platform dalam talian atau online yang disediakan oleh syarikat broker yang dilesenkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Baiklah, untuk maklumat lanjut, jom kita tonton video pendek dari Bursa Malaysia.
Investing in shares today can be your gateway to financial freedom. To participate in the stock market, you need to open a CDS and a trading account. Here's a quick guide to help you open these accounts. A CDS account. CDS or Central Depository System account is fully owned and operated by Bursa Malaysia Depository. It keeps a record of the ownership and movement of shares traded on Bursa Malaysia. Simply put, when you buy stocks, shares are credited to your CDS account, and when you sell stocks, they are debited from your CDS account. In addition to a CDS account, you also need to open a trading account with a broker. A trading account is used to place your buy or sell orders in the stock market. Let us show you how to open a CDS account and a trading account in 3 simple steps. Step 1. Access Bursa Malaysia website and choose from any of the licensed stockbrokers listed on the website to open an account. Step 2. Once you have identified your preferred stockbroker, bring along your identity card and your bank documents to the stockbroker's office for verification. Step 3. Look out for a confirmation notice from Bursa Malaysia in your mailbox in the next few days. This mail will provide you with all your account details which you will use every time you trade. If you are new to the market and would like to learn the fundamentals of stock investing, please visit www.bursamarketplace.com. That's it! With these 3 easy steps, you are ready to start investing in the stock market and move towards achieving your financial freedom. Open your CDS account and trading account today. Happy investing!
Untuk mendapatkan maklumat lanjut dan belajar tentang teknik-teknik berniaga saham, layarilah laman web Bursa Academy. Pesanan akhir saya, sekiranya anda ingin melabur atau berniaga di pasaran saham, pastikan anda telah membuka akaun CDS dengan Bursa Malaysia dan juga trading account dengan syarikat broker yang dilesenkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Sekiranya anda memilih untuk berurusan dengan wakil atau remiser dari syarikat broker tersebut, pastikan individu tersebut juga mempunyai lesen. Jangan sesekali memberikan wang tunai atau mengeluarkan cek atas nama individu tersebut walaupun mereka mempunyai lesen yang sah. Jika anda ragu, semaklah dengan Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Ingat, silap labur, duit lebur. Kita jaga kita. Nantikan episod InvestSmart Online series seterusnya. Bye!
Jika terperdaya, hidup sengsara.
Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. SNS pastikan ada, silang labur, duit lebur.
Ingin tahu produk yang ada, laman web InvestSmart, jawapannya.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decisions.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50k, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the 3rd scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong, like the one that you fell for. 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into a personal bank account. Let me ask you this. That 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account. Alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Hi, welcome to InvestSmart's online series. For this video, we wish to show you on how to search for licensed financial planners using the Securities Commission Malaysia's website. This video will also guide you on how to verify the licensing status of individuals or companies claiming to be licensed by the SC. Now, let us begin. Go to SC's website at www.sc.com.my. Once you are in, go to the Resources tab and click Licensed and Registered Persons, right at the bottom of the drop-down menu. This will bring you to another page. Click the Licensed and Registered Persons image. You are now in the Licensed and Registered Persons search engine. For you to see the list of licensed financial planning companies, click on Companies tab, then select the Regulated Activity button and choose Financial Planning in the drop-down list and proceed to click Search. You can now see the list of licensed financial planning companies and the status of their license, whether still valid, expired, or ceased to carry out their activities. You can click the company's name should you need to find out more details. For example, you can get the address and contact details. And also, list of licensed financial planners attached to the company. Now, let me guide you on how to see the list of licensed individuals instead of companies. Click Representative tab, then select Regulated Activity button and choose Financial Planning in the drop-down list and proceed to click Search. You can now see the list of licensed individuals arranged alphabetically and the status of their license, whether still valid, expired, or ceased to carry out the activities. Okay, now let's say you have a name and you wish to quickly verify the claim that the individual or the company is licensed by the SC. To do a company's verification, click on Companies tab and then select Company Name. Type the company's name and click Search button. Likewise, for individual verification, click on Representatives tab and then select Person Name. Type the individual's name and click Search button. We hope the tutorial has been useful to guide you to search or verify the status of a licensed financial planner. If you want to know more about financial planning, please download the consumer guide from the InvestSmart website at www.investmartsc.my. Let me end this video by reminding you to always remember our TIPU formula before investing. Remember, silap labo, duit lebo. Till we meet again in our next InvestSmart online series.
Ingin tahu berdasar yang ada, zaman buat InvestSmart, jawapannya.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to this session, which is organized by InvestSmart. We have a virtual InvestSmart forum, a sign of the times, obviously, because it can't be done in person. And the topic that we have today is quite interesting in terms of how to diversify and demystify the unit trust and PRS. Now, let me just begin by making my opening remarks of thanking InvestSmart for asking me to moderate this session. My name is Muhammad Rizal. I sit on the board of FIMM, and I have with me today five highly qualified professionals from the industry that will be discussing some topics that we think will be relevant for your understanding today. Now, you can participate in this discussion through Slido. I understand that there is an apt link that they will give for you to ask questions. And at the end of the session, there's also a pop quiz where there will be some prizes for vouchers. So I would advise you to participate, stand by. I think maybe some of those pop quiz questions may also be in relation to some of the things that are happening in this industry at this point in time. Now, let me begin by making a very quick introduction of our esteemed panelists. Let me share my screen. And first up would be Encik Amir Ali. He's an independent director for Amanah Raya Investment Management. And he used to be CEO of PMB Investment until 2016. Currently, he is a freelance consultant and trainer in the areas of strategic planning and senior management analysis for investment management and research. He's registered as a financial planner and a certified trainer by the HRDF agency. And he's also an Institute of Corporate Directors for Malaysia. Next up, we have Mr. Danny Wong, who is a fellow board member of FIMM with me. He is a CEO of Arika Capital, and he brings along 25 years of capital markets experience in stockbroking, asset management, and unit trust. He's a fellow member of the ACCA and a member of the Financial Planning Association of Malaysia. Our next panelist is Mr. Edwin Lee, the Chief Marketing Officer of UOB Asset Management. Mr. Edwin is a Senior Director who joined UOB in 2018. He has with him 20 years of experience in various financial industries from banking, life insurance, general insurance, unit trusts. And in his last assignment before joining UOB, he spent almost 4 years with an international fund manager where he successfully made the company's presence felt among banks. My next panelist is Ms. Aimee Chan, Chief Marketing and Distribution Officer of Affin Hwang Asset Management. She joined the company as a head of financial institution distribution in 2010 and has assumed the role of CMO in 2014. She was redesignated to her current role in 2017. She has, in financial institution distribution, been responsible for overseeing and driving the growth of third-party distribution channels for Affin Hwang, and has developed a team that services the financial institutions and business partnerships. Ms. Chan is a certified financial planner. And our last panelist, Mr. Long Shi Rom, is the head of economic research and communications for Public Mutual Berhad. Mr. Long is the head of economics and research for the investment department in Public Mutual. He joined in 2003, and he oversees the entire economics team, which works on statistical models and databases for economic research covering various regional economies. Prior to joining Public Mutual, he was the managing editor of an investment magazine and has written articles covering the stock market, unit trust, and financial planning. Mr. Long was previously a senior investment analyst with more than 10 years of experience covering various sectors of Malaysia and Singapore's equity market. So collectively, I think we have an esteemed panel with easily 100 years worth of experience as between them to share with you today. Now, let me go into the topics that we want to discuss today. And we will start with some interesting statistics which has been collated by FIMM. Now, sadly, I think today there cannot be a discussion without including the issue of COVID-19. It's a sign of the times. Almost everything that we have seen, has some relationship to the last 7 or 8 months of shutdowns, and also the interrelational effects of other economies also being impacted. But what we find when we look at the statistics, where you would think that the numbers would have fallen off the cliff, that investors would be de-incentivized to participate. In actual fact, the number of accounts have actually increased from 20,087,000 to 20.3 million in those 7 months. And NAV has also increased from 472 billion to 496 billion. So across the board, it has actually done quite well. And what we're trying to start off in terms of today's first discussion topic is, why is the demand for unit trusts and private retirement schemes still encouraging? As I say, instinctively you would think that the market would actually be quieter than normal, would be less inclined in terms of growth. But from the numbers that we have seen, even though it's modest, but there has been some level of growth. And let me start by asking Mr. Long and Mr. Edwin Lee to comment on what their thoughts are in relation to this peculiar development. Let's start with Mr. Long. Let's try and confine your comments to maybe about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you. Your question is, why is investor demand for unit trust still encouraging, right? So we think there were a few reasons for the positive demand. Firstly, the local interest rate and offshore interest rate environment was cut to record lows, and this actually boosted the demand. Investors were shifting their savings from fixed deposits into higher yielding assets. Secondly, there was a very sharp V-shaped rebound in the global markets, especially the US and China markets. And thirdly, there was very positive growth in certain sectors that we noticed. So in this pandemic, there were certain sectors such as the e-commerce sector, the healthcare sector that have done very well, and the share price has consequently also benefited and that has pushed up the sentiment in the market. So I think one of the very fortunate thing about the unit trust industry here is that transactions has been digitalized to a very large extent, and therefore there was no necessity for investors to meet their agents physically. So that was a very positive point why the demand was still very strong despite the decline in the markets.
Thank you. Can I invite Edwin to?
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Rizal. Yeah, I do agree with what Loh has actually mentioned. Low interest rate plays a crucial point here. I think, as far as I know, I have never seen the Malaysians fixed deposit rates, the 12-month fixed deposit rates, as low as what we are seeing now, about 2%. Yeah, I mean, as long as for the last 40 years that I've seen. And the other thing that I would say, why do we see the Unite Trust or even PRS is looking more encouraging is because also the industry players has becoming more creative when it comes to products. So I recall last 15 years ago when I was just started in this industry, the products varieties are very much confined to only Malaysian strategy, right? But in the last 15 years, we have evolved that, now today you have many varieties of products in the world. Despite, for instance, if Malaysian market is not doing well, okay, you can actually participate in the global equity, in the China equity, and even now, there's so many thematics funds such as technology, healthcare that is available in the market where you can capitalize, like example for this year. These two sectors are definitely doing very well. The other thing that I would say is, my third point is actually on the, this is based on my observation, is a feel-good factor in the year of 2020. In the past recessions, where I noticed is that most of the retail investors tends to lose out, because whenever the market plunge, we will start to see, I mean, as the fund managers itself, we start to see retail investors starting to redeem for the fear factor. And they would not be able to capitalize when the market rebound. But this time around, quite surprisingly, the redemption has been quite very well contained in a way. For whatever reason, it could be due to investors more educated, or even could be because it's a lockdown. Nobody can do any transaction, right? But then again, the good things that we brought to the investors is that they actually right along with the recovery, where they can see a very sharp rebound towards the early second quarter. So the feel-good factor is that that's actually encouraged investors to actually invest more into the unit trust industry. And my final point is actually on the local bourse itself, Bursa Malaysia itself. I think in the last more than a decade, we have seen the retail investor in Malaysia tends to shy away from the local market. But then this year, surprisingly, we have seen that the retail investors has been very actively participating in the local market. And most of them, I would say many of our local retail investors do benefit from the rebound of the market. And that's a reason why the feel-good factor is there. And this encouraged them to actually invest more. So just to conclude, in previously, retail investor will probably prefer to invest overseas, but now investing in Malaysia is like a trend. It's like you must have a Facebook account, kind of trend. Today, the trend is in Malaysia, when you talk to people, they tend to talk about investment. So if you don't have investment knowledge, you don't talk about investment, it seems like you're out of nowhere in the group among your friends. So which is the reason why I felt that this is what encouraged the PRS and the unit trust industry to grow, especially this year.
Thank you for that. So if I can recap, one of the driving factors is very low fixed deposit rates, and the other has been encouraging bounds and rebounds coming from other markets, which we've seen. I think my next question in relation to this would be, do we see that this is something that's durable, or is this just something that is situational because money is trapped? Or thematically, do you see that people have, moved into investments of certain segments or certain themes in what they're doing? Maybe I can ask Edwin to elaborate on that. If not, some other panelists.
I think I will start. I think now moving forward is very much depends on us, especially the investor, the financial practitioner in the market. Malaysians, I felt this is what my observation is, that investors like to know about the development and they like to be engaged all the time. We have seen in the past when the market is down, some financial practitioners try to shy away from meeting investors, and that actually, costs the no confidence. But today, when the market is doing well and we actually we have seen that, the retail investors especially manage to ride along with the return, with the rebound of the market. So I think it very much depends on now to keep these investors engaged. And I do agree, moving forward, there could be hiccups in the market. There could be a market turbulence in the market. But then again, I would always encourage the financial practitioner, the agents, or even the financial advisors of banks to keep engaged with investors without giving up. And irregardless whether the market is rain or shine, we should keep up the engagement with the investors.
Can I just add, regarding from the macroeconomics point of view, you mentioned of the low interest rate environment. We think that low interest rate is going to be here for many years. In fact, the Federal Reserve has mentioned that they'll keep interest rates low until 2023. So in this kind of very attractive environment for investment, there could be a lot of turbulence. And I agree with Edwin, there could be a lot of turbulence. And when we talk about turbulence, it may not be negative. It could be just a rebalancing of assets. For example, from the US to the emerging markets, from bonds into equities. And this year we've seen a huge rebound in the tech stocks. So we don't know whether there could be a rebalancing into value assets in the coming years. So it is a very great opportunity for Unitrust companies to educate investors regarding the state of the market, the structure of the market and market cycles, so that they can be able to navigate this kind of turbulence.
Thank you for that. I think it is actually a very good segue into our next topic, which is really looking at the investment appetite by way of products and asset classes for investors. Taking from what you've mentioned, that there's a broad amount of choice and there's basically nothing much that you can get out of fixed deposit rates. Where would the investment appetite be by way of products or asset classes? And here I would like to open this discussion for comments, starting with Ms. Chan Ai Mei.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Okay, this year has been quite an exciting year for us. Despite the pandemic, the MCO that has plagued us, we saw quite a lot of inflows, people investing into bond funds. Okay, so our bond fund sales really skyrocketed. We had huge inflows into bond funds. Besides that, what we also saw was investors were very keen to have that exposure into technology funds, like what was mentioned by Long, because tech funds and tech companies have done really well. And we also launched a global health science fund. It was very opportune because of the pandemic. So that fund also had a lot of inflows. So we saw basically the spectrum of investors. They were either the deposit based out of investors going into bond funds so that it's to get higher returns, slightly higher returns than FDs. And then on the other end, for more aggressive investors, what they did was they invested in technology funds, healthcare funds, the health science fund, and also China, because China being the first country that sort of got out of the pandemic first. So, and China markets also did very well. So this was the investor appetite that we see, and the asset classes that investors basically deployed their monies into. Besides that, of course, we also have some ETFs as well that we also saw some flows, especially into the FANGs type of stocks. Okay, your Facebook now, your Netflix and Amazon and all. So yeah, so these are some of the things that we can share with you in terms of fund flows at our side.
So in terms of the bond funds, I presume that's a more conservative investment, just slightly better than the FD rates. But it surprises me that there's actually a focus on technology funds and global science, because those tend to be quite, quite, I wouldn't say speculative, but what would be the word for it? But it surprises me that you've seen quite a lot of that, that the people would invest in technology at this point in time. Maybe I can invite Danny to sort of chip in on what he's seen by way of products and asset classes.
Thank you, Riza. I think my view is actually in this kind of environment, I think relatively compared to 10 years ago, investors are getting more sophisticated and market has developed, as well as the advancement of technologies, the flow of news, as well as the money nowadays, actually plenty liquidity with the major economies are pumping a lot of, easing of monetary policies. So there's plenty of liquidity flooding the market. So it's a choice of investor to choose their asset classes and as well as the products. So looking at it now, because of the pandemic, I think most of the sector is being affected, but the benefits sectors, or rather beneficial sectors from this pandemic, left with only few. One of it is only technologies. I mean, already technology is already quite in the forefront of the market, even the past few years ago. But this pandemic has escalated the use of IoT, technologies and whatnot. This has encouraged the growth of these technologies. That's why investors are seeing this sector as being, having the beneficial from this development. And in fact, this effect will stand for longer term. That's my view. As far as the other asset classes like bond, equities, I see that it very much depends on individual risk profile. So I think to be more generic, I would advise investors to look at their own risk profile, right? Understand their objectives, their duration, and not just follow the trend, because you could be a retiree that depending used to be the FD rates for your cash flow, but now you risk money into, let's say, a very thematic fund. That would be very risky, right? So you have to know your risk profile, your duration, your objectives in order to just not look at returns alone. You have to look at risk-adjusted return. That is my piece of advice. Right, but it doesn't matter what kind of asset classes, so long as you know that suits your each of the objective. And I will always encourage investors to look at different objectives. Having your emergency fund ready for your whatever rainy days, whatever investable amount of money, split that into a few so-called objective, or we call it wallet. So if this wallet is for long-term retirements, you have times to perform, then okay to risk this part, to take slightly higher risk-adjusted return. But if your the other wallet is for maintaining of your expenses over the next 12 months, you shouldn't risk that money for that return. In fact, you should compromise a bit of return, but for risk management. So that is actually the way to do things in a very layman term. I will not go into a detail about the asset classes because that will take some time to talk about it. But like Aimee has already briefly described about the trend now. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. And I just want to follow up a little bit on that. Not meant to be a marketing spiel, but based on the based on the advice that you've given, which I think is very useful, where would an investor or who would an investor talk to in order to get an understanding of that profile? Can it be done online, or are there people who you can come in and talk to? And again, we're not trying to make this a marketing thing, but maybe you can just broadly talk about how it would generally operate for people to get the best advice before they make an investment.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, Riza. I think nowadays with the advancement of technology, there's a lot of so-called apps or even some computer program that allowed you to onboard digitally. So you can actually do digital self-assessment of your risk profile, right? But having said that, I'm a person that believe technology is actually part and parcel of our livings, but we cannot rely on that 100%, right? Because no matter how, the computer is created by human. And in investment, it's not just a science, it's an art and a science. And you need human advice. That, for example, certain things when you do a so-called risk profiling using a standard software, they will pose you maybe 10 questions. And then they will just classify you into whatever risk profile, whether high risk profile or low risk profile. But then there's always conflict within the question itself. Allow me to maybe just quote example that there could be one of the questions actually what kind of returns you are looking at. So I may say 10 to 12%. Then the next question comes is actually what's your age? No, I'm age 70. Well, that question itself is really contradicting. So the computer cannot analyze you. With the age of 70, your duration could be only 5-10 years, or maybe shorter than that. Anytime you may use the money with the age, But you choose to be high return. That the computer classify you because of the high return and score certain marks and into this so-called, let's say, moderate to high return, which is sometimes they may not understand further of a personal objective, you see, or whatsoever. But whereas when you face a human, they will ask further, promise further question, because the human able to imagine, to understand the emotion of it, and also understand the human side of it, and ask you further, or is this money for your children, for your next generation, or is this for your retirement, or for what? Then they will also highlight more situational risk return profile with investor. So that is actually helping the investor to make decisions. So that's why, as I say, sometimes, fee is one thing. I think there's a lot of questions about, when I go through a consultant, then I need to pay a fee. When I go to computer, I do need a fee. But the service that you need to achieve that is very important. Don't look at the fee alone. You have to look at the objective, the returns, and overall service by a person. Of course, you are savvy enough, you know those things, please, by all means, go to the maybe robo-advice. But many of us actually require more advice and then monitoring along the way. You need service personnel. For that 1 or 2% you pay is worth for your 10 years journey. So I think that is the way we should look at it. So you can go through the computer software to do this, or I think better way is actually go to a qualified advisor or consultant in this field. Typically those with the experience, those with, for example, a qualification of for example, certified financial planning certification. So that will able to advise you not only to the unit trust, but overall of your wealth management.
Thank you.
To add on to that, Danny, I actually have my FIMM card over here. So just advice to all retail investors, if a consultant comes and talk to you and they want to market the unit trust funds to you, so you need to make sure that they have an authorized card like that. Okay, this one is a combined unit trust and PRS license card. If the consultant is only a unit trust consultant, then it would be something like this. Or if it's a PRS consultant, it'll be something like this. So you just need to ensure that they are licensed, they are registered basically with the Federation of Investment Managers, so that you won't be cheated or your money placed somewhere else. Okay, not where it's supposed to go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other panelists that would like to comment on this? Actually, the next question already touches on a little bit of what Danny mentioned. And I was just wondering whether we can move on to the next topic and start broadening that topic. And it's been something that's been discussed in the unit trust world for some time now, where the idea of automation, robo-advisors versus that of personal service that you may prefer with consultants. And what we've seen in some of the more developed markets is that you have a shift towards robo-advisory, where you can very simply go to a site, understand, and then invest. The question is whether you do understand and whether that advice is necessarily a one-size-fits-all that can help you. And at the other end of the spectrum would be professional consultants that are giving you advisory service, but it's turned out that when you create this two-tier system, the consultant part becomes quite expensive, and increasingly is moving towards the more high net worth. So it becomes almost like a two-tier system where if you're a small investor, then you go to the robo advisory, and if you have a lot more money, then you go to a consultant. And we're not sure whether that's necessarily a good trend for Malaysia. But we do see a marked shift in buying trends from traditional unit trust consultants servicing clients towards a more online sales without human intervention. And that's really, a segue into the earlier discussion where do you get your advice from in order to make the correct decisions for your long-term investments? And I'd like to invite Encik Amir to comment on whether fintech is a disruptor or enabler, or maybe a combination of the two in relation to these ongoing developments. And we've seen this happening in banking and stockbroking and other industries where you really can't run away from automation. Encik Amir?
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Rizal and everyone. Fintech can be enabler, can also be disruptor, depending whether we are prepared or not. But let us look it from the perspective of investors, not us, from the companies. From the investors' perspective, what do they want from fintech? They want cost reduction. They want ease in doing transactions. And we have seen this happening in stock market earlier. Previously, there was only one system. You call your dealer's rep or remiser and to transact your orders. And brokerage was fixed. But now with fintech in play, we see the emergence of what we call discount brokers. They can offer lower brokerage, but then no research reports, no remiser serving you. You give the orders direct through online. And this kind of platform is gaining momentum because when you pay less, that means you make more in relative. Why? Some investors, I can see that they do not like recommendation. There are instances where you call remiser, you want to buy stock A, but then you end up buying stock B. Why? Because you are being enticed by the reminder to buy stock A. With fintech, you are in control. But then, you must know what you are buying because you're not being advised. Okay, now we are moving into the stock market. You're in unit trust. If you do not know what you are buying, then you will be in trouble. Therefore, knowledge is very important. Likewise, if you look into the fintech, what we see in EPF, the Employees Provident Fund, Employees Provident Fund, for the members investment scheme, or we call it MIS, they have come up with this iInvest online platform. Again, it reduced the cost. Sales charge from 0 to 0.5%. If you go, but then you have the option of going direct to the what they call IPD, Institusi Pengurusan Dana, Fund Management Institution. But sales charge will range from 0 to 3%. So it's your choice. It's the investor's choice whether with fintech you reduce your costs, but with the advice from people, human, personal, you pay a little bit extra. And I understand since May this year until April next year, the charge from EPF is 0, and then from the IPDs is 1.5%. Okay, I've spoken about stockbroking, I've spoken about EPF and IPDs, which is unit trusts, and perhaps now I leave it to Mr. Long. Maybe he wants to talk about unit trusts. But as what I said, my view is that for unit trust industry, buying and selling unit trust through online is inevitable. But investors must be educated, know what they invest or divest. So over to you, Mr. Long.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I do agree that there's a lot of competition that is coming into the unit trust industry, and the same thing that happened with the reminder stockbroking industry. But what is interesting is that in the unit trust agency force, people have increased their education level, their sophistication over the years. We've noticed that because I'm involved in training our agents, and we've been teaching them not only investment, but macroeconomic fundamentals. Now, when it comes to whether the fintech is an enabler or disruptor, I think it may be both. It could be both, because there's huge benefits, as you mentioned, about cost reduction and the convenience. But on the other hand, as the FIM survey has shown in 2019, that more than half of people prefer human interaction. And the other thing is, in an AI model, it is not foolproof. If you let an AI robo-advisor to manage your funds, it is basically into ETFs, is some form of passive investing. Whereas for fund managers, they are faced with a lot of dynamics, which is not so much fundamentals, but it could be psychological. So I'm not sure whether AI systems or robo systems can capture those market anomalies, those market extremities. Just to give you an example, one of the big events this year is the 3rd November US elections, right? You all agree that is causing a lot of uncertainties in the market. There was one American predictor who's using an AI model, a very quantitative model, to predict the winner of US elections. He's done quite successfully, but there were 2 instances where he got it wrong. But the question is, predicting an election is not so easy because it involves a lot of psychological factors, changes in voter sentiment, cultural factors, which cannot be captured by a quantitative model. So I think for investors, even the layman, to understand the implications of such a big event, they need the human element. They need consultants who are well-trained, well-educated, who are objective, who can sort of guide them through this kind of very uncertain geopolitical events. For example, the China-US trade war, that is also very unpredictable. From an economic point of view, a trade war is actually not good. But from the US point of view, they have their own perspective why they would want to raise tariffs, because they feel that the playing field is not level. So it is not a zero-sum game, because there are a lot of dynamics involved in this kind of issues, which cannot be captured by fintech or AI systems. But just to add, from our experience, the fintech convenience is actually something very new. Our agents see that it is a way to become more competitive, to motivate them to become more competitive. So we actually see it as very positive in that sense, that it will motivate them to be more knowledgeable and more efficient in their services.
Thank you.
If I can add,
Yeah,
Cherizan,
please.
I mean, this is where the unit trust consultants, I'm not saying that they are still at the old style, but some are moving on. Unit trust consultants moving on from being a hard seller or salesman to become a financial advisor, financial planning advisor, so that they can advise their clients what kind of asset allocation. So you don't talk about selling your unit trust, product A, product B. You're telling your clients first what's the requirement, the asset allocation based on the objective of their investment, based on their risk profile, etc. What should be their asset allocation in terms of investment in bonds, in equities, and all asset classes, including, not forgetting the cash portion, maybe 5-10%. Then only they will recommend to their clients what are the products that should be put in to build up that asset allocation. So that's advisory. So for those consultants who will survive, they will be the one who will be who are able to advise their clients from this perspective, not only just hard selling products.
Thank you. Thank you. So my takeaway in terms of this topic would be, there are some parts, I suppose, which in terms of the transaction, the execution, which can be done online. So if you see the FIMM nationwide survey report of 2019, you still find that people prefer using consultants, walking into banks. The number in terms of an online portal is still quite small, even though it's growing. And it goes back to this issue of whether we are dealing with an exact science. And if you look at the spectrum of banking, for example, the easiest basic banking of paying and receiving, most people are very comfortable because there isn't a variable in doing those kind of transactions online. But if you go further up the value chain and look at corporate finance or deal related type activities where it has to be bespoke, you can't find those things being made into an online automatic one size fits all type of activity. And I think in relation to the unit trust industry as well, there will be the hybrid of between the two, where there are some things which you can easily do. You can easily put in a transaction. There's no value add in buying online, but the advice part is something that I think will still take some time to evolve. Whether it would necessarily deviate from having consultants making the advice. And this whole discussion largely is dependent on data. And that really brings us nicely to the next topic of discussion, because when we look at investor protection, especially within an online internet world, the protection of data becomes very important. Even at the FIMM board level, where we're looking to try and store data for the use of consultants in their analysis, in their research, we are also, faced with the spectrum of a data leak, of sensitive information falling into the wrong hands. And this is not something that happens by accident. There are people who actually prey on companies because that data is worth a lot of money. Everything from using, huge databases to resell, to, of course, fraud. And that brings us to the next topic, which is investor protection. We've talked about investor protection, about you dealing with a qualified consultant, a licensed consultant, that they should identify themselves and all these kinds of things. Here, we are taking a different aspect of investor protection, where we are talking about fraud within the online context, where investors should understand their rights and should be vigilant of the need to be aware of scams and fraud. And I think just moving away for a minute from the unit trust world, we've seen in recent times the Macau scam. There are so many social media type scams in terms of products, in terms of preying on people's greed, sometimes naivety. And as the unit trust world goes more and more into this online world, we will find that there will be inevitably people who try and prey on unit trust investors as well. So let me just open this for comment and discussion, beginning with Encik Amir, to try and get the ball rolling. Encik Amir, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Can I share something?
Yeah.
Can I share a slide? Can you allow me to share a slide? No,
Sure.
cannot.
I think you can.
You cannot.
Let me just stop
Okay.
mine. Okay.
All right. I just want to share my slide a little bit so that can you see?
Yes.
Can everyone see? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. How to protect? I mean, this is talking about scam, fraud, etc. Before I talk about this, be careful. Now using Facebook and perhaps Messenger, whatever, they can just snap our photograph. People like me, Danny, Long, etc. And they create one account. People can create one account, and as if that we are selling unit trust from our company, ask people to transfer the amount of money to their own account. So please, never buy through this kind of platform. Okay, that's one. And how to protect oneself from fraud. And one is every one of us must enhance our knowledge on investment. If we want to do investment, we must enhance our knowledge on investment. Just like when we drive our car, we must learn first, get a license, then only we are allowed to drive a car. Okay. So when we want to invest, make sure we know a little bit about investment. And then you must understand product services introduced. Don't buy unit trust, but you do not know whether it's a bond fund or equity fund. And one important factor is manage your desire for wealth. Desire for wealth, anybody has it. I'm not talking about greed. I'm talking about desire for wealth. Everyone has that. Okay. You earn 5,000 now, I want 6,000. And that kind of thing. So if you manage your desire of wealth, then people will not be able to make you a prey in the investment scam. And one more thing, I'm not very sure. Every one of us 5 panelists, we are all in the management. I was in the management before. I was told not to approve anything when people give me the paper to approve. Okay, my staff may come in, I want this to be approved. I say, okay, put it on my in tray. I let him go out, and then when I'm alone, I will do the assessment. Likewise, You know why? Because I will not be forced by him. His image there, then I approve. Likewise, in investment, don't decide there and then. That's, I think, one thing which financial advisor don't like. But for investor, it's best for you to take all the recommendations, go back home, think, evaluate on your own, then only you decide, and then call him back. Okay, and these are the some of the signs of investment scam, which you may want to know. I mean, this is non-exhaustive. Too good to be true. Too good to be true. And then high return, guaranteed principle. I don't think any one of us here can offer such thing. And then there are some advance fee apply. You must pay a little bit first before you can participate. Then they will just go and missing in action. And then another one is exclusive for you. If it is so good, exclusive for you, the question is, why don't they make it exclusive for themselves? Because it's too good to be true. And then the offer is only now, or you will miss it. That is another scam, another sign of scam. And then, of course, the last one, unlicensed, unregistered. How many of us really ask people about those who solicit whether you have a FIM card or PRS card or whatever? This is a must. So don't, and we are not talking also only on unit trust. We also should talk also about like Forex. When you talk about Forex, when you deal in Forex, you go into a website. Is that website recognized by SC? Is that website recognized by Bank Negara? So what you need to do is do the checking. Okay, SC has this investor alert list. Go into this website and do the checking. There are a lot of companies being listed as unauthorized. And then you can also do checking on the Bank Negara website, consumer alert and updates. And there are now, as at 18 September 2020, 448 lists on this BNM, Bank Negara list, that are unauthorized companies, website, and whatever. So please check before you do anything. Thank you, Encik Rizal. Over to you.
Encik Rizal, allow me to add. I think it's a very good sharing on that part. I think to be more details, I want to highlight a few points that investors or consumer, already mentioned there's no free lunch. There's no such thing as high returns but guaranteed principle or low risk. There's no such thing. If there's such a thing, people are coming to arbitrage already, so it will normalize in that case. So put it back to the consumer perspective, I think we as a management company, we do things like train our colleagues, our consultants to be more professional, and they are very, very much improved compared to 10, 20 years ago. And they do KYC on you, but you as an investor, you must do also KYA and KYP, which is know your advisor and also know your product. So you have to verify the advisor, whether he's genuine advisor, whether he's authorized to do it. For example, now showing you a card is not that, not just that. You need to really do additional thing, because like I say, I can always cut and paste. I can produce something back. You can always check the relevant website or where he represents, and he can only represent his company. Of course, he cannot say I am a unit trust consultant, but I'm selling Forex. No, that is not really relevant per se. The other thing is KYP, which is know your products. Always whenever there's a product produced, if it's legitimate, there's always come with disclosure documents, which is like prospectus, and which is like info memo or some form of authorized disclosure documents, where they not just talk about the good things about this product, they're always advising about the risk and so forth. Without those parts, you maybe have to be slightly more study, and it got to be doubtful about this thing. Nothing say there's no risk, right? And very important thing is actually on the document itself, they sure provide you with the contact, either with the officers or website whatsoever. Please do such thing, because some of the website, you go there, sometimes it's true, sometimes not true, but there's always a contact number there. If it's really want to do a business, a genuine business, always there's an office and contact. And only one office and one website, you got to be doubt about that, where they sell you millions of products. You know, there's worth of product. That no such business will just do one office and million product, but only one source of contact. You have to be careful on that. So thinking for that, I think if you do your KYA and KYP, things will be quite all right. Typically, actually, sometimes legitimate product will give you some kind of cooling off rights. Sometimes, I mean, a good product, usually they say, okay, if you're not satisfied, come back to me, I refund you. So these are the products, actually, they can, even though not guaranteed, but they can assure you that this is for long term. If within short term you make a wrong decision, you can always exercise your cooling off rights. Now for unit trust, you have 6 days to cool off your rights. You would think that your advisor, like what Jamil say, that you go back and think about it, and you think that even though you sign up, but you think that the advisor have misled you or give you less information, you have all the rights to exercise your cooling off, to get back your money, including the fee from the management company. So do study those things like redemption policy or whatnot. So there's a little bit of so-called tips for you. Pass back to you, Jerisa.
Yeah, and I think the last thing really, based on all of that advice that's been given earlier, if you think that the deal is too good to be true and the guarantees and the returns are, out of this world, check. And if you don't know where to check, you can always go to FIMM and ask for assistance. At least they will be able to tell you whether this is a genuine consultant or not. And even if they are genuine consultants, you need to use your common sense. At the end of the day, I think, regardless of all the checks and balances and protection that we can put in place, but your investment is your responsibility. So you need to do the proper due diligence to make sure that you are safe. Are there any other comments? We've over the years we've seen some pretty strange things. A lot of money changing hands, where a consultant comes along and says, never mind, just give me the money and I'll put it in my account and we'll invest it later. I mean, such things we've seen happen many times, and it's just sometimes mind-boggling that you would trust a stranger with large amounts of money going into their own personal accounts. So please, be careful. The other part is that, if you have someone that has your details and your particulars in terms of data which they should not be having, again, try and check to see whether these are legitimate parties. Again, FIMM, to the extent that we can, we will try and assist in this regard. We have this all the time. People call you up, they know your IC, they know your name, and there's always some catch to it, right? Something that they want to try and get you involved in. So be alert in relation to this, because unfortunately, a lot of our data is all over the place. And if you can imagine people going around, writing in books for contact tracing that we do now. If you don't carry a phone, there's a book, right? You need to write your name, give your address, give your phone number. Anybody that takes a picture of the whole page gets, 20 people's name, addresses, and phone numbers. So it's not difficult to do. So I would advise everyone to just sort of exercise a dose of skepticism. Now, are there any last comments from the panelists?
Okay, maybe I can start. Oh, yeah. Okay. Then after me, Edwin.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I totally echo what Danny mentioned, and Amir and yourself, Rizal. And more so during times like these, times are bad. there are a lot of people, who have lost their jobs and income is affected. So scams will continue to increase because everyone wants your money. So you need to be very careful. Give your money only with proper due diligence, and don't give out cash. Never ever give cash to any of your consultants. They're not allowed to take cash. Okay, and you will have to issue the check to the asset management company, or not to the agent's name. Okay, I also think that some people they are so trusting to the agent that they issue the check under the agent's name. It's like giving money to the agent. So don't try to avoid. Please don't do that. Okay, then if you want to say goodbye to your money, then go ahead. But yeah, I know at the end of the day now it sounds a bit scary. We've been talking a lot about scams and all these things, but as an investor, I think start small. If you are just first time investing in unit trust funds, I know we didn't mention earlier on about the benefits of unit trust funds and also PRS. But as an investor, because unit trust funds, as low as 1,000 ringgit, some funds even 100 ringgit, you can start investing already and get access into professionally managed funds. So I think that's very important. So yeah, as mentioned by Danny and Amir and all, read the prospectus, read the product highlight sheet. There are a lot. This is a very regulated industry. In fact, as asset managers, we have to make sure our standards continue to go up. Okay, and regulators are always ensuring that we do our part. So I think that has kept us also on our toes all the time as asset managers, and we also want to do the right thing. Find a trusted advisor, because it's very important, someone that you can really trust, and somebody with experience as well. Okay, that's not just after your money for the sales target. Okay, thank you. Yeah, over to you, Edwin.
Okay, I think to just to sum up a bit, back in my childhood time, when we watched TV, we saw the advertisement of a product and then we like it, we go and buy. Commonly is that whatever you see is whatever you get, right? But sad to say, I'm not sure good or bad to say now that things are coming to our handphone, our laptops, or your gadgets that you don't know whether it's true or false, right? And then the other thing is that now the world has become borderless with online. Everything is borderless. So sometimes product could actually suddenly appear in your gadgets, and it sounds very interesting to you. But as far as investment is concerned, especially unit trust, I think earlier on all the speakers, Amir and the rest, actually have shared. It's very important to verify. And I think one thing I probably will share over here to investors, the ID that Aimee has shared you just now, the show with you just now. So for those investors, those agents that come and see you, they have to carry that particular ID. All right, you can say that the ID could be fake. You can actually clone it. Yeah, it's quite easy to clone anything today. So, but what you can do is that you can do a verification going into FIMM website, fim.com.my. Okay, on the main page itself, you will see that there is a part that you can click that is saying, "Is my consultant authorized?" When you click that part, you key in the name, you key in the IC and the code, the agent code of that. Then you can verify whether the agent is a genuine or actually is a fake. So I think that is actually a very good verification whether you are getting the right the agent is the right agent or not.
Yeah, thank you. We are short of time, so I'd like to ask admin, because I'm having some problems with this Slido. I'd like to find out whether there are any questions for the panel. I've been trying to open this Slido thing for the last few minutes. Can somebody share what those questions are, and we can ask the panelists? Are there any questions?
Risa, I have access to these questions. Maybe I would like to address a few of them. Right. One of it, actually, many of them touching about the fees, the upfront fees and the annual management fee. And some of them say that there are certain product without fees, and there's certain product charging about as high as 5-6%. I think fee, this is actually something that you have to evaluate yourself. A cost of buying certain thing is a cost to you, but you have to look at the value of it. Don't look at just the fee. So if you buy is, for example, something that's low value to you, of no value to you, even you spend RM1, it's of no use to you. But if something that's very valuable to you, you spend sometimes 100,000, but it's valuable to you, you're willing to do it because it's of value to you. So you have to study the cost of it, whether the performance actually give you the kind of fee that you want to do. Second thing is actually the whether the consultant that you go through is actually of service to you, whether to share more information to you, whether they will continue monitor. Important is actually continue monitoring your investment and give advice, not just one time sell you, that's it, say you bye-bye 1 year later or 2 years later, I see you again, ask you to top up, not such a thing. Now make sure that they frequently visits you, understand your risk profile, because you can go to another robo-advice. I'm not saying the robo is no good, provided you update your own profile into the robo-advice, then they're going to analyze you and they advise you a new thing. But without doing so, the computer will only have your old data, right? So they will not able to change your profile and advise you accordingly. Whereas the consultant that earns some fee from you may be able to visit you and ask you questions and know about you, and they will recommend something to you. So that's very important. And sometimes, I mean, fee is one thing. Personally, I agree. Sometimes fee is very expensive. I agree with that. So actually, under the guideline, you can negotiate with your consultant. You know, sometimes you may want to top up more, negotiate the fee. It's always negotiable, right? But other than management fee is earned by the management company, where the management company has a higher researcher, fund manager to do the job. I think that 2%, not really that much per year, per year. And if it can produce you 8%, 10%, I think that's worth to do it, because the performance always net from the fee. Because one question is asking, the performance not net from fee. No, the performance in the fund table is always netted off the management fee and fund expenses, except the entry fee or the service charge that you pay to the consultant, right? So that's excluded. So you have to do your homework. Again, if you pay 5% for 1 year, of course you feel very expensive. But you pay, let's say, 2% for 10 years, you don't feel it, because the 2% service for lasting your 10 years investment is quite fair, for good service, what I mean for good service. So this is something that you need to look at it. And the other thing is, there's no best product. Someone asks you, which one is the best product? There's no such thing as best product. There's only better and better and better. And you should not look at 1 month performance, and someone consultant sell you 3 months, 6 month performance. Please educate them. Don't sell me short term. Look for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whether this fund is consistent. The other thing, once you buy into this fund, some of the consultant, I must say not all, some of the maybe a small percentage of this, may ask you to switch. Do remember, some switch are free of charge. No, don't go to the trap that asks you to redeem it and you pay another 5% fee to go into another fund, and then another 3 months they can't you to redeem it because you make profit, go to another fund. Please don't do it, because like what you say, some of, I would say no, but there's more, 1 or 2 bad apples may churn your investment, just like 1 or 2 of these reminds here, keep you asking you buy, sell, because they earn commission, right? So better still ask the product that can give you the free switches, whether this equity fund go to the temporary money market fund before it go back to that. And then one equity fund to another equity fund, maybe charge a very low fee, 1%, because you are assisting investor. Always look for those things. Don't look for churning every 3 months, sell and now buy another one, pay another 5%. Of course, you forever lose money. So that's very important. So again, there's no best product. You have to study or things. That is what I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have had a very good discussion. We are at almost the last 5 minutes of the panel session, and I understand that the people who participate have an opportunity to get involved in the pop quiz, which will be organized by the admin team. So for now, I think it just leaves me time to thank my panelists, Mr. Long, Ms. Chan, Chair Amir, Edwin, Danny. Thank you so much for your valuable contributions. As per the recent presidential election, I'm glad that there's been no name calling. I haven't had to mute everybody, and you didn't blame everything on China. So this is a good development on the part of Malaysians who can discuss things rationally. Now, if I may, I'd like to thank you and for your time and wish you the best over this weekend, whatever is left of it. And let me pass it back to admin for the last 5 minutes, where I think they're going to share some pop quiz questions for the audience.
Thank you, Rizal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are happy to have you at our event. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now standing in the virtual lobby. From here, you can go to the various sections. Information desk to learn about InvestSmart Fest. Exhibition hall to view all the 37 exhibitors. Once you are in, you can go to the respective booths to learn more about them. You can view their videos, brochures, materials, website, and more. You can also interact with the exhibitors by clicking on the dialog box on the right side of the booth. You can chat, leave a message, schedule a meeting, or conduct a group video call. Conference hall to attend talks and forums on various investment-related topics. Watch the live sessions and participate in our pop quizzes to win online shopping vouchers worth 1,500 ringgit per session. 10 winners are eligible per session. Event program will take you to the InvestSmart Fest 2020's 3-day itinerary. FinPlan for you, for those who have registered to attend their free financial planning service. At the bottom right of your screen is a chat box. Here, you can check for announcements. The top menu bar is an alternative and quick way to navigate the platform. You can click on the various tabs to go to certain sections directly. Lobby, to return to the virtual lobby from any page. Access our event program, exhibition hall, conference hall, and FinPlan for you. You can click on the survey tab to do our surveys. Don't worry, it won't take long. Lastly, the Lucky Draw tab. The Lucky Draw offers online shopping vouchers to 20 winners. 10 winners are eligible per session. All you need to do is fill out both surveys on the survey page, visit any 15 exhibitor booths, and take part in 2 end-of-session pop quizzes. It's that easy. Winners for the Lucky Draw will be announced at the end of each day. Well, that's the tour of InvestSmart 2020's virtual platform. We hope you have a great experience and enjoy your time here.
Serius ke, Wil?
Serius, kau masuk sikit je tapi kau dapat balik banyak. Aku dah masuk. Korang semua patut masuk.
Saya pun ingat nak melabur.
Ya ke?
Tang kecil, melabur sikit nanti dapat berkali ganda.
Tuan-tuan adalah jutawan sekarang sebab skim kami memberi 10% faedah. Bayangkan kalau tuan-tuan melabur 1 juta, 10% faedahnya
100,000.
Wow.
Kita mesti masuk ini pelaburan. Untungnya banyak besar.
Betul lah. Betul, saya mau. Saya mau labur. Bila labur?
Ya betul labur. Tapi labur dalam apa?
Wow, betul. Labur RM5,000.
Masuk 500, besok dapat RM5,000.
5,000.
Tidak akan rugi.
Peluang hanya sekali. Kalau ramai percaya kita macam ni, cepatlah kita kaya.
Betul tu.
Lain kali, hati-hati bila melabur.
Pastikan pelaburan tu sah. Jangan fikir untung je.
Hai, minum kopi.
Assalamualaikum. Salam. Abang-abang nak melabur?
Lesen ada?
Mana lesen Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia?
Jadilah pelabur bijak. Selidik dan teliti dulu pelaburan yang ditawarkan sebelum melabur. Silap labur, duit lebur.
Pesanan ini dibawakan khas oleh Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia dan InvestSmart.
Thanks, Uncle, for personally handing me your son's wedding invitation card.
Just doing my job as a father, okay? And thanks for inviting me for tea.
No worries, Uncle. You're a very good father, no? If I were to get married right away, my father will probably suggest it to do on Zoom.
At least your father knows how to use Zoom.
So, Uncle, what are you up to this weekend?
I'm diversifying my investment portfolio. Malaysia Bank has a fund with 50% return and I have to deposit only 100,000.
Can't be, because I'm also a Malaysia Bank user. I've not seen this fund before. Can I have a look at the details from where you got it?
Oh, sure. I'll show you.
No, this poster is fake. This website address is a clone.
What do you mean clone?
Okay, these clone firm scammers, they'll use very similar website address, but it's not the actual one. Legit website address is malaysiabank.com.my. This is malaysianbank.my.
But the Malaysia Bank address is there.
Yes, they use back the same word. You see, this is what clone firm scammers always do. They will try to impersonate. Uncle, have you deposited any money or have you passed your personal information to anyone?
Luckily, no. I got this details from an unknown number in WhatsApp. See, the poster and website and all address looks the same. I was about to invest this weekend, you know. Thank God you told me. Can you teach me how to spot these clone firm scams so that I don't make this mistake again?
Okay, Uncle, very simple. These clone firm scammers, the first thing they'll do is they'll always try to impersonate the actual company, right? And they'll usually pass all this false information through social media like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. So their website address, fonts and colors will be very similar. Do not click on any links from any unknown numbers. If you're not sure, always call the actual company customer service. Point number 2 is their returns will usually be higher than normal. So now if someone were to come to you and say he's going to give you 50% returns, does that make any sense?
Definitely not. Gajan, I never knew you were this smart.
Thank you, Uncle, for that rose, and you're welcome. Now, third and final point is you can always check with Securities Commission to see if it's legit or not. You can actually just head to their website sc.com.my, or since you're not too good with website addresses, you can actually just call or email them. Remember this, Uncle, it's very hard to earn money, but it's very easy to lose money.
Thank you, Gajan. You prevented me from being scammed. Now this tea is worth 100,000.
Uncle, if that's the case, shall I get you another cup of tea?
Then I have to withdraw from EPF.
Okay, got a signal to start. Good evening and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. I'm joined here by my good friends Izzat and Ronnie. All three of us are licensed robo-advisors in Malaysia. Guys, why don't we give the crowd some introductions on ourselves? Izzat, why don't you kick off?
Okay, sure. Hi everyone. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Izzat. I'm the country exec director for Wahid Invest Malaysia. So Wahid Invest Malaysia is the first Islamic DIM digital investment manager licensed by the SC last year, and we officially launched in October last year. So we are closing in on our first year anniversary. So we are a full Sharia compliant robo advisor. And started in the US in 2016 with license from the SEC, and then in the UK in 2018, also licensed by the FCA there, and then finally licensed by the SC, which we are very appreciative of the SC for coming up with the guidelines for digital investment management. Yeah.
Ronnie?
Yeah, well, very good afternoon to everybody. Have a good, just a very quick rundown. I'm Ronnie. I'm CEO of GexMD. So basically, GexMD obtained its license back into last year, June 2019. So GexMD was formed through a joint venture between Silver Lake Group and Money Design Japan. Silver Lake Group is one of the leading digital fintech player in Asia, and Money Design is the pioneer the robo-advisory business back in Japan in 2016. Yeah, so there are a bunch of practitioner, fund managers, portfolio managers, ex-Nomura, ex-BlackRock people. Yeah, so I think that we're here as a part of a digital investment management to provide the.
Great. Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Izzat. My name is Ken. I'm the Stashaway Country Manager. We started in Singapore and then moved to Malaysia about 2.5 years ago. We were the first robo-advisor to be licensed in Malaysia. And I'm also very glad to be on this panel because, as you can see, all of us have very, very experienced backgrounds. And we want to share more with you today on why digital investment managers, or commonly referred to as robo-advisors, are a very good destination for your investment. So what we'll do in this fireside chat is we'll be basically three old men sitting together asking ourselves some questions. So we have a few questions to go through, and then at the end we'll talk about the pop quiz, and then we'll address some of your questions as well on Slido. So yeah, we're just gonna go around ourselves and ask a few questions. So Ronnie, why don't you get us started with the first question?
Yeah, okay. I think that first of all, thank you very much for SC to organize this. Ken, I think they've done a very good to gather us all together to give a briefing on DIM. I think let's start off with the very basic understanding of a DIM to remove certain perception and whatnot. Yeah. So basically, digital investment management is really an investment service that is highly digitized and is basically driven by a systematic algorithm. Yeah, supported by very proven investment and portfolio methodology. Yeah, and so what it does is really personalizing a portfolio. It depends on each DIM how they behave. Yeah, and behind the scene to give you an overview, a very quick overview, it is really a lot of other things that's happening behind. Yeah, one is structuring a portfolio that is really trying to customize one that is fitting each individual persona, risk appetite. And behind the scene, it does trading, rebalancing, the optimization, the whole loads of things. Yeah. So basically, it's like a wealth manager, a traditional wealth manager, but a lot of things has been digitized. Yeah.
Izzat, what's your take?
Sorry.
Yeah, I think Ronnie has explained it briefly, quite in depth as well. So for us, to put it simply, DIM is just automated investment manager or investment advisor. So instead of previously investors going to the counter or meeting consultants, they can now access investment solutions via what we have now is applications in the smartphones. And in terms of in Malaysia, because we have a regulation and guidelines by the SC, the technology behind each of the DIMs have to go through the robust, cybersecurity and also technology audit by the SC. So in that sense, we have been the robo advisors have been vetted, not just by the regulators, but also we would have certain strict requirements on how we store personal identifications, and also the bank security level that we have should be robustly tested and so on. So again, like Ronnie said, it's similar to what the traditional investment manager is, but it's only in the digital form.
Yeah, what I will add to that is when you look at your personal choices on how you invest your money, you really have two main choices, right? One is to invest yourself, like trading stocks or forex, and another one is to outsource it and let an expert manage it for you. And when you outsource your money to an expert, it's like letting a pilot fly a plane for you, which is obviously much more convenient. And that's where DIMs like Wahid and Stashaway and MyTO comes in, because what we do is we understand your investment preferences, give you a portfolio that suits your needs, and give you exposure to gain steady long-term returns. We will talk later on about how we're different to unit trust and all that. So why don't we go to the second question?
Yeah, that's a good segue. So, so the second topic that we'll be sort of talking about is how is DIM different from the traditional fund management services that we have here in Malaysia. So of course, how we're different is first and foremost is the fees. Like all DIMs here have one standard, we call it REP or annual fee. So that already covers all the trading expenses, all the additional value add from the DIM services like rebalancing, even the portfolio recommendation services. And typically what we have here in Malaysia is less than 1% on an annual basis. And this we compare with the traditional fund management. They usually have multiple fees. Not only the management fees, they also have sales charges, up to 5% in some cases. Some have redemption charges and so on. So that is one of the differences. And the second one is the minimum initial investment. So typically in Malaysia as well, so the DIMs here, the minimum initial investment is usually 100 ringgit or below. And if you compare that to how you want to invest in traditional fund management, some of them do have until 100 ringgit minimum, but most of the time they would require a minimum investment of about 500 or 1,000 ringgit. So that already sets a barrier of entry to some of our investors here. And next we talk about the investment style. So typically DIMs invest in passive instruments. So what we mean by passive is we invest in products that doesn't necessarily want to outperform the general market, but it follows the trend of the basically the popular benchmarks that we have globally. So the passive investment is for you to be able to track basically the performance of global indices. And again, when we compare this to the traditional fund management, most of the time their mandate is to outperform their particular benchmark. And some of them do, are able to do so. But again, there are studies out there that quantitatively measure and found out that, on average, a lot of these active fund managers do not outperform their benchmark even. And this is something that we offer to our investors is the ability to more of the time is to basically just ride the growth of the general stock market lah, whether be it the Malaysian stock market or US stock market and so on. Yeah, and I think the next one is in terms of what the user or the investor needs in terms of financial knowledge. So usually for you to be able to be onboarded and to use DIM platforms, you wouldn't be required to have a lot of financial knowledge. So you can just, a lot of the literature can be gotten by in the app itself. Whereas if you want to invest in the more active funds, you would need sort of a moderate to high financial literacy, because you would need to understand the risks involved in investing in a particular mandate and so on. Yeah, so I think those are the 4 points that I would like to touch. I don't know if any of you have any other points to add.
Ronnie, anything to add or to go deeper into some of the points Izzat just mentioned?
Yeah, I think that one of the key points that Izzat has mentioned also the difference between passive and active management. Yeah, and basically robo-advisor or DIM like us, the three of us here, yeah, that we really adopt a passive approach. And that's a very, very important point that I want to stress on part of education. Yeah, and during the current MCO and even the current market situation, that one of the key things that we need to really articulate to the investor, it is a DIM or robo-advisor. It is not really an asset class to be traded. It is actually an investment service. So do not treat a DIM, a robo advisor like Mytio, Stashaway, or Wahid like a trading commodity, like you are able to trade like a Bitcoin or a gold, where you want to go in and go out, and and hopefully like a glove stock that moves 30-40%. Yeah, I think that is very important, that we have to let the general investor look at DIM as an investment service. Investment service that really look long term. Okay, there will be market situation because of these uncertainties. There will be time for blips, noises, peaks, ups and downs. But from a robo advisor, okay, I'm sure most of the three of us will agree that we do not try to time the market and try to take advantage of the situation, because the investment strategy that we have sort of formulated for each of our investor are for long term. Okay? So I think that's very important for people. I mean, there are cases. I don't mind people coming into my platform within 2 months, they pull out because of the return. So we have a lot of this education, and at least in Malaysia, three of us 1 year. Yes, we do have a track record in Japan over more than 4 years, and we do back-tested results. So I think that it's important to try to stay with three of us, the platform, on the longer term perspective, so that you can really see the longer benefit. That's my take on the point.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with both of my esteemed peers over here. What I will add is, at the end of the day, it's about an investment service, and the underlying investment product is very important. So when we come back to the question about how is it really different to the fund management services here in Malaysia, and if we really look at the investment product, besides the active and passive argument that was brought up earlier, I think the actual exposure to different markets is also an important thing to highlight. Through the three of our platforms, you actually get exposure to different geographies, different asset classes, which is key to investing in the long term. If you invest with unit trust players here, they have a wide variety of products, to be sure, but then it's very flavor based. Every month there's something new, and then the agent or whatever will be saying, why don't you go into this? Why don't you go into that? Right? Whereas for us, we blend everything in for you, and you have different asset classes and you have different geographies to get exposure to, so you can invest in the long term. And then it's how you deploy that investment strategy, right? Ronnie touched on it in the first question, where we talk about a systematic way of investing. A systematic way of investing, not to be confused with like machine learning or newfangled words like AI and all that. Systematic investing is basically all our platforms have certain logic which enable to express our asset allocation, right? How we invest. So it's not like we wake up in the morning and we sakit belakang and then we bad mood and then we trade the market wrongly that day, right? We have a very systematic, long view, strategic view when it comes to investing. So all of us have investment logic, which you can check out on our website. I think that's very important to be consistent, not to be hot and cold. One year you beat the market, one year you don't beat the market. And another thing I will say, which adds some depth to what Izzat mentioned earlier, is the fees. The fees at the end of the day is what really matters to you, right? The investor. But the net return, not the gross return, is the most important. So with the unit trust fund manager normally charging 5% upfront and then 2% management fee, that's 7% going in already. Whereas with us, it's all under 1%. 1% versus 7%, huge difference, especially if you compound, yeah. So I think all of those things make it a very, very attractive proposition for you to at least park some money with DIMs. Let's go to the third question, which goes into the what are the advantages of investing with a DIM? Now that you understand what a DIM is, how we're different to unit trust fund managers, what are the advantages? Ronnie, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I think the advantages mainly has been really quite well articulated by my fellow peers here. Yeah, and it's really talking about affordability, okay, and affordability, accessibility. Yeah, I think it's really important. And one of the key things is also there is no human bias. And that's very important in terms of the way of things, how we work. There's no emotional attachments to a certain strategy. Yeah, and to also relate it back to the original second question of the traditional fund manager and a DIM. Okay, and each of us have its own space to play. Yeah, the market has different space, have different segment, different preference, customer preference. There's a lot of room for both players, both traditional and digital investment manager to collaborate in many ways. Okay, and one of the key advantage that of us having over is really the accessibility, the way we could sort of reach a wider scope of people. Okay, and if you look at the traditional fund managers or wealth manager, that can only serve a certain set of clienteles. Yeah, not because they're arrogant or not because they are choosing. It's just that because of the market reach. Yeah, whereas in a DIM, we could offer the same thing and to complement them to reach on a larger scope. So the key point of this is really promoting financial inclusiveness. Because the entry investment amount is not very prohibitive. It's very low, okay, for you to try it out. But really to be really have a meaningful investment, don't put $10 lah, yeah? But put in a good meaningful amount. And that's the purpose of the platform like three of us. We allow them to have a very easy entry, and hopefully they gain confidence and have a top up through dollar cost averaging, money savings, and this all can be done by a phone. Yeah, and it's very accessible, and obviously now can be very, very depressing as an individual trying to read the news, what's happening here, what's happening there, in US and even in the local market environment, and try to absorb all this in addition of worrying your day-to-day business. Yeah, so I think that the key thing that the DIM takes a huge portion of that away from a normal day-to-day person. Let us take care of the so-called nitty-gritty investment while they focus on their main the main job. Yeah, so this is the main thing. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, I think I'd just like to touch on the fintech side of it lah, in terms of the advantages. So Ronnie said that let us do the investment management job while you focus on doing what you do, and certain transactions like topping up and so on, all of our products have eased it by introducing like recurring a feature. So with that, investors can just, as they say, set it and forget it. So for you to exercise dollar cost averaging and so on, it's just as simple as setting up your recurring deposits, and just let it grow organically. You don't have to even manually do it. So again, this is if investors are able to do so, if they have the means to do so. But I mean, going forward, I just foresee that a lot of these fintech features will more or less sit into not just other fintech products, but also the DIM platforms that we have. So yeah, that is something that I look forward to, and hopefully from there, the investors can also benefit as well.
Brilliant. So what I will say is that on top of the convenience and the cost and the intelligent investment that you actually go into, another added benefit is not compromising on seeking good advice or seeking good customer service. I think a lot of people hear the word robo-advisor and think that, we don't give good service level. Yeah. So, I think if you really want to ask something about your money, you want to be able to speak to someone, you want to be able to talk to someone who knows what's going on. So don't think that you don't have someone at your disposal when it comes to administrating your fund flows, or if you have any questions about anything, you can always reach out, and we will have people on hand to answer. So I think that's also another benefit. You have all this convenience, but at the same time, you're not foregoing a good customer experience. And on the note of innovation that Iza brought up, I think tech players are really sunrise industry, right? We are always going to be innovating, whereas the traditional firms are only starting to digitize. So we will continue to forge ahead and bring you more exciting products. The way you look at innovation also should be paid careful attention to, because it's not just always about a new flavor of product. I think one of the ways we actually innovate is actually how we talk to you. We don't talk to you as if you're a PhD or Nobel Prize winner in economics. We talk to you in very plain and simple terms, because we want you to know exactly what's going on with your money. We don't want you to think that, you give your monies to some smart algo and it takes care of the rest. We communicate very, very frankly with you, so you know what's going on. And we also tell you, we align our interest to you, so we tell you that it's in your best interest of how to invest your money. We don't just throw a whole bunch of products at you and say, see what sticks. This is hot, this is not, right? So I think innovation comes in many, many forms. And I think we are doing a reasonable job introducing exciting products, exciting ways of getting the most out of our platform, but also making it actually quite easy and quite fun to track your investments as well. So gents, next question.
I think next question is how to invest in DIMs. Anybody want to take it?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks for the question. Investing hasn't been easier. It's so easy these days. At the risk of showing my age, I think last time I have to go in, do thumbprint, sign things, go to the branch, and that was all very inconvenient to me. And the reason why I took on this job was because I actually tried the service myself, and I thought, wow, it's so easy. I can just start investing globally. So with an app and with a web platform, we can already put your money to work. And once you're in the platform as well, there are many exciting features. So you can do dollar cost average, like we mentioned earlier. So you can actually build up your position, not look at trying to time the market. Investing has never been easier. So I think, like Ronnie said earlier, just don't procrastinate. Just download the app, try us all out, and start with a meaningful amount, and you'll be on your way.
I think for us, I'll probably just explain for those for our audience that haven't invested in DIMs yet, just the step by step, just to basically just briefly explain how. So for all of our applications, be it Wahid, Stashway, or my TO, You can download the application from App Store or Google Play, and once you download it, you can register using a valid email address. So that's important. After you register, I think all of our three products will give you a series of questions to basically determine your risk profiles. Upon the algorithm running and making sense of the input that you've given, it will basically come up with a portfolio recommendation. And this is something that, again, take into account your risk tolerance. And for all of our products, I think we can either choose to use it, or you can, if you want to be more risky or less risky, you can choose other portfolios as well. And then investors will have to go through a series of eKYC, or know your client. So this is where you will have to upload your documents, like your MyCard or your proof of address. And this is for verification purposes. And again, all of the data that investors provide are encrypted. So they are all safe keep, in all of our servers. And after you've registered, gone through eKYC, been approved, then clients can start to invest. Be it you want to do a one-time top-up, or you want to set recurring. And everything can be done through all of our apps. And then after your funds have been received and invested, most of the time when you later open the app, you go to a landing page that basically shows a summary of your investments, shows how much you have gained or lost, and you can you just decide from there whether you want to top up more or you want to withdraw, and whatever. So all of our apps are user friendly in a sense, to ensure that again, going back to accessibility and affordability, that you can invest as little as 100 or less, for you to again measure the performance of your funds, whether or not it's tracking the underlyings properly or not. And because we are all using exchange traded funds, right? There's a layer of again, there's another transparency there, because if you go on and look at the ETFs, you can actually see what stocks they are investing into, and yeah, all of this details and so on can be obtained from all of our apps. And yeah, I highly encourage those that haven't tried investing in DIMs to do so.
Yeah, basically, I have nothing more to add. I think that Izzat and Ken have well articulated the flow, and most of us are doing basically the same thing in terms of the onboarding process.
Yeah, I think one thing that I would like to add is that when you have set in investing into one portfolio, you can actually change whenever your risk profile has changed. So basically, for Wahid, you can actually retake the questionnaire. So let's say if your income has increased, or certain conditions have changed, you've grown older and so on, you can retake the questionnaire. So and then the portfolio advice given will be different from the one given earlier, because it will bracket you into another risk profile. So again, all of this portfolio advice is you can just basically do it at any time. I'm sure for other apps as well, you can have multiple portfolios and so on. So that's the beauty of DIMs. You cannot just invest in one portfolio with a few products, but you can invest in multiple portfolios as well. And having only said the advantages of DIM, I also have to express that it's not a one size fits all solution as well. You have to take into account that in Malaysia we have or other people, we have ASBs, tabung haji, and other investment solutions. So you have to take all of your financial situation into consideration, and hopefully DIM will have a place there as well as a passive investment instrument for you. Yeah.
So Ronnie, you want to ask the next question?
The next question is,
yeah, so we we have to, yeah. So we have to do a bit of a public service announcement.
I think.
So
Sorry.
let's talk about how we can together combat all those scammers.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of concern in terms of cyber attack and anti-scam and all these things. Yeah. The first important advice to the investing public is make sure you invest in a sort of an authorized license. And this is on the web page of Securities Commission. Make sure they are registered and not illegit kind of the scammers. Okay, and most of us, the DIM, okay, when you on board, we keep you informed. There'll be a lot of push messages pushing to you. So, and look at those websites, whether they're legit names. And as Ken mentioned, all of us also have a so-called contact center. There are actually human behind it where you can actually call to double check that this is a legit thing, and the important thing is when you put in money, all of us also go through a very stringent process of validating. Yeah. And one of the key thing is your money, make sure that it's not put into a direct company name or what. It's all gone into a trustee name, a custodian name. Yeah, so if you see prestigious an account that sound funny, try to avoid that. Yeah, so I think that it's very, very important to be totally aware of all these tricksters around here.
Is there any stories from out there? People who come to your platform, someone wrongly saying that they represent you. Any cautionary tales?
Yeah, I think as soon as we launched last year, immediately I think after a month or so, there've a few WhatsApp and Telegram scams came out. So using our likeness, using our logo, using the Wahid name. And these again, these scammers, they usually target clients using the social media, and like Ronnie said, what they would do is instead of saying that your money should be deposited in a trustee or custodian account, it's actually directed to a personal account, or a company account, which is not, let's say for Wahid Invest, it should be Wahid Technologies, but you shouldn't even transfer it to Wahid Technologies anyways. It should go to the custodian account, right? So from then and even until now, we have seen a number of these scams popped up, and if you go to the SE's investor alert website, you can see some of the firms there that has used our likeness. So there is one called Wahid Trading.
Really?
Yes.
Goodness.
And there's also another company named differently. But again, if you go to the remarks section of the investor alert, it says that they misuse, the likenesses of Wahid Invest and so on, which is a regulated DIM. So for us, if there's nothing that we can do as a company, because it affects our name, but it doesn't affect us commercially. But it does affect individuals out there. So only they can then take action to go do police report and so on. So what we can do on our end, of course, is to increase investor awareness, like this session here, to always remind people that DIM is a regulated activity within SE scope. You can go to the public register to check. For Wahid Invest is Wahid Technologies, whether we have the license. For Stashaway is Stashaway, and for MyTeo is GAX MD. And these are all the due diligence that the clients can do themselves to ensure that they are dealing with the correct entity, the regulated entity, that when using the services for DIMs in Malaysia, you only have to use the applications or the website, not to transfer money to another third party and so on. And again, this is the investor education that I hope will continue to be spread across the social media, so that a lot more people can know about it. And as his chairman mentioned yesterday, for the first 6 months alone this year, about 900 million ringgit was lost to scams. That's a lot.
900 how much?
914 million ringgit.
Wow.
That is the first 6 months of 2020, and that is a
Oh,
lot of money that
goodness.
should have been invested properly to increase the wealth of Malaysians. So that is unfortunate to hear. But as I mentioned yesterday, they have set up an internal task force to combat this as well. So so on their end they're doing, and on our end we hope to always remind our existing clients and potential clients how to properly invest in our platforms.
If it sounds too good to be true, it's probably not true lah. And there are things that you can do to arm yourself, because you guys are educated and you know about investing. But also, I think the cynical thing is that the scammers do target people who are less exposed to this kind of investment education. So the way that they reach out sometimes is more and more sophisticated, and they will use different tactics to lure you in. So, for example, the first thing is out of this world returns in a format which I've never understood. It's like you transfer 500, and within half an hour I can give you back 3,000. If you leave it with me for 1 hour, I can give you back 5,000. Like I don't know how this defies the laws of physics, but like people are attracted to these kind of money games. So don't think that those kind of things are true. Like if you look at that normal investment, it's like 10% a year, 20% a year. Those are kind of normal returns. This one kind of few minutes, few hours returns is ridiculous. So arm yourself with that information, share that with your friends. The one story I found is that one of it wasn't a client of ours, but it was someone who reached out to us to double confirm and think that's a wise thing to do. He said, I got a message from you guys through WhatsApp, and this is their profile picture and this is their number. And it was a picture of a person with a Stashaway logo on top, and it said agent of Stashaway. So it's very funny because we are digital players and we only use web and apps. But then here you go, you have a physical person out there trying to sell our products, La Bononia. So we obviously told the guy that, this is not our agent. We don't have any agents, and please refrain from giving any personal information or sending any money. And for the ones who were unfortunately burned, and then they reach out to us to get it back, because obviously the scammer list up already, right? It's not there anymore. They reach out to us and say, hey, can I withdraw my money? I was promised some profit. We don't know, we don't have an account with us, so we get information about the scammers, and we get the bank account details, and we can send it to the SC, or we can send it to the bank for them to investigate and shut it down. So there are small things that we can do, but in the end, it's in your hands. Be educated, be wary, and follow the advice that we've shared here today. So gentlemen, it's 1:40. I think that gives us a very good time to look at some of the questions. The questions that you guys have put on Slido, we will try and address some of them. Some of them are worth asking. Some of them maybe needs more explanation lah. I think the first one is more of a joke. I think let's start it off in a light way. So Mr. Kong asks, why use a term like digital investment manager with the acronym DIM? Not very bright for futuristic product. So I think this is quite funny, but digital investment manager is just something that we're stuck with because the SC gave us that acronym. But ultimately, you can call us robo-advisor if you want, or digital fund manager if you want, as long as you know what we do and the value proposition for your life. I think that's fine. You guys, any remarks on DIM? Maybe it's more romantic lah. I think the lighting is down or whatever, but I don't know.
Maybe I would like to take that question in a different perspective. Yeah. Whether it's DIM or robo-advisor, I think the key thing that we need to on the investor and the potential investor that is indeed not just a black box. The DIM operations is not just just a black box that does things automatically without any human in that. Yeah. So our DIM operations is actually, as I explained earlier, is driven by a very highly systematic kind of algorithm. But on top of that, there are still fund managers and portfolio managers monitoring it closely. Yeah, and all of us do have an investment committee that constantly monitor it on the monthly basis. Yeah, and very often I face this question saying that it's a machine versus a human. Yeah, and we do obviously well, Maitio and same the rest for the rest. That's a lot of back testing results. Yeah, and one of the fundamental questions that people will be of concern is a robo advisor that say that, well, you are passive management and you based on past statistics data and based on algorithm or situation parameters factors market environment of the past. Yeah, and but let me assure, I mean, at least for our side, okay, we do look a lot of back tested data, but moving ahead, and as we use the data, okay, as I say that there's a team of portfolio people, manager, and investment committee people. We do look at what were those assumptions, what were those criteria that were used by the algorithm for this past analysis. Are these criteria are they still valid in the current environment? Okay, are there any fundamental market changes that have changed the basis of the algorithm? Okay, so we do look at all this in totality. So if situation change, if market conditions change, not the blips and the noises, but fundamental changes, or technology changes, that change the new way of very, the things that make a very major fundamental change, we would adjust the algorithm accordingly. Yeah, so it's not really a black box that is thinking behind the scene. Yeah, so it's really a combination of back-tested data because we need a lot of. It's difficult to project future. Actually, it's very difficult to use a crystal ball and say that what would things happen. But future, so long it's backed up with very fundamental data, both historical and moving forward data, and combine it into a very sensible investment decision. And that's how a DIM like Maitio works. We really try to combine it. And because it is digital, we're able to act on it very fast. Yeah. So I think that So I think that I'm trying to relate that question of the DIM robo advisor name and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. Well done. I think that's important. Guys, so I think there's a lot of questions we can go through over the next 10 minutes. Can you look at the Slido screen and read the next question? Because I've lost that view. I can only see the participants who have asked questions.
I've lost the question too. Now this quiz, I don't know.
Okay. So I remember some questions from my first glance. So one of the attendees asked, why am I getting different returns? Even though I invested in different robo-advisors at the same risk index or the same risk level. Any of you have any thoughts on that?
Okay, I think I can take it. So I think the easiest way to explain it is even though all of robo-advisors have their own risk index, investors still have to remember that the underlying funds or underlying securities invested are still different because each of the DIMs, the methodology, and so on, as explained by Ronnie just now, having gone through each owns investment committee, and all of us operates using a different universe of funds or universe of securities. So that can explain the reason why your performance in one robo-advisor or one DIM platform is different from another. And again, another possible difference is because one is not investing in all or two or more different DIMs at the same time, right? So you might have opened an account with Wahid, for example, earlier in the year, and then invest then, and then you open it with Stashaway a bit later or a bit earlier and invest then. So, it's not an apples to apples comparison as well. So those two, I would think, would be the most possible explanations for why the differences are there. But mainly it's because of the underlying securities that are not the same.
Correct. And also some of, I think with Wahid's investment products, it is predominantly RM based.
Correct.
Except for one which is US based, right?
Yeah.
So for Matteo and StashAway, both of us focus on more global investments. So there will be an element of FX risk as well. So there could be investment gains or losses that you could see versus a domestic product, which is ringgit based naturally. And all of us have different risk levels, and the only true way to compare apples to apples is to really look at the risk that we actually take, whatever measurement you want to take, and see whether from a risk-adjusted basis whether the returns are more or less the same, right? So that's not easy to do. So don't think that necessarily one on the most risky on Matteo is equivalent to the most risky in StashAway and Wahid. So do your homework, dive into the portfolios. It's incumbent upon you to know what your portfolio is made out of. And to relate it to the first question about being dim and maybe being in the black box, I think we are very transparent because we show you what exactly we invest in, what ETFs we invest in, right? So speaking of which, another question that I glanced earlier is, why do robo-advisors like to use ETFs? Is it mandated by the SC? Ronnie, you got a response to that?
Yeah. First of all, there's not a mandate by SC. The ETFs, just to answer that, so it is not a mandate for robo-advisor to use ETFs. And why most of us use ETFs for a very simple reason. First of all, we try to mirror. It's just like a unit trust. Yeah, it's just like buying a pool of, instead of an individual stock, we invest in a pool of companies. Yeah, and ETFs they're listed in the stock exchange, so the liquidity, the access, and certainly the fees are much cheaper and give you a very good exposure. For example, I think there was some question about diversification too regarding this one. The other thing, so for example, like the diversification, but in my case, we use ETFs to do a lot of diversification in terms of various asset classes and various multiple countries. Yeah. So in Teo, by putting in 1,000 ringgit, for example, the only way you can have a very good diversification and very good broad asset classes, okay, like for example in Maitio, by putting 1,000 ringgit, just an example, you are technically investing over 86 countries and over variable 10,000 world companies and over variable asset classes, whether it's equity, growth bonds, income, or commodities, gold, treasury bills, and ETFs is a very, very efficient way of trying to hold a pool of assets at a very low expense ratio, or a very low fee. Yeah, so I think that's the biggest advantage. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, last year there was a report being published for the first time in US. The investment in ETF and in the passive management has over exceeded the investment in the sort of active management. So there are a lot of goodness in investing in ETFs. Yeah? Perhaps Ken, you can add.
Yeah, I think ETFs are a fundamental piece of technology that has enabled robo-advisors to thrive. We are trying to look for the lowest cost investment products to put together to bring to you. So, when we talked about unit trust earlier, the way it is managed is usually active, and because of that, it usually comes with more fees. If you forget the 5% sales charge, there'll be a 2% or 1.5% management fee, whereas a very, very expensive ETF could be maybe 50 basis points or 70 basis points. That's the most expensive that you can get. The cheapest is like 3 basis points. If you look at a S&P 500 ETF out there by one of the big boys, BlackRock or State Street, is very, very cheap. So that is the reason why we like ETFs, is the cost. And don't think that this is something that we're bringing to you, the retail public, and it's something that is not sophisticated. Yeah, I think this is something that a lot of institutional, sophisticated fund managers are also choosing to use ETFs to invest, because ultimately it's about the net return you get at the end of the day. So if you look at the California pension system, which is like our version of the EPF, they also start using passive products and ETFs because they want to reduce fees. So don't think that it's like, oh, because it is in the retail public means it's not sophisticated. It is actually sophisticated if used in the right way. Yeah. So ETFs, I think, are a very, very good way of getting exposure. It is 1:50. At 1:55, we will remind you of the quiz. So we have another 5 minutes for Q&A. Let me look at the slide. It is the questions are back. So Aizat asked, hi, my question is it wise to invest in more than one robo-advisor at the same time? I'm thinking of diversifying my portfolio. So I think as very diplomatic people, all three of us, I think you can try all three of us. And what I will say is that people appreciate different things about different platforms. You know, if you really boil it down to it, it's really like, do I like the platform because it gives me good returns? But that is just my view. Other people care about the interface. Other people care about education. Other people care about it being Sharia or not, the actual exposure being foreign or not. So I think you have to do your research, make up your own judgment call, and ultimately see which one works for you. Is that anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Different people have different, what you call it, needs, right? As you mentioned, some people may want exposure to only Sharia products. Some people can, are able to invest in conventional and of course Sharia or ethical products. So, like Ken mentioned earlier, do your research. Each of the DIM platforms have their own strength, and of course their weaknesses as well. The best way, as they mentioned, is again to try all of us. Not just a few of us. There's a few more out there. Some have different business models than others. You have a spare change model as well. So if that suits your particular saving styles best, then maybe that's the best for you. But all of us are here for the same purpose, which is to again democratize, investment, bringing down the cost and also the minimum investment so that it's more affordable. With that, that is something that you can't really find in other products. For you to try, for example, 3 or 5 different unit trust funds probably require you a minimum capital of about 5,000. So with us, it's probably like, at most it's 500 or 300 if you want to try 3 and so on. So, everything is at the palm of your hands. Just try and see which one is best, which user interface you like best. Possibly that's important to you, or what kind of client support that you like best, or or additional infos like market commentary and so on, which I think all of us provide as well. Everything is accessible from as easy as going to your smartphone and downloading the app, and even before downloading the app, you can just go to our websites and read from there as well.
Brilliant. Sorry, Ronnie, you want to go ahead?
Sorry. Yeah, I think to just add one final point to that, as I Ken and Izzat mentioned, really please do your homework, and we are very transparent in the app. All your investment, your returns on each ETFs. For example, we have 32 ETFs. How does each ETFs perform? Okay, and your how much do we charge you in terms of our management fees? We show that in our app. Okay, and are you making money due to fund performance or due to exchange? We also show that all very transparent. Yeah, so I think that's very important for each individual. Do your homework, and see which one suit your sort of your risk appetite and so on and so forth. Yeah, but all of us have a common objective, really helping each and all our rakyat here, okay, to invest sensibly, long term, taking a longer perspective view, and not to judge on a short term basis. Yeah.
It is 1:56, and we have 4 more minutes to wrap up the session. And I want to give you guys all a reminder that there's a pop quiz going on. There are 5 very simple questions about the DIMs, and yeah, go ahead, because the fastest person to answer that gets a very good cash voucher from the SC. So with a few more minutes to go, let's maybe wrap up, gentlemen. Maybe some parting words of advice for our listeners out there.
I can start first. I think let's go back to the theme of this virtual InvestSmart, which is silap lebo, duit lebo, right? So at the end of the day, there are a lot of investment options for you, including DIM or robo-advisor. But each and every one of us has to be, educated to make sure that we are investing in the right company or in the right platform, and all of this has a way for you to do. So again, just to remind everybody, for DIM, you can go to SA's public register, check if it's a registered entity, and please don't fall to the firm clone scams or other Macau scams and so on. The capital market regulator here is SC, so everything under the capital market sun is under the purview of SC. Please do consult them if you have doubts and uncertainties as well. And with with the advancements of technologies and so on, rising fintech solutions, we hope that you do try at least one of the DIM solutions here, and we hope to see this space grow and become just your typical investment solution in the future.
Great. I think I'll go next because I started the conversation today, and I'd like Ronnie to give his final word. So I think my word of advice is, during this COVID period, people think that you should invest differently, but it's not the truth. The truth is there are always best practices, and the best practice is basically to invest regularly and invest for the long term. Because if you try going in and out, you're trying to time the market, it's going to be very difficult for you. And because of that, DIMs or robo-advisors like us are a very good platform to actually make regular investments and invest for the long term. With all the advantages that we talked about, I think it's a very compelling thing for you to build your wealth. And I wish you all the best in terms of your investing future. Ronnie, you want to close us up?
Yeah, I think that my fellow peers have really summarized very well. And the parting shot is take a long-term perspective investment. Do not procrastinate. Okay? And start small. There is never ever a better time too soon or too late to invest. Cultivate that investment habit. Okay, do not time the market, but spend more time in the market, not to time the market. Yeah. So I think with this, I wish everybody well. Please take care, stay well, and stay safe, and happy investment.
Okay, guys, let's take a very quick screenshot. So let's do. Okay, good thumbs up. Thank you, SC. Thanks, guys. Okay, I'll send this to you later. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, you guys.
everyone. Welcome to the SC Annual Flagship Investor Education Program, InvestSmart Fest 2020. This year, whilst the fest is organized virtually, there are plenty of things we learn. So on that note, we hope that all of us can learn something from this 3 days event so that we can become a wiser investor. A quick introduction before we start our topic today. I'm Ahmad Nabil Nazri and I'm a director of CFA Society Malaysia. So today, I would love to share with you on knowing your right as an investor. What I'm going to share with you today, hopefully is something that are easily associated with our day-to-day lives, which is on what should we prepare before we deal with financial advisors or financial planners. So I mean, I can sound like a very paranoid person, but it's wiser for us to know what are we getting ourselves into. And because the power of investors eventually truly lie with the knowledge and education on investment related things. So without this, we can be easily fooled. So sit tight and just try to get a thing or two from what I'm going to share with you today. Okay, the first rule of thumb is to always know what you want. So how is that exactly? Just to give you an example, I know that by the time I retire, I'll probably require at least about 2 million in my bank account, perhaps. So the moment you set that 2 million goal, you will then be able to find ways to actually achieve your goals. And this is very important for you when you engage financial advisors. Because a good financial planner or financial advisors will definitely talk to you about your end goal. Then they also have to assess whether how bad you want to maintain your current lifestyles, how much a month that you are required to pay for your kids' education bills in the future, whether is there any big expenses that you already planned a few years down the road. So those are the things that we need to consider of. And this is very important because you want your advisor to know exactly how to plan your financial matters or how to strategize what are the investment products that is suitable to you. And to some extent, you should not be afraid to ask questions to your financial advisors, even if it sounded stupid at first. Okay, why? Because your financial advisors should ask you a lot of questions regarding yourself in order for them to understand you as a client and to get you on board as a client and to understand what is your needs and requirement. They need to know your financial position, your part-time jobs, your Grab drivers income, so on and so forth, about your current saving. So how much money in your bank accounts, how much money probably you already invested somewhere to some extent in your ASB, for example, in other unit trust companies, some bond fund, for example. Level of your investment appetite, so whether you can take high risk or lower risk, whether you should go for long term or short term, other factors such as whether you are fresh out of college or you are a middle-aged family man with 2 kids. So these are quite important. So in understanding your needs and situations, your financial planners will need to ask you these questions. And as an investor, you need to be completely honest about your current state of financial affairs. Only then the financial planners able to give you sound financial advice as well as your investment risk appetite. Okay, maybe if you have noticed, I have been emphasizing investment risk appetite quite a number of times. So how is this important? So as an investor, you need to know based on your situation, what will be the most suitable investment product that is suitable to you in order for you to achieve the financial objective set in the beginning of the exercise. And your financial planner should help you to understand this. not everyone can tolerate high-risk investment such as stock market. Maybe the most they can accept is bond, as they have periodic income stream and so on. So now, we have been talking about communication with the financial advisors and understanding our own needs in the investment. So it is important for us to remember that we need to be completely honest in our financial situation. So when we disclose it to financial advisor, there should not be any, say, discretionary disclosure or only disclose something that we felt comfortable, because that will only jeopardize your future investment goal. Okay, just to give you an example, purely an example, I conveniently did not mention that in 5 years' time I'm getting married, and by that time I will need 100,000 ringgit to spend. So this is just an assumption. So a financial planner who are not aware of this situation will not factor it into your investment goals, and thus he or she will not be able to advise you appropriately as to how you are going to achieve the goal in 5 years' time. So all this require financial advisor to completely understand your circumstances, clear what to avoid for you, so as to provide a suitable financial advice based on your financial objective and also the constraint. So the constraint can be you will not be having any income for the next 6 months, things like that. Okay, next. You need to ensure that what was communicated to you is understandable, using plain language that you will be able to easily interpret, as well as any presentation is to be in a format that convey the message effectively. So what you need to do is that to ensure your advisor speak in a language that you understand, and when there is doubt or unclear information, you have to get clarity on the understanding until you get it. Do not let your financial advisor confuse you with all the financial jargon that you have no idea at all. Remember to ask, and keep asking until you get the idea of what it is all about. Also, as an investor, you also have the right to receive independent and objective advice and assistance from your financial advisor. So this advice must be based on prudent judgment and also diligent analysis. There must be a reason behind why this advice is being given. So if any advisor try to sell you a product that is too good to be true, say confirm there are returns every year to 20%, 30%, so on, my advice is to step away from the particular advisors. There is always a reason as to why each investment product is suitable for you. And if the advisor is purely using the return as his or her selling point, he or she may not act as the best interest of the clients. As an investor, it's important for us to clarify further and also to find out the motivation of the financial advisors. So just to give you an example, the advisor A only pushed for Fund C as the product to be marketed to all of his clients. But Fund C may not be suitable for everyone, and perhaps because the Fund C component has industry that is quite risky, or you have companies that the Fund C invested in where it is in the initial stage, or the fund is actually for seed funding, for example. So usually advisor A will not be able to explain to you why this fund works for you. How is this suitable to your portfolio if his motivation is purely to meet the target fund subscription and to get compensation accordingly. On the other hand, a good financial planner will be able to give you options and know which product should not be introduced to some of the clients due to its suitability. Okay, on that note, financial advisor should be expected to give an honest and competent advice, although the advice may not be what the investors want to hear. No? So more often than not, the advisor who paint the true picture of your financial situation actually will be able to help you achieve your goals. They need to be completely honest with you if your current financial situation is just too impossible to achieve your desired goals. So usually a good financial advisor will advise you on what to do next. And at some point they may even advise you to change your job perhaps in order for you to achieve a better level of income so that you will be able to get to your financial goals 20 to 30 years down the road. And there are some advisors also go beyond by explaining why some of the product just not suitable for you. So be careful with those advisors that only use high return as a selling point. On that note, as an investor, remember to keep asking how the product can fit your portfolio, your investment risk appetite, how it can achieve your ultimate financial goals, and perhaps question on how the advisor being compensated on this product. Okay, as an investor, you have a right to ask your financial advisor what are the fees that are being charged to you aside from the invested capital that you place in a specific fund. So this is not only to ensure transparency but also for an investor to evaluate whether is there any additional incentive for the advisor to promote certain products over other products without considering the suitability against your investment appetite. Okay, so on that note, an investor has the right to know any potential conflict of interest when you engage with any financial professionals. The advisor should disclose existing or potential conflict of interest when he or she providing its services or marketing a product that is of interest to him or her. And this is very important so that the financial advisor's judgment is not clouded by his or her own interests when providing advice to the investors. Again, it goes back to whether this product is suitable to a particular investors or not. If your advisor did not consider that, perhaps it's time to consider his service again, as he may not be acting in the best interests of the investors. Okay, the next point may be a little bit difficult for most of the investors, but if possible, try to find out whether you have received a fair treatment. You will not want your financial advisors only focus or favor certain clients just because this group of people contributed more to his income or commission, while at the same time neglect the rest of his fee-paying clients. Of course, it's okay if these products found to be not suitable to you, given the different universe of the risk appetite. So as an advisor, you also need to put your financial interests first above anything else. Maybe you can relate this with what I mentioned earlier, which is on the conflict of interest. So a good financial advisor will inform you what is their interest if they can sell this particular product to an investor. So sometimes you may be well suitable for a particular product, but if you can't afford the investment as of that day, perhaps maybe you should not be buying at all. And some financial advisors did not consider this when they advise and hard sell certain product because perhaps the product is giving a higher commission as compared to other product that he or she is selling. And then as an investor, you have the right to get periodic update on your portfolio performance from your financial advisor. For example, what has changed, what is the current state of economy that will affect the portfolio, what is your current composition of your portfolio, or perhaps an annual review of your investment portfolio to see whether your appetite has changed over the period as you grow, as your income level has changed and being updated. Ultimately, financial advisors is a service that need to be constantly provided, as your need as an investor also may change over time. And Personally, I have encountered an advisor who constantly review my current portfolio, whether I'm close to the expired portfolio size, whether the composition of my portfolio reflective of my risk appetite, whether is there any new product that may be suitable to me and able to help me achieve my goals, for example. So this is the right mindset for an advisor who manage your money because they have your interest at heart. Periodic portfolio performance review with you also show that the advisor actually care about your portfolio and always ask them on how far more they will be able to achieve the objective set earlier. Okay, of course, since they know about your confidential information such as your income, your financial status, etc., you should ensure that the financial advisor also maintain your information confidentiality and not to disclose it to other parties. Okay, before we end this, remember that as an investor, you have the right to get your financial advisor to disclose several crucial information. Whilst they are the professionals, we also have the right to know how our investment is being allocated, the performance of the portfolio among others, before we decide to do what to do with our own money. After all, it is our money, so we don't want to get caught into a situation whereby we lose our money entirely just because we were given a poor investment advice. Okay, thank you for listening. Please subscribe to CFA Society Malaysia Facebook page, Instagram and LinkedIn page for more information about CFA Society Malaysia. Thanks again and have a nice day.
Okey, permisi majlis boleh mulakan. Terima kasih.
Ya, bila?
Puan Siti Haja minta buka mic dahulu ya.
Maaf. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat menyaksikan pertandingan akhir Pidato Bahasa Melayu Literasi Keuangan Peringkat Kebangsaan 2020 bagi merangkul Piala Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia, anjuran bersama Institut Pendidikan Guru Malaysia, Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia, Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka dan Pertubuhan Seni Pengucapan Awam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam bahasa jiwa bangsa. Alhamdulillah, sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan sejauh mana bahasa Melayu diangkat martabatnya melalui kemahiran komunikasi yang mantap serta penyampaian yang penuh berkeyakinan. Orang berbakat kita beri pujian, orang berjaya tahniah diucapkan. Orang petah berkata, di medan ini kita adukan. Hari ini 10 peserta berentap menampilkan kepetahan berpidato masing-masing. Setelah diindang di kesot, setelah ditinting di toreh, setelah digesek sehabis antah, terpisahlah antah dengan beras. Akhirnya dapatlah air nan tak berlumut, jernih dan tak berbayang. 10 peserta ini telah melepasi saringan peringkat awal yang telah berlangsung pada 15 dan 16 Oktober yang lalu. Hadirin sekalian, kalau mengaji ada gurunya, kalau irama ada lagunya, kalau bertanding pasti ada syaratnya. Izinkan saya membacakan syarat-syarat pertandingan akhir ini. Pertama, peserta diberi masa 7 minit untuk bahagian pertama dan 3 minit untuk pidato bahagian kedua. Yang kedua, penyampaian pidato selepas masa tamat bagi setiap bahagian, markah tidak akan lagi diberikan. Yang ketiga, sebarang kritikan terhadap isu sensitif yang berkaitan dengan agama, bangsa dan kebudayaan atau terhadap kepribadian seseorang adalah dilarang. Kesalahan ini akan menyebabkan markah adab dipotong. Penggunaan bahasa atau tutur kata yang kurang sopan adalah dilarang. Kesalahan ini juga akan menyebabkan markah adab dipotong. Yang keempat, peserta yang membaca nota atau teks menyentuh isu sensitif, menggunakan bahasa yang kurang sopan dan tidak sempat membuat kesimpulan, semua kesalahan tersebut atau mana-mana satu daripadanya tidak layak untuk diumumkan sebagai pemenang. Yang kelima, peserta pidato diwajibkan menggunakan pakaian sopan dan sesuai. Dan yang keenam, pengerusi majlis berhak menegur peserta yang melanggar mana-mana peraturan. Purnama umpama gadis seindah wajah. Bersedia sudah peserta pertama. Persilakan Tuan sampaikan hujah. Dipersilakan peserta pertama, Saudara Muhammad Akhtar Iskandar bin Muhammad Noor dengan tajuk pidatonya, Transaksi Tanpa Tunai Memperkasa Ekonomi Digital Negara. Dipersilakan.
Cubaan 1, 2, 3. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekalian apresiasi saya hulurkan buat peneraju acara Barisan Kehakiman Teguh Saksama, saudara-saudari, bahadur-bahaduri, para belia, celik literasi ekonomi. Hadirin sekalian, suatu ketika pada abad ke-14, wabak pelak hitam atau Black Death telah melenyapkan kira-kira 200 juta manusia di Eropah dari peta dunia. Kadar kehilangan pekerjaan tinggi hingga memaksa penduduk beralih daripada bercucuk tanam kepada menternak binatang. Namun, revolusi ekonomi abad ini telah berubah. Dari wang fizikal, kita beralih kepada wang maya. Pada saat kita dilanda pandemik moden seantero dunia, rakyat Malaysia masih mewah berbelanja. Terima kasih buat moratorium dan skim prihatin rakyat menjana. Maka, atas matlamat yang sama, ayo bersama-sama saya menjelami dan memahami mauduk bicara transaksi tanpa tunai memperkasa ekonomi digital negara. Saudara dan saudari, Don Tapscott di dalam bukunya The Digital Economy mentamsilkan ekonomi digital sebagai sebuah sistem dagangan elektronik yang menggunakan inovasi teknologi e-perniagaan dan e-perdagangan secara maya, iaitu merentasi setiap aktiviti ekonomi konvensional. Manakala secara mudahnya, menurut Forum Ekonomi Dunia 2017, merupakan kaedah pergantian wang tunai fizikal kepada kaedah cek, kad debit, kad kredit atau kaedah elektronik bagi urusan jual beli, pembayaran atau perkhidmatan kewangan. Persoalannya, pada saat kita berbelanja secara maya, bagaimanakah santun kita memberi dan menerima ledakan transaksi tanpa tunai hingga akhirnya kita berhampar-lapik, berlicin daun, merungkai matlamat mauduk dalam merekayasa ekonomi digital negara. Maka, 3 perspektif akan kita rungkai bersama. Saudara-saudari, pertama, lanskap ekonomi e-tunai. Karl Marx, ahli falsafah dan ekonomi Jerman pernah berperi, sejarah pasti berulang. Pertama, sebagai sebuah tragedi dan kedua kali sebagai sebuah peristiwa yang mengajar dan mendidik erti manusiawi. Tahukah saudara-saudari, peristiwa The Great Depression pada tanggal 1929 telah mengakibatkan kegiatan ekonomi di Eropah dan di Australia dihentikan serta-merta. Malah, benua Asia turut menderita kerana rakan dagang menjadi miskin hingga menjadi cetusan mandat kepada Adolf Hitler untuk memulakan kempen Perang Dunia Kedua. Malah, jangan pernah dilupa, pada tanggal 1967, krisis kekuatan ekonomi telah menyebabkan ekonomi Malaysia bermuram durja. Daripada peristiwa Black Monday hinggalah peristiwa spekulasi mata wang fizikal George Soros dek kerana manipulasi dan propaganda Yahudi. Wak Ima, hari ini tak kala pandemik moden corona telah menyebabkan terusan perdagangan Amerika dan China dihentikan hingga the Great Lockdown terus melumpuhkan ekonomi dunia. Namun, apa yang membezakan pengajaran sejarah lampau dan kini, saudara-saudari? Jika dahulu, segala urusan jual beli terikat, makanan minuman disukat, segala bantuan dibejat, walau bertimbun emas permata dan wang fizikal, nilainya hanya pada makrifat. Tapi kini, meski Abah suruh semua duduk di rumah, rakyat Malaysia masih tersenyum berbelanja hemah dengan transaksi tanpa tunai menjadi pemudah. Cik Kia membeli budu dengan maybank to you. Pak Abu pula memesan serbuk kopi dengan transaksi RHB. Buktinya, kajian impak Mastercard yang dijalankan pada Mei 2020 menunjukkan Malaysia mencatatkan transaksi pembayaran tunai yang paling tinggi di Asia Tenggara, yang mana telah pun melakukan pembayaran tunai melalui kaedah kad kredit dan juga kad debit sebagai penerima manfaat utama. Saudara-saudari, kedua, transaksi tanpa tunai merekayasa kemajuan teknologi kewangan, fintech. Sudah sekian lama, institusi kewangan melakukan penambahbaikan dalam usaha meningkatkan kecekapan dan keselamatan kewangan agar pelanggan sentiasa yakin dan berwaspada dalam melaksanakan transaksi e-tunai. United Services Automobile Association telah mengkaji teknologi pengenalan suara sebagai salah satu penambahbaikan kepada tahap keselamatan kewangan. Hasilnya, Bank of America telah berjaya melancarkan Erica, sebuah peranti yang mampu melakukan pemindahan wang, pembayaran bil dan juga membantu pelanggan dalam urusan pelaburan hanya melalui arahan suara. Tidak ketinggalan di Malaysia, kemajuan fintech melalui keupayaan perbankan internet, pembayaran digital serta dompet mudah alih telah pun meletakkan negara kita di tangga 139 dalam jaringan transaksi tanpa tunai di Forum Ekonomi Dunia 2019 di hadapan negara Chile, Malah, China dan juga Itali. Saudara dan saudari, ketiga, digitalisasi mengupayakan ekonomi PKS dan usahawan tani. Peribahasa berperi, adat periuk berkerak, adat lesung berdedak, umpama berketak ayam mandul, orang berketak dia berketak, orang bertelur dia tidak. Dalam usaha meningkatkan ekonomi usahawan kecil sederhana, digitalisasi ekonomi harus menjadi intipati utama. Usahawan muda perlu sentiasa berubah minda, mengadaptasi dengan teknologi semasa. Daripada hanya menjual tenunan dan kraftangan tepi jalan, kini sudah mampu untuk menggunakan Lazada dan Shopee atas talian. Malah, jualan ketika perintah kawalan pergerakan pada Mei dan Jun 2020 mencatatkan peningkatan 32.6% keuntungan hanya menggunakan transaksi tanpa tunai melalui kecanggihan GrabFood serta Foodpanda. Manakah tidaknya, dari nasi lemak antarabangsa Kampung Baru hinggalah karipat Mak Leha Pasar Pudu, semuanya laris habis laku. Dek kerana evolusi usahawan alaf baru mengadaptasi transaksi tanpa tunai dalam era digitalisasi ekonomi. Saudara dan saudari, sebagai intihar, pertama, kita perlu sentiasa bersedia dengan perubahan lanskap transaksi tanpa tunai di Malaysia. Kedua, kita perlu yakin dan percaya dengan kemajuan teknologi kewangan untuk mengurus dan mengarus transaksi perdana ini. Dan ketiga, usahawan muda dan PKS perlu mengupayakan transaksi tanpa tunai dalam era digitalisasi ekonomi pada hari ini. Sudah ada tapak, tegakkan tiang serinya, hamparkan langit sebagai atapnya. Hanya usaha dan kemalasan membezakan kita. Ibarat kata Hamka, seandainya kita belum bersedia untuk berjaya, sediakah kita untuk menderita? Seandainya kita belum bersedia untuk maju, sediakah kita untuk mundur dan lesu? Hakikatnya, kita tidak pernah merancang sebuah kegagalan, namun kita seringkali gagal untuk merancang sebuah kejayaan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Boleh dengar dengan jelas?
Ya, boleh Encik.
Okey, soalan spontan bagi peserta pertama. Saya akan ulang soalan ini 2 kali.
Baik.
InvestSmart telah melaksanakan pelbagai inisiatif secara aktif untuk mendekati pelbagai lapisan masyarakat di Malaysia, mendidik mereka tentang topik berkaitan pelaburan. pada pandangan anda, bagaimana pendekatan semasa InvestSmart dapat mencapai kepada inisiatif strategi literasi kewangan? Saya ulang lagi sekali. InvestSmart telah melaksanakan pelbagai inisiatif secara aktif untuk mendekati pelbagai lapisan masyarakat di Malaysia, mendidik mereka tentang topik berkaitan pelaburan. Pada pandangan anda, bagaimana pendekatan semasa InvestSmart dapat mencapai kepada inisiatif strategi literasi kewangan? Terima kasih.
Cuba mic. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan terima kasih sekali lagi saya ucapkan buat peneraju acara, Barisan Kehakiman, saudara-saudari dan terima kasih di atas soalan yang diberikan. Baik, untuk menjawab soalan pada hari ini, perkara yang pertama akan saya lakukan adalah untuk mendefinisikan dahulu apa itu apa itu strategi literasi kewangan dan juga apa itu InvestSmart. Maka, apa strategi literasi kewangan? Strategi literasi kewangan merupakan satu pelan strategi yang dikeluarkan oleh kerajaan Malaysia yang mana objektifnya adalah untuk mendidik rakyat Malaysia supaya mengetahui tentang keadaan ekonomi semasa di Malaysia dan supaya mereka bersedia untuk mengurus kewangan agar stabil serta juga dapat mengurus dengan efisien. Dan yang kedua adalah istilah InvestSmart, istilah yang cukup baharu. Istilah InvestSmart ini bermaksud merupakan satu inisiatif baharu ataupun inisiatif yang dikeluarkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia untuk pelabur dan rakyat Malaysia. Yang mana objektif utama InvestSmart adalah untuk mendidik rakyat Malaysia bagaimana untuk menggunakan dan mendalami ilmu pelaburan yang ada di Malaysia. Maka terdapat 3 gerak kerja utama InvestSmart ini yang akan kita bincang bersama-sama. Pertama, InvestSmart ini tidak lain dan tidak bukan adalah satu platform untuk mendidik masyarakat Malaysia ataupun pelabur Malaysia dalam usaha untuk memahami apa itu pelaburan. Itu yang pertama. Sebagai contoh, mereka akan mendidik bagaimana pelabur-pelabur ingin memilih platform ataupun modal yang bersesuaian dengan pelaburan mereka. Gerak kerja kedua adalah untuk mendidik pelabur dan rakyat Malaysia berkenaan dengan penipuan-penipuan serta pelaburan haram yang cukup berleluasa di Malaysia pada hari ini supaya mereka dapat bersedia serta mempertahankan diri daripada masalah-masalah berkenaan. Yang ketiga, secara mudahnya, InvestSmart ini akan membantu pelabur-pelabur yang baru sahaja bercebung dalam bidang ini untuk memahami tentang ilmu pelaburan secara mendalam. Sebagai contoh tentang digital, bursa dan sebagainya. Maka daripada 3 gerak kerja tersebut, beberapa rumusan dapat kita lakukan pada hari ini. Pertama, InvestSmart ini tidak lain dan tidak bukan adalah untuk membantu pelabur mendalami ilmu tentang pelaburan dan yang kedua, mendalami ilmu bagaimana untuk mengenal pasti penipuan dan juga pelaburan haram. Dan yang terakhir, rumusan yang dapat kita lakukan bahawa pada hari ini, InvestSmart ini gerak kerjanya adalah selari dengan strategi literasi kewangan yang Malaysia keluarkan. Sebab apa tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian? Sebab pada hari ini, gerak kerja dan kaedah yang dikeluarkan oleh InvestSmart ini membantu mencapai objektif strategi literasi kewangan Malaysia. Maka itu sahaja daripada saya. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum dan terima kasih.
Terima kasih saudara Muhammad Akhtar Iskandar yang bijak memainkan kata. Seterusnya kita beralih kepada pemidato kedua yang bakal menegakkan pendiriannya. Dipersilakan saudari Zikriah binti Zakaria dengan tajuk pidatonya Bijak Urus Wang, Kunci Bebas Hutang. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hikayat sang kancil menyuguhkan kebijaksanaan dengan suai berlimpah. Idea cemerlang sang kancil walau bertubuh kecil, mengolah akal fikirannya, maka tumbanglah si badan besar. Kebijaksanaan ini merupakan pedagogi yang belum pernah didendangkan. Mengandalkan kebijaksanaan dan pedagogi tidak didendang ahli dalam jurnal Sultan Alauddin berlandaskan teori kebaikan Al-Ghazali merungkai bagaimana untuk kita bijak urus wang agar kita bebas hutang menjadi mauduk pidato saya. Assalamualaikum dan salam pentas akhir literasi kewangan. Masih berinspirasi dari bijaknya sang kancil dan pedagogi tidak didendang? Cuba intai dalam poket hadirin. Sudah cukup bijakkah mengurus wang atau masih menambah hutang? Bagaimana sang kancil bijak mengolah minda, maka hadirin juga perlu merenung ke langit, berpijak di bumi untuk memugar cara terbaik mengurus wang kerana frasa bijak urus wang menuntut kita memastikan aliran wang direkodkan dengan disiplin dan konsisten. Kebijakan sang kancil tiada tandingan, bebas berpedagogi seluruh belantara. Maka hadirin, mari kita teladani pedagogi sang kancil dengan membaiki debit dan kredit, transaksikan kewangan hadirin dengan inovasi, sulamkan pula dengan teknologi maklumat. Maka pasti hadirin akan mendapat kunci untuk bebas hutang. Hadirin, jika sang kancil dirimba terus mengembara, saya pula ingin terus menjentik minda hadirin untuk menambah wawasan kewangan dengan 3 hikayat. Hikayat pertama, bijak perancangan kewangan. Hikayat kedua, bijak pelaburan. Hikayat ketiga, bijak kawal hawa nafsu. Saudara dan saudari, hikayat pertama, bijak perancangan kewangan. Kerana bijak, sang kancil mencapai matlamatnya menyeberangi sungai dengan mengetuk kepala buaya dengan kiraan 1, 2, 3 lekuk. Maka hadirin, untuk terus bijak mengurus wang kita perlu ada 1, 2, 3 asas perancangan kewangan. Seperti gagasan Gitman dalam jurnal pengguna Malaysia. Pertama, berbelanjalah kurang dari pendapatan. Kedua, rancang perbelanjaan dengan realistik. Ketiga, hiduplah bersederhana. Jangan sanggup papa asal bergaya. Pedagogi Gubernur Negara pula menerusi strategi literasi kewangan menasihatkan kita. Pertama, berbelanjalah ikut pelan. Kedua, jangan lupa menabung. Dan yang ketiga, tambah ilmu pengetahuan tentang kewangan. Saudara dan saudari, menurut Kementerian Kewangan Malaysia, Malaysia mengasaskan perancangan kewangan menerusi Belanjawan Malaysia 2020. Namun hadirin, bisik hud-hud, Malaysia mewarisi beban hutang sebanyak 1.1 triliun peninggalan kerajaan terdahulu. Mengapa berlaku demikian? Kerana baju yang diukur bukan saiz badan sendiri, berbelanja lebih daripada pendapatan. Matlamat peribadi jadi junjungan. Hadirin, kepahitan telah dikongsi bersama. Jendela hikayat 1, bijak perancangan kewangan, menjadi landasan untuk kita bijak urus wang agar kita bebas hutang. Saudara dan saudari, hikayat kedua, bijak pelaburan. Hadirin, kita terus berpedagogi bijak seperti sang kancil. Kerana hadirin, kita terus berpedagogi bijak seperti sang kancil. Hadirin, pelaburan merupakan Hadirin, kita terus berpedagogi bijak seperti sang kancil. Hadirin, kita terus berpedagogi bijak seperti sang kancil. Pertama hadirin, kita terus berpedagogi bijak seperti sang kancil. Hadirin, hikayat kedua, bijak kawal hawa nafsu. Tatkala nafsu menguasai minda, pedagogi bijak sang kancil dilupakan sesuai dengan mitos perancangan kewangan. Bijak perancangan kewangan iaitu kita mampu mengawal hafsu dan tenangnya jika banyak wang. Nak mengindahkan lagi mitos ini, kononnya si banyak wang lebih tenang, lebih disiplin, lebih segala-galanya. Namun adakah mitos ini benar? Adakah ini cara terbaik untuk kita mengurus wang hadirin? Kerana frasa bijak urus wang mengajak kita untuk merancang kewangan dengan bijak. Hadirin, Namun hadirin, hakikat untuk mengurus wang bukanlah satu perkara mudah kerana nasihat Dr. Ashraf Wajidi, apabila kesederhanaan tidak menjadi keutamaan, maka kita akan berboros dalam berbelanja. Satu petos hadirin, beli dulu makcik, bayar kemudian pun tak apa. Beli je makcik, kad kredit kan ada, sudah menggugah iman. Hakikatnya hadirin, kita perlulah bijak dalam melabur, kita perlulah bijak dalam merancang kewangan. Telah saya hikayatkan dua hikayat untuk kita merancang kewangan agar kita bebas hutang. Pertama, berbelanjalah kurang dari pendapatan. Yang kedua, rancang perbelanjaan dengan realistik. Dan yang ketiga, kawal hawa nafsu agar kita bebas hutang. Hadirin, kerana bijak kini kancil bebas. Menyusuri jalan raya. Moga hadirin juga bijak dalam mengurus kewangan agar kita bebas hutang. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okey, baik, saudari Zikria. Okey, soalannya berbunyi begini. Strategi utama kelima dalam strategi literasi keuangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 ialah mengumpul dan melindungi harta. Apakah pelan tindakan yang telah dilaksanakan dan kesannya terhadap literasi keuangan rakyat Malaysia? Okay, saya ulang sekali lagi ya. Strategi utama kelima dalam strategi literasi keuangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 ialah mengumpul dan melindungi harta. Apakah pelan tindakan yang telah dilaksanakan dan kesannya terhadap literasi keuangan rakyat Malaysia?
Terima kasih di atas soalan. Yang pertama, kesannya memberi ilmu, memberi cara pengurusan kewangan, macam mana untuk mengurus harta. Sebagai contohnya dalam pelaburan, apabila kita melakukan pelaburan, kita perlu mengetahui, perlu merujuk pakar-pakar kewangan yang bertauliah. Yang kedua, kita perlu ada kesedaran. Yang mana kita lihat hari ini, seramai 60% pencarum KWSP menggunakan wang selama 3 tahun sahaja selepas mereka bersara. Hal ini menunjukkan mereka tidak mempunyai satu perancangan yang kukuh untuk mengurus wang. Seterusnya, mereka tidak ada kemahiran untuk melabur. Mereka mudah tertipu dengan pelaburan-pelaburan skim cepat kaya. Contohnya tipah yang tertipu kerana iklan pelaburan internet. Lihat sahaja dah percaya. Jadi hadirin, untuk melindungi harta kita perlu melabur dengan bijaklah, dengan merujuk pakar kewangan yang sah dan sebagainya. Itu sahaja.
Terima kasih saudari Zikria. Moga 3 hikayat yang dihujahkan oleh beliau itu dapat kita teladani. Kalau Tuan Pikat Kenari, jangan patahkan batang jerami. Peserta ketiga Bijak Bestari tampil pidato Mari Selami. Dipersilakan saudari Norhana Naziah binti Nur Azman dengan tajuk pidatonya Bijak Urus Wang, Kunci Bebas Hutang. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tuan Pengerusi, Div-Div kehormat, kombinasi kehakiman, saudara dan saudari yang saya muliakan. Salam literasi kewangan buat anda semua, seluruh rakyat Malaysia, walau di mana anda berada. Saudara dan saudari, dalam hidup ini menyajikan banyak pilihan. Namun sebenarnya, tak kala waktu beralih seiringnya menghanyut usia, sejalan nafas mengejar dunia, pilihan yang paling agung adalah penyerahan diri pada Sang Pencipta. Pada saat saya dan anda semua masih sibuk mengejar dunia, kita mampu membeli dan memiliki, namun masih tidak mampu meletakkan harga yang tinggi pada akal dan budi. Maka hadirin, saya ingin mengajak anda semua untuk sama-sama kita mula percaya betapa bijak urus wang, kunci bebas hutang. Saudara dan saudari, fitrah manusia sememangnya mahukan kesenangan dan kemewahan hingga menjadi penyebab kepada amalan berhutang. Tarif asal hutang ini, jika disusuri tamsilnya melalui World Economic Forum, memberi makna hutang meminjam buat sementara dan memeterai perjanjian yang perlu dilunaskan. Maka benarlah kata Maurice Offord, cendekiawan ekonomi Amerika, sekiranya kamu meminjam dan bersedia untuk berhutang saat kamu tidur dan berjaga, ketika kamu lapar dan dahaga, detik kamu bekerja dan berehat bersama keluarga, hakikatnya kamu masih berhutang. Kerana itu Umar bin Abdul Aziz mewasiatkan kita agar tidak lazim berhutang kerana sesungguhnya hutang adalah kehinaan di siang hari, kesengsaraan di malam hari. Atas ishar inilah kita perlukan kewarasan dan kebijaksanaan dalam menguruskan kewangan demi masa hadapan. Tuntasnya, dalam pidato adirakna saya akan menukilkan 3 wacana minda agar anda di luar sana memahami hasrat kebebasan hutang yang perlu dicapai oleh kita semua melalui langkah yang bijak dalam menguruskan kewangan. Saudara dan saudari, langkah pertama, ilmu pengetahuan dan kesedaran kewangan. Ayo kita imbau sejarah lampau. Ketika penjajah takbur ke bumi timur, Kota Melaka hancur digempur. 446 tahun tak ubah seperti siksa kubur. Namun demi setia pada negara, patah lidah alamat kalah, patah keris alamat mati. Kita hunus senapang berjuang menegakkan maruah bangsa, bergegak gempita suara nusa. Namun bedilan meriam dan bidikan senjata kini bukan lagi menjadi rasmi. Kata Al-Ghazali, tinta para ilmuwan itu lebih berat timbangannya dari darah para syuhada. Hatta kejatuhan tamadun Andalus kerana kelekaan dan keilmuan yang tidak diperkasa sehingga membenarkan Panglima Kardinal de Bider menguasai sengketa. Maka benarlah kata Al-Farabi, ketinggian ilmu pengetahuan tiada galan gantinya. Tamsilnya, betapa ketinggian ilmu menjadi neraca utama dalam memastikan seluruh rakyat Malaysia bersiap siaga merancang, mengurus dan mentadbir harta. Maka pelbagai usaha direncana, segala kudrat kita perah dan terah bersama. Maka Sayugia, Suruhanjaya Sekretari Malaysia serta Agensi Kaunseling dan Pengurusan Kredit menyarankan kita mengikuti garis panduan Strategi Pengurusan Kewangan bagi memastikan kecelikan ilmu sentiasa dipertingkat. Maka benarlah pengetahuan dan kesedaran kunci bebas hutang. Saudara dan saudari. Kedua, merancang perbelanjaan. Kata bonda, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Seluruh ayahanda pula ukur baju di badan sendiri. Pesanan ini bukan sekadar tinta di mata pena, malah telah menjadi bidanan generasi lama agar saya dan anda semua jadikan panduan dalam berbelanja. Ayo kita teladani kegagalan pemimpin dalam merancang dan mengawal perbelanjaan menyebabkan negara lemah rebah di mamah hutang. Akhirnya, rakyatnya kecundang. Saat Luis Inacio Lula da Silva sibuk dengan kemewahan hidupnya, konflik Brazil pula merangkut kestabilan ekonomi dan demokrasi sehinggalah isu produktiviti dan pembayaran gaji membelenggu Perancis. Sejarah ini menukilkan pemahaman dan kisah yang sama. Ingat sebelum kena, jimat sebelum sengsara. Kerana yang ternoda dan terseksa itu anak-anak kecil dan ibu tua. Angkara hutang negara. Kerana pemimpin mewah membazir, gagal mengurus takbir. Semuanya membawa dogma yang sama. Kegagalan merancang perbelanjaan punca sebuah kegelasan. Saudara dan saudari. Ketiga, menyimpan demi masa hadapan. Saat British menjarah Ibu Pertiwi, semuanya diracuni dan dieksploitasi. Bermula daripada hasil bumi sehinggalah maruah bangsa yang kita cintai. Orang Cina terus mewah, yang Melayu bekerja di sawah. Orang India terus gigih menori getah. Semuanya kerana dasar pecah dan perintah. Namun muncullah pemimpin kita tidak pernah mengalah. Tunku Abdul Rahman, EEC Transingam dan HSD bertolak ke London dengan membawa segunung harapan tanah Melayu yang seia sekata bekerjasama, memberi emas permata, gelang hiasan dan sedikit simpanan. Meski sehelai sepinggan cuma, buat bekalan menuntut merdeka. Kisah kedua, bagaimana si Kitol berhutang dengan Raja Mendelia menyebabkan pengkhianatan terbesar terhadap kota sejarah Melaka. Si Kitol menjadi petualang, sanggup menjadi tanggang demi membayar hutang antara tidak mempunyai hutang, tidak mempunyai simpanan yang disimpan. Akhirnya, Melaka hanya tinggal pada nama. Maka, saya berpesan kepada anda semua, menyimpanlah. Tak kala anda sudah membanting tulang, gigih berjerih mencari wang, simpananlah yang akan memberkatkan hari tua anda. Secara intihar, ilmu perlu ada. Hemahlah dalam berbelanja dan menyimpanlah demi bekalan anda. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, saudari Norhana Nazihah, boleh dengar soalan saya ya? Literasi perusahaan sosial bagi belia atau selfie, Social Enterprise Literacy for Youth, merupakan inisiatif literasi yang dilaksanakan oleh Agensi Kaunseling dan Pengurusan Kredit AKPK. Sila jelaskan konsep jana, urus, simpan dan beri dalam inisiatif tersebut. Saya ulang sekali lagi, literasi perusahaan sosial bagi belia atau selfie, Social Enterprise Literacy for Youth, merupakan inisiatif literasi yang dilaksanakan oleh Agensi Kaunseling dan Pengurusan Kredit AKPK. Sila jelaskan konsep jana, urus, simpan dan beri dalam inisiatif tersebut.
Terima kasih atas soalan yang diberi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hadirin dan hadirat, tahukah anda program selfie ini merupakan salah satu inisiatif literasi yang dijalankan oleh Agensi Kaunseling dan Pengurusan Kredit AKPK, iaitu program keusahawanan sosial bagi memberi peluang pendidikan kewangan terhadap golongan belia. Untuk pengetahuan anda semua, program selfie ini merupakan bentuk pendidikan yang diadaptasi daripada satu program pendidikan kewangan dan juga perubahan sosial daripada international yang diadaptasi daripada Amsterdam. Maka terdapat 4 konsep dalam program selfie ini, hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Konsep pertama, jana pendapatan. Dalam program selfie ini, program ini akan memberikan satu tingkah dan juga bagaimanakah cara untuk kita menjana pendapatan dengan membuka perniagaan. Malah, program selfie juga memberikan modal asas kepada para belia untuk membuka perniagaan. Itu adalah jana pendapatan. Kedua, berkaitan dengan urus kewangan. Seperti biasa, program selfie akan memberikan satu panduan, strategi untuk para belia menguruskan kewangan secara berhemah. Dan yang ketiga, menyimpan keuntungan. Apabila kita sudah terlibat dalam perniagaan, untung merupakan satu asas yang penting untuk kita tahu bagaimanakah cara mengurus keuntungan ini, menyimpan keuntungan ini demi masa hadapan. Dan yang terakhir, beri lebihan. Apabila kita mempunyai keuntungan yang berlebihan atau lebihan keuntungan, kita perlu berkongsi sama-sama dengan insan yang memerlukan, hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Maka, keempat-empat konsep ini menunjukkan keadaan menyeluruh dan komprehensifnya program selfie ini. Namun hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, apakah kesan terhadap usaha selfie ini kepada golongan belia? Pertama, mengurangkan kadar pengangguran. Setiap tahun, kita sentiasa mendengar kadar pengangguran dalam negara kita semakin meningkat, terutamanya dalam golongan belia. Maka, melalui program selfie ini, ianya menyediakan satu peluang pendidikan, peluang perniagaan dan juga peluang pekerjaan untuk para belia menempatkan diri dalam peluang tersebut, sekaligus dapat mengurangkan kadar pengangguran yang berlaku dalam golongan belia, hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Yang kedua, meningkatkan kesedaran golongan belia akan kepentingan bidang keusahawanan ini. Semua antara kita mengetahui kesedaran akan dapat dicentik apabila kita mempunyai ilmu pengetahuan. Maka ilmu pengetahuan jaringan pendidikan kewangan yang luas disediakan oleh program selfie ini bagi memastikan masyarakat ataupun belia dapat mendapat kesedaran daripada jaringan ini. Pun begitu, Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia memperakui kelebihan yang ada pada selfie ini yang akhirnya dapat meningkatkan kesedaran para belia mengenai keusahawanan dan perniagaan. Maka itu sahaja. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Saudari Norhana atas kunci-kunci yang telah diberikan agar kita semua bebas hutang. Hadirin sekalian, tak molek jika ada alu tiada lesungnya, tiada berguna jika ada dayung tiada perahunya, tidak sempurna pertandingan ini tanpa hakimnya. Diperkenalkan hakim-hakim yang arif lagi bijaksana yang mengadili pertandingan akhir ini. Diperkenalkan Encik Afzal Shazwan bin Zulkifli selaku Ketua Hakim. Seterusnya Encik Muhammad Arif Aizuddin bin Abdullah, Puan Fatin Najwa binti Osman, Encik Muhammad Hakim bin Azaman alias Azman, Tuan Syed Fahmi Akmal bin Syed Isa, Dr. Iraman bin Harun dan Dr. Nazariah binti Sani. Kita kembali kepada peserta seterusnya. Dipersilakan Saudari Nur Syamimi binti Ros Azlan dengan tajuk pidatonya Silap Labur, Duit Lebur. Dipersilakan.
Saudara dan saudari, di persimpangan yang menentukan rencahnya kehidupan kini terlihat sebagai sebuah pertaruhan. Buat segelintir, persis perjudian. Namun perjalanan tetap perlu diteruskan. Apakah keputusan di simpang pelaburan? Sebelum pilihan dilakukan, terima kasih proksi kehakiman dan para pelabur kehidupan yang menunggu apakah makna di sebalik mauduk pidato saya, yakni silap labur, duit lebur. Saudara dan saudari, pidato ini nilainya 1003 kisah yang menggali kebenaran lazim bagaimana manusia memilih antara pelaburan kesihatan atau pelaburan ekonomi. Dalam berdepan pandemik COVID-19, setiap manusia tidak memiliki kemewahan untuk memilih, lantas menyandarkan keputusan di simpang pelaburan ini kepada kabinet yang memerintah. Jika pilihan untuk melabur atas prinsip kesihatan diambil dengan pantas, nescaya ekonomi terancam dengan jelas. Jika pilihan untuk melabur atas prinsip ekonomi, nescaya menggugat kesihatan populasi. Maka, apakah sebenarnya kisah yang mengulik silap labur duit lebur? Saya suka berkongsi tentang 3 kisah. Kisah 1001, pelaburan fasiliti. Kisah 1002, pelaburan komuniti. Kisah 1003, pelaburan ekonomi. Saudara dan saudari, kisah 1001, pelaburan fasiliti. Tak kala dunia diancam pandemik COVID-19, pasukan perubatan setiap negara melabur dengan rancak untuk pemantapan kaedah fasiliti bagi merawat pesakit. Kata Amerika Syarikat, kadar mortaliti pesakit mencecah 88% keupayaan hidup berdasarkan tunjuk prestasi penggunaan ventilator di hospital-hospital bandar New York. Satu janji dalam pelaburan yang manis dan meyakinkan. Satu harapan bahawa yang sakit juga punya peluang untuk pulih daripada pandemik yang menyakitkan. Satu kisah yang menjadikan setiap yang bertugas di premis perubatan berikhtiar dalam menyembuhkan. Namun benarkah ini adalah satu pelaburan yang tepat? Saudara dan saudari, hakikat sebenarnya peratusan yang tercatat ini adalah topeng kesilapan sebuah pelaburan. Tahukah anda, dapatan tersebut hanyalah diambil daripada kalangan mereka yang masih hidup sahaja, lantas menggelapkan mereka yang telah pun meninggal dunia. Kenyataan yang dikeluarkan ini sememangnya mendatangkan kekeliruan seperti mana yang diselar oleh Dr. Colin Cook, Profesor Perubatan di Jabatan Pulmonari dan Penjagaan Kritikal Universiti Michigan. Jelasnya, kisah ini mengetuk akar rasional pemimpin tentang hakikat betapa ruginya pelaburan fasiliti di saat laporan angka kematian mencecah ribuan individu yang berdepan sakit yang sama, rawatan yang sama, namun tidak pernah dilaporkan. Hanya dengan mengakui kesilapan dan juga realiti, kita boleh membuka pintu kepada kesediaan pemantapan kaedah rawatan. Benarlah, silap labur, duit lebur. Saudara dan saudari, kisah 1002 pelaburan komuniti. 18 Mac 2020, Malaysia disapa dengan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan membataskan ketersampaian fizikal dan menghentikan kontak sosial. Kata Abah, duduklah di rumah. Tak wajar pergi menziarah tak kala diancam pandemik membawa padah. Di sisi lain, kerajaan menghulurkan bantuan dengan pemerkasaan keselamatan dengan menambahkan pondok kawalan bergerak kepada petugas keselamatan di sempadan daerah dan juga negeri. Namun, adakah ini merupakan satu tindakan yang tepat? Saudara dan saudari, realitinya yang pahit betapa masih ramai yang ingkar, degil merentas sempadan yang dilarang, mengancam nyawa mereka yang berada di tanah seberang. Jutaan ringgit yang dilaburkan untuk pemerkasaan keselamatan ibarat tidak bermakna. Buat sesetengah yang terbeli dengan ego tersendiri. Lantas, peruntukan yang disediakan ibarat dipersiakan. Hanya dengan mengakui realiti dan kesilapan, kita boleh merangka perancangan yang lebih tepat supaya kita sedar silap labur, duit lebur. Saudara dan saudari, kisah 1003 pelaburan ekonomi. Rakyat marahan yang menyintai di sebalik tirai jendela Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan sekadar boleh membayangkan tangan-tangan yang dahulunya rancak berjual beli, kaki-kaki yang dahulunya bebas ke sana ke sini, kini terikat dengan keterhadan keuangan peribadi. Bukan sekadar PKP. Lantas, kerajaan mengumumkan bantuan prihatin melalui ucapan Perdana Menteri, melalui pengumuman khas pakej ransangan ekonomi yang bernilai 250 bilion ringgit. Angka yang cukup besar ini bertujuan untuk membantu golongan yang terkesan dalam meneruskan kemandirian. Hematnya, Makcik Kiah perlu dibantu dengan kuasa beli dikembalikan. Namun, benarkah ini adalah sebuah pelaburan yang tepat? Saudara dan saudari, realitinya tidaklah seindah yang disangka. Ramai sahaja golongan yang mendapat jolokan Makcik Kiah namun gagal memohon bantuan prihatin kerana mereka tergolong dalam kalangan pendaftar perniagaan dengan Suruhanjaya Syarikat Malaysia. Maka secara automatiknya golongan ini tidak layak untuk mendapat bantuan prihatin. Sebaliknya, mereka perlu memohon geran khas prihatin. Persoalannya, adakah lemah dalam birokrasi ataupun disiplin literasi dalam melihat risiko jangka panjang? Hanya dengan mengakui realiti, kita boleh merangka perancangan yang lebih tepat supaya pelaburan yang bersasar ini benarlah manfaatnya. Saudara dan saudari, kesimpulannya, 1003 kisah ini terletak kepada 3 mesej moral sebagai pelabur yang cekap di era pandemik COVID-19 ini. Pertama, hendaklah tidak berlebih-lebihan terhadap sesuatu fasiliti. Kedua, sebagai pelabur yang bijak, hendaklah memastikan pelaburan tersebut difahami oleh setiap pelabur yang terlibat. Ketiga, gagalnya rancangan ekonomi ini akibatnya tidak mengambil dampakan masa pendek dan juga panjang dalam membuat sesuatu keputusan. Oleh itu, saudara dan saudari, marilah kita menjadi mereka yang celik literasi keuangan kerana melabur ini lebih daripada mesej keuangan. Sekian, silap labur, duit lebur.
Baiklah, Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Saudari Nur Syamimi ya.
Ya.
Okey, soalan saya. 92% rakyat Malaysia mempunyai produk deposit. Tidak ramai mempunyai produk pelaburan. Apakah yang akan anda lakukan untuk meningkatkan kesedaran pelaburan demi masa hadapan? Lagi sekali saya ulang. 92% rakyat Malaysia mempunyai produk deposit. Tidak ramai mempunyai produk pelaburan. Apakah yang akan anda lakukan untuk meningkatkan kesedaran pelaburan demi masa hadapan? Itu saja.
Saudara dan saudari, mari kita nilai dan kaji apakah tindakan yang boleh saya lakukan untuk meningkatkan kesedaran pelaburan dan apakah kesan sekiranya tiada tindakan. Pertama, melaburlah dengan bijak. Saudara, untuk kita memberikan kesedaran pelaburan kepada masyarakat, ianya perlu bermula dari diri sendiri. Oleh itu, untuk saya tingkatkan kesedaran dalam kalangan masyarakat, saya perlu memulakan langkah tersebut dengan melabur dengan bijak. Misalnya, saya boleh melabur dalam bidang kesihatan kerana sesungguhnya pelaburan kesihatan ini sangatlah penting. Kita tidak mahu nasib menjadi bubur, ada masalah baru nak melabur. Sebab itulah pelaburan dalam kesihatan ini mampu untuk memberikan kesedaran kepada masyarakat akan pentingnya pelaburan ini. Malah Pertubuhan Kesihatan Sedunia WHO juga turut menggasa supaya masyarakat melabur, membuat pelaburan daripada sekarang dan untuk bersedia menghadapi krisis yang lain selepas COVID-19 ini berakhir. Tuntasnya, dengan tindakan saya membuat pelaburan yang bijak, saya mampu untuk memberikan kesedaran kepada masyarakat lain untuk turut serta membuat pelaburan saudara dan saudari. Kedua, saya boleh untuk menyertai kempen yang dianjurkan dan melalui hebahan media sosial. Saya boleh menyertai kempen yang dianjurkan oleh badan kerajaan maupun bukan kerajaan berkaitan dengan kempen kesedaran pelaburan. Apabila saya menyertai kempen tersebut, saya boleh mengajak rakan-rakan masyarakat komuniti untuk turut serta bagi melihat apakah sebenarnya kepentingan pelaburan keuangan. Maka secara tidak langsung, ia akan memberikan kesedaran kepada masyarakat untuk melihat aktiviti-aktiviti dan pentingnya pelaburan ini. Malah, saya juga boleh membuat hebahan menerusi platform media sosial berkaitan dengan pentingnya pelaburan ini. Saya boleh menggunakan grafik dan juga ilustrasi yang menarik beserta mesej yang ringkat yang memenuhi berkaitan dengan keuangan dan juga pelaburan untuk dihebahkan kepada masyarakat. Tak kiralah sama ada menggunakan WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter dan sebagainya. Maka secara tidak langsung, masyarakat yang melihat hebahan yang dilakukan ini dapat untuk menilai apakah kepentingan pelaburan tersebut dan seterusnya meningkatkan kesedaran dalam kalangan mereka. Tuntasnya, tindakan ini bolehlah saya lakukan untuk meningkatkan kesedaran dalam kalangan masyarakat. Sekiranya tiada tindakan yang dilakukan, maka rencahlah perancangan ekonomi. Maka kita boleh membuat perancangan yang lebih tepat dengan pertama, menyertai kempen-kempen yang dianjurkan oleh kerajaan ataupun badan bukan kerajaan demi untuk menggalakkan masyarakat luar juga turut sama menyertai. Dan yang kedua, kita boleh membuat hebahan menerusi media massa untuk memastikan mereka turut sama mengetahui kepentingan. Sekian, terima kasih.
Hujah diberi mantap sekali hingga bulu roma tegak berdiri. Terima kasih Saudari Nur Syamimi dengan kisah 1000, 1, 2 dan 3 yang menarik itu tadi. Seterusnya dengan tajuk pidato celik keuangan, celik perancangan. Dipersilakan Saudari Nur Adibah binti Ismail untuk menyampaikan pidatonya. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saudara, ada hutang mampu membuat kita nampak berkaya. Barangkali gagah kita hanyalah mimpi. Andai hutang mampu menjadikan kita mercusuar. Barangkali sinar kita hanyalah suram. Maka sebelum hutang bermaharajalela, yang kaya jadi papa, yang mulia jadi hina, pulanglah kepada jalan kebenaran. Salam apresiasi buat pengerusi acara, barisan hakim yang arif dan bijaksana, para pendidik pencetus revolusi minda serta sidang hadirin. Apa khabar saudara-saudari pengguna setia ringgit Malaysia? Maka pada hari ini, mari kita fahami celik keuangan, cerdik perancangan. Adelaide Atkinson, penganalisis polisi keuangan mengatakan, celik keuangan adalah gabungan antara pengetahuan, kemahiran dan kesedaran tentang pengurusan wang. Manakala cerdik perancangan bermaksud kebijaksanaan dalam merancang hala tuju keuangan. Tuntasnya, gabungan celik kemahiran, celik keuangan dan cerdik perancangan mampu melahirkan individu yang bijak pengurusan keuangan dan mampu membezakan antara keperluan ataupun kemahuan. Sebelum saya melayari bahtera jauh ke tengah lautan, saya merangkumi indikator kepada 3, iaitu celik keuangan, cerdik perancangan bermula dari individu, seterusnya masyarakat, kemudian memberi kesan kepada negara. Hadirin dan hadirat, indikator yang pertama, insan celik keuangan, jauhi hutang, tingkatkan pendapatan. Kebanyakan kita memikirkan hutang adalah masalah dan bebanan. Namun, bagi mereka yang bijak merancang keuangan, hutang adalah amanah yang perlu diselesaikan. AKPK meluahkan rasa kerisauan apabila 41 orang muflis setiap hari. Suatu angka yang amat mengerikan. Manakala Financial Education Network mengatakan 76% rakyat Malaysia mempunyai bajet perbelanjaan, tetapi 2 daripada 5 mendapati sukar untuk mengikutinya. Malahan, para pekerja masih perlu meminjam wang untuk membeli barang keperluan dan hutang PTPTN juga masih belum diselesaikan. Ibarat baik menempuh baik, ditempuh lagi istimewa. Durian tidak apa-apa, timun yang menjadi mangsa. Begitulah penghutang, dicari-cari si pemiutang. Maka hadirin haruslah mandiri, tingkatkan ekonomi, lebarkan pendapatan, kurangkan penggunaan. Jangan nanti menjadi seperti besar tiang daripada perahu. Maka gunakan era digital dan telekomunikasi, menyediakan platform e-dagang dan e-pemasaran untuk merancangkan industri ekonomi. Shopee, Mudah.my, Lazada, sebutkan sahaja kesemuanya. Siapa tidak suka? Selain itu, syarikat Cradle Fund menawarkan dana untuk melonjakkan aplikasi GrabCar dan MyCar untuk rakyat menambah pendapatan agar hutang dapat dikurangkan. Beringatlah ayat terpanjang dalam kitab suci Al-Quran, Al-Baqarah 282 yang menekankan kepentingan melangsaikan hutang ibarat selagi nyawa di kandung badan. Percayalah, perancangan pengurusan efisien wang, insan bebas hutang keliling pinggang. Hadirin hadirat, meneliti ke indikator kedua. Masyarakat cerdik perancangan, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Kesedaran pengurusan keuangan dalam masyarakat sepatutnya dimulakan dari awal agar kita sempit bertimpuh, lega berluncur. Dunia menyaksikan mehnah dan tribulasi wabak COVID-19, majoriti masyarakat terkena tempias. Tiada wang untuk situasi cemas, berkurangan keperluan asas. Hal ini kerana 52% rakyat Malaysia tiada wang simpanan untuk kecemasan berdasarkan statement Bank Negara Malaysia tahun 2020. Maka cermatilah nasihat dan baik-baik kata Abu Hassan Al-Shahri Yahya, bekas penolong Gubernur Bank Negara Malaysia, bahawa kepada rakyat Malaysia, simpanlah pendapatan walaupun sedikit kerana untuk diguna di kala sulit. Benar, sebutir embun takkan mampu menjadi seluas lautan, namun dengan sezarah untung mampu menjadi setinggi gunung. Maka perancangan yang berkesan adalah dengan wang simpanan, pelaburan dan takaful pelindungan wajar dijalankan. Oleh itu, benar, pentingnya masyarakat sediakan payung sebelum hujan agar bersedia dengan apa jua cabaran. Hadirin dan hadirat, indikator ketiga, negara bijak takbir keuangan, ekonomi terus mapan. Perancangan keuangan bukan sahaja bermula dari individu, malah merupakan obligasi kerajaan untuk memastikan ekonomi negara terus mampan. Inilah masanya. Ketika ekonomi merosot di serata dunia, Malaysia mampu berpotensi untuk terus mara apabila jaringan bekalan diperkemaskan, pelaburan asing dipertingkatkan dan pembelanjaan negara diimbangkan. Oleh itu, ini semua berkisar kepada kebijaksanaan kerajaan dalam mengatur strategi keuangan negara. Contohnya, Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin membelanjakan 35 bilion untuk menjana semula ekonomi negara. Dan menurut kajian senada dengan Amir Research, Sofia Azhar mengulas negara amat bijak dalam mengatur langkah mengawal kegawatan ekonomi dalam melalui pemulihan jana ekonomi. Kita mengambil pepatah bahawa jika pendayung sayang dibasahkan, sampan takkan sampai ke seberang. Andai inginkan ekonomi negara mampan, negara perlu bijak takbir keuangan. Hadirin dan hadirat, akhir kata, keuangan insan, masyarakat dan negara andai tidak dilakukan dengan amanah, pasti hidup akan punah. Maka hutang akan menjadi lubuk nanah. Dan lubuk nanah ini akan menjadi tempat berkubang generasi kita. Dan hutang akan menjadi samudera air mata, menjadi tempat berlabur generasi negara. Saudara, usaplah air mata tangisan generasi mendatang. Cedoklah ilmu keuangan agar kita cerdik perancangan. Benarlah, celik keuangan, cerdik perancangan. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Okey, saudari Abiba.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ini soalan
Ya, saya.
Kewujudan produk dan perkhidmatan keuangan yang semakin canggih dan boleh diakses melalui saluran digital telah menjadikan literasi keuangan semakin penting. Oleh yang demikian, apakah yang perlu dilakukan rakyat Malaysia untuk memahami produk dan perkhidmatan serta saluran yang digunakan untuk membuat keputusan keuangan yang tepat? Okey, saya ulang lagi sekali, panjang soalannya. Kewujudan produk dan perkhidmatan keuangan yang semakin canggih dan boleh diakses melalui saluran digital telah menjadikan literasi keuangan semakin penting. Oleh yang demikian, apakah yang perlu dilakukan rakyat Malaysia untuk memahami produk dan perkhidmatan serta saluran yang digunakan untuk membuat keputusan keuangan yang tepat? Okey, boleh mula.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada saudari yang mengajukan soalan sebentar tadi. Bagaimanakah rakyat Malaysia untuk melakukan perbelanjaan yang tepat menerusi literasi, menggunakan literasi keuangan, menerusi media sosial yang sudah sebagai cendawan tumbuh selepas hujan dewasa ini. Hadirin, yang pertama, gunakan aplikasi media sosial dengan sebaiknya. Bagaimana? Contohnya Shopee, Lazada, Mudah.my dan sebagainya. Gunakan dengan sebaiknya seperti memastikan barangan yang dijual tersebut telah diperakui oleh SSM. Contohnya, di Shopee terdapat kedai-kedai yang tidak mempunyai sebarang perakuan ataupun jaminan SSM ini. Oleh itu, ini telah meningkatkan risiko untuk kita ditipu dan sebagainya. Jangan pula terkejut apabila tiba di rumah tapi bukan barang kita. Tiba-tiba meminta wang saku kita dan bukan barang yang kita minta. Oleh itu, berbelanjalah dengan berhemah dengan menggunakan aplikasi dengan sebaiknya. Kedua, menggunakan aplikasi-aplikasi yang telah dijamin. Contohnya Shopee, Lazada yang telah dijamin oleh kerajaan Malaysia sendiri. Seterusnya, menggunakan perancangan literasi keuangan iaitu membeli keperluan yang perlu sahaja kerana kita perlu memastikan barang yang kita hendak beli itu adalah mengikut keperluan, bukannya kemahuan. Oleh itu, perlulah berhati-hati dalam membeli ataupun menggunakan aplikasi di atas talian supaya penggunaan kita itu sentiasa selamat dan terjamin. Seterusnya, boleh menggunakan aplikasi perbankan yang telah terjamin. Contohnya Maybank, CIMB Klik, BSN Online dan sebagainya. Contohnya di Maybank mempunyai aplikasi MAE yang di situ aplikasi tersebut kita boleh membuat simpanan dan juga boleh membeli tiket bas, barangan-barangan keperluan dan sebagainya melalui Maybank. Oleh itu sudah pasti pembelian kita itu dikawal dan juga sentiasa selamat digunakan. Hadirin dan hadirat seterusnya, bagaimana produk di Malaysia, produk melalui aplikasi ini dapat dikenal pasti dengan sebaik mungkin supaya pastikan produk tersebut tidak mempunyai apa-apa yang meragukan. Contohnya, berlakunya makau scam dan sebagainya pada hari ini kerana kurangnya kesedaran kita untuk memastikan aplikasi yang kita gunakan ataupun perantaraan yang kita gunakan itu adalah benar-benar selamat dijalankan. Mestilah berada di bawah penyeliaan mestilah berada di bawah tanggungan kerajaan sepenuhnya, bukan sahaja yang swasta semata-mata. Oleh itu hadirin, perlulah kita sebagai rakyat Malaysia untuk cakna dan menggunakan aplikasi atas talian dan dengan sebaiknya dan menggunakan literasi keuangan. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Itulah pesanan saudari Nur Adibah. Terima kasih diucapkan. Emas tempawan buat memputeri, busana indah buat rupawan. Tuan tampilkan diri bersama hujah, teruskan melawan. Dipersilakan pula saudara Syahrul Ashraf bin Suhaimi dengan tajuk pidatonya Celik Keuangan, Celik Perancangan. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sekalung apresiasi buat peneraju acara, kombinasi kehakiman intelektual berkarisma, div kehormat, hadirin dan hadirat yang jauh di mata namun dekat di hati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam literasi kewangan buat anda semua. Hadirin sekalian, malam tadi ketika saya pandang ke langit, saya tertanya-tanya, kenapa agaknya dalam jutaan bintang yang berkelipan tetap sahaja bulan yang pungguk rindukan. Tetapi apabila saya pandang ke tanah, saya lagi keheranan dan terkejut. Kenapa agaknya dalam jutaan jalan yang mudah tetap sahaja yang sukar menjadi pilihan. Bibit persoalan ini mula timbul apabila saya menghayati mau duk pidato, celik kewangan, cerdik perancangan. Hadirin sekalian, menurut Abu Yusuf Yaqub Ibni Ibrahim Ibni Habib Kunai Sa'ad Al-Ansari Jalbi Kursi Al-Baghdadi dalam kitabnya Al-Kharraj telah mentakrifkan bahawa celik kewangan merupakan satu bentuk kesedaran untuk menguruskan kewangan dengan bijak dan berwawasan. Manakala cerdik perancangan ialah satu pelan yang diwujudkan bagi menggariskan disiplin tertentu seperti perbelanjaan, aset, hutang dan sebagainya. Justru celik kewangan dan cerdik perancangan, dua perkara yang perlu sama diadun, ibarat irama dan lagu, ibarat isi dengan buku. Agar segala visi dan misi tidak lagi menjadi fantasi dan juga prediksi. Akan tetapi boleh untuk kita realisasi dan interpretasi seisi. Maka lahir 3 spektrum utama yang akan menjadi tunjang kepada pidato saya pada hari ini. Hadirin, ayo kita renangi spektrum saya yang pertama. Celik kewangan, cerdik perancangan, menjamin masa hadapan. Surah Yusuf ayat 47 hingga 49. Bagaimana Nabi Yusuf telah menasihatkan Raja Mesir untuk membuat persiapan dengan bercucuk tanam selama 7 tahun berturut-turut sebagai persiapan menghadapi 7 tahun kemarau yang sangat besar dan dahsyat. Sehingga tiba 1 tahun yang gembira. Kisah Nabi Yusuf ini ibarat sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Tarikh 11 Mac 2020 menjadi tarikh keramat buat seluruh penduduk dunia apabila Pertubuhan Kesihatan Sedunia mengumumkan COVID-19 sebagai wabak pandemik. Di saat itu, ramai manusia yang sudah mula panik. Ramai yang hilang kerja. Wang perbelanjaan semua dikeluarkan buat belanja. Saat dan ketika itu ramai yang mula sedar bahawa perancangan kewangan adalah segala-galanya. Namun mujurlah, di saat babak virus merebak bak-ombak, pihak Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia tetap menembak dengan langkah mitigasi yang berlambat. Pihak Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia telah memperkenalkan program Pesta InvestSmart yang bertemakan bijak labur. Adakah anda pernah tahu tentang program ini? Kalau tidak, ayo dengar saya ceritakan. Pesta InvestSmart tahun ini dijalankan secara atas tagihan berikutan wabak pandemik yang menimpa negara kita. Program ini bertujuan untuk memberikan kesedaran dan memberikan pendidikan kepada seluruh masyarakat marhain tentang asas-asas kewangan dan juga asas-asas pelaburan. Tuntasnya, celik kewangan dan cerdik perancangan menjamin masa hadapan. Hadirin, beralih kepada spektrum kedua, celik kewangan, cerdik perancangan, menghapus budaya hutang. Tahukah anda, menurut statistik yang dikeluarkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia, menyatakan bahawa faktor utama yang menyumbang kepada masalah hutang adalah disebabkan pengurusan kewangan yang lemah. Malah lebih 68 individu diisytiharkan muflis setiap hari di negara kita. Apabila berbicara tentang hutang, saya terkenakan satu kisah yang sangat menyayat hati. Tanggal 19 Oktober 2018 menjadi saksi. Sebuah kisah yang tidak pernah kita prediksi tetapi pernah kita tangisi.
Akibat tekanan perasaan tidak mampu untuk membayar hutang, satu keluarga sanggup membunuh diri dengan terjun ke dalam sungai. Nyawa mereka dibuang. Masyarakat pula sibuk membawa. Anak dan cucu tidak terbayang. Kini, amalan berhutang dijadikan adat. Perancangan kewangan tidak pernah mendapat tempat. Akhirnya, diri sendiri yang susah dan merempat. Kisah tauladan tidak pernah diambil berat. Apabila diri terjerat, semuanya sudah terlambat. Oleh itu, saranan Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia perlu diangkat supaya pendidikan dan perancangan kewangan sentiasa diperhebat. Tuntasnya, celik kewangan cerdik perancangan menghapus budaya hutang. Hadirin, ayo kita beralih kepada spektrum ketiga. Celik kewangan cerdik perancangan mengelakkan pembaziran. Hadirin sekalian, ayo kita bermuhasabah. Di saat negara Palestin dijajah, dirata, dimamah oleh Zionis durjana, di saat Sudan dan Afrika menjadikan pasir dan air hujan sebagai makanan dan juga minuman, rakyat mereka di sana masih ingin berjuang, mencari wang demi sebuah kehidupan yang sudah pun tandus peluang. Sementara kita di Malaysia masih lagi alfa dan masih lagi leka. 16,650 tan makanan yang dibeli dibuang setiap hari. 10,000 tan makanan masih lagi elok dan boleh makan. Namun mengapa? Mengapa masyarakat Malaysia masih lagi manja, alfa dan leka? Keperluan dan kehendak tiada lagi beda. Segala musibah yang datang melanda tidak pernah ditunda, semuanya berlaku tiada jeda. Kata pujangga, sesal dahulu pendapatan, sesal kemudian tiada berguna. Oleh itu, pelbagai usaha telah direncana oleh pihak Suruhanjaya Sekuriti Malaysia. Daripada strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 sehinggalah bulan literasi kewangan dan jaringan pendidikan kewangan atau webinar dan juga aplikasi Smart Finance. Semuanya demi kesejahteraan kewangan rakyat. Kulasahnya, jangan sampai ayam di tangan disambar helang. Jangan sampai bunga di tangan menjadi lalang. 3 spektrum telah saya layankan dianggap supaya menjadi pedoman. Sekian, terima kasih. Sama-sama kepada adik Syahrul Ashraf, ya. Baik. Soalan saya kepada anda, antara inisiatif semasa Jaringan Pendidikan Keuangan FEN melalui Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia adalah pengintegrasian elemen pendidikan keuangan dalam kurikulum. Apakah pandangan anda terhadap usaha tersebut dalam mencapai hasrat generasi muda celik keuangan di masa hadapan? Saya ulang soalan saya. Antara inisiatif semasa Jaringan Pendidikan Keuangan FEN melalui Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia adalah pengintegrasian elemen pendidikan keuangan dalam kurikulum. Apakah pandangan anda terhadap usaha tersebut dalam mencapai hasrat generasi muda celik keuangan di masa hadapan? Silakan. Terima kasih saudara atas soalan yang diberikan. Hadirin sekalian, Profesor Dr. Hamka pernah berkata bahawa tuntutlah ilmu kerana di saat kamu miskin, ilmu akan menjadi hartamu. Tetapi di saat kamu kaya, ilmu akan menjadi perhiasanmu. Sebelum saya bergerak lebih jauh, ayo kita ketuk terlebih dahulu pintu definisi spontan saya pada hari ini. Integrasi pendidikan kewangan dalam kurikulum merupakan sebuah usaha untuk menyisipkan ilmu-ilmu kewangan dalam subjek-subjek tertentu, sama ada secara langsung mahupun tidak langsung. Contohnya, ilmu kewangan dalam subjek bahasa Melayu, subjek bahasa Inggeris mahupun matematik dan juga subjek-subjek elektif seperti subjek ekonomi, subjek perniagaan dan juga subjek prinsip perakaunan ataupun lebih dikenali sebagai elemen merentas kurikulum. Oleh itu, pidato spontan saya pada hari ini akan saya pecahkan kepada 2 fokus utama dalam integrasi pendidikan. Pertama adalah pengetahuan dan yang kedua ialah kemahiran dan nilai.
Beralih kepada isi saya yang pertama, iaitu pengetahuan. Hadirin, mesti anda tertanya-tanya, kenapa pendidikan kewangan ini perlu diajarkan kepada kanak-kanak sedangkan mereka ini masih lagi muda dan belum pun menjalankan urusan kewangan. Sebenarnya anda telah silap kerana pepatah Melayu pernah berkata bahawa melentur buluh biarlah dari rebungnya. Kerana ketika kanak-kanak ini ke sekolah, mereka telah membawa wang dan juga telah melakukan urus niaga kecil seperti membeli nasi lemak di kantin, membeli pensel dan pembaris di koperasi dan sebagainya. Oleh itu, pendidikan kewangan integrasi ini dapat memberikan kesedaran, malah dapat memberikan ilmu pengurusan kewangan sejak mereka kecil lagi, hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Beralih kepada isi saya yang kedua, iaitu kemahiran dan juga nilai. Secara amnya, integrasi pendidikan kewangan dalam kurikulum ini akan memberikan rasa tanggungjawab terhadap keputusan yang telah dibuat serta memberi kemahiran untuk membuat keputusan dalam kewangan. Contohnya hari ini, baru-baru ini negara kita dikejutkan dengan isu keterlibatan remaja dalam aktiviti pelaburan dan juga perniagaan yang tidak sah. Contohnya, My Smart Shopper dan juga isu affiliate junction, di mana di saat ini ramai mereka tidak mampu untuk membuat keputusan dan mereka juga gagal untuk menguruskan kehidupan apabila terpaksa menanggung kos kehidupan dan juga kos pembelajaran. Namun mujurlah, di saat mereka buntu, ramai pihak yang datang membantu dengan usaha yang jitu. Termasuklah integrasi pendidikan ini apabila memberikan pengenalan dan juga pendidikan berkaitan isu-isu semasa berkaitan pengurusan kewangan. Bukan itu sahaja, malah dapat memberikan ilmu pengurusan kewangan yang baik kepada remaja-remaja zaman kini dan juga kepada kanak-kanak di sekolah. Tuntasnya, saya telah ceritakan dua perkara. Pertama, berkaitan pengetahuan dan yang kedua, berkaitan kemahiran dan juga nilai. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Demikianlah mantapnya hujah yang dilontarkan oleh saudara Syahrul Ashraf sebentar tadi. Terima kasih diucapkan. Baiklah, dengan mempertaruhkan tajuk masyarakat tanpa tunai, sudahkah kita bersedia? Dipersilakan pula saudara Muhammad Amirul Ashraf bin Alias untuk menyampaikan pidatonya. Persilakan.
Saudara dan saudari, sejarah silam pernah mengajar kita betapa keangkuhan korun menguasai diri sehingga kesombongan menjelam dan mengaburi. Erti sebuah kesyukuran yang tidak pernah dimiliki. Hingga Allah membenam jasad dan hartanya ke bumi yang tinggal hanya sisa-sisa sejarah yang ditangisi. Malah, jangan pernah kita lupa kejatuhan kerajaan Sabak kerana gagal mengendali kekayaan harta hingga menyebabkan runtuhnya empangan Ma'rib telah menyebabkan runtuhnya kegemilangan tamadun mereka. Saudara-saudari, dua tinta peristiwa, satu persamaan dan pengajaran utama. Kekayaan tidak semesti diwarisi. Harta emas permata tidak harus dikejari. Kerana yang paling hakiki, kesediaan kita dalam mengurus dan mereflek diri. Maka benarlah, bila berbicara soal wang dan harta, walau apa jua bentuknya, fizikal atau maya, kita perlu bersedia. Sebelum itu, terima kasih Tuan Pengemudi acara, panel kehakiman seterusnya, hadirin serta hadirat. Meski pertemuan mata bertentang mata secara maya, bergigi besi berkulit hitam siaga, jangan pernah menilai kepada rupa. Ayuh bersama saya menghayati mauduk bicara, masyarakat tanpa tunai. Sudahkah kita bersedia? Secara mudahnya, masyarakat tanpa tunai merupakan kelompok masyarakat yang dapat mengurangkan kebergantungan mereka terhadap penggunaan wang fizikal dalam kehidupan harian, baik dari segi transaksi harian maupun urusan pentadbiran. Sasaran hemat Menteri Kewangan Malaysia mengurangkan kebergantungan wang fizikal sebanyak 68% menjelang tahun 2022. Anda namakan apa sahaja aplikasi jual beli terkini, Lazada, Carousel dan Shopee. Semuanya di hujung jari tanpa anda perlu berdiri dan berlari. Yang anda perlukan adalah transaksi pengganti diri. Maka, 3 tinta minda akan kita rungkai bersama dalam berbicara tahap kesediaan kita menjadi masyarakat tanpa tunai berminda kelas pertama. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, pertama, kesediaan sistem. Gelombang digital yang melanda Malaysia pada ketika ini telah banyak memberi manfaat kepada segenap lapisan masyarakat. Tahukah anda, Kalau di negara Amerika, mereka telah berjaya mengimplementasi lebih 200 sistem perbankan dan aplikasi jual beli atas talian. Tidak kurang juga transaksi maya di Jerman dan Switzerland ibarat cendawan tumbuh selepas hujan. Tempiasnya turut terkenal dan membenih di negara Malaysia. Manakan tidaknya di negara kita sudah ada lebih 167 sistem perbankan atas talian yang menggunakan aplikasi tanpa tunai. Antaranya Maybank to You, CIMB Clicks, QR Boost Payment dan bermacam lagi. Menurut perangkaan Bank Negara Malaysia, 833.9 juta transaksi atas talian telah pun dibuat melalui perbankan internet dari Januari hingga Disember 2019. Kesemua sistem perbankan atas talian ini mula diperhebat. Pembangunan dan kemajuan teknologi dipergiat agar transaksi tanpa tunai menjadi tabiat. Akses jaringan dipertingkat. Buktinya, kita kini sudah boleh berbangga apabila Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin diiktiraf sebagai universiti pertama yang mengaplikasikan kit pelajar tanpa tunai. Alahai bertuahnya pelajar Uniza, akses pembayaran yuran dan belian dipermudah. Pembelajaran harian lebih berhemah, kit pelajar tanpa tunai memberi faedah. Tuntasnya, sistem serba canggih ini memberi gambaran utama kesediaan Malaysia menuju masyarakat tanpa tunai. Saudara dan saudari. Kedua, kesediaan mekanisme keselamatan. Hakikat kehidupan. Bumi mana tidak ditimpa hujan, laut mana tidak bergelora. Ibarat nasi ayam padi masak masuk ke hutan. Hadirin, kerakusan dan kelajuan digital yang melanda Malaysia pada ketika ini bukan sahaja membawa kabar gembira, malah bisa mengundang duka dan nestapa. Isu keselamatan seperti penggunaan akaun, digitalisasi haram serta penipuan atas talian sentiasa mengaburi mata pengguna. Maka berpencak kita berusaha tak kala bergema-gendang di canang menghunus keris iltizam dalam mempertahankan hak keselamatan pengguna bukan dengan berdilan meriam dan peluru buta, namun dengan kecanggihan teknologi semasa. Mekanisme keselamatan direncana, teknologi melawan virus digital diacu bersama agar tiada pihak yang menjadi mangsa. Malah pendidikan literasi digital digarap dicana di perkasa demi membina kehidupan maya yang bermakna. Buktinya, aplikasi Transaction Authorization Code dan Technical Vulnerability serta aplikasi kriptografi dan Akta Perlindungan Pengguna 1999 terus diperketat. Perlindungan peniaga urus niaga elektronik terus diperhebat menjadi bukti mekanisme keselamatan kita condong ditumpil, lemah dianduh. Saudara dan saudari, ketiga, kesediaan literasi masyarakat. Dalam kehidupan sekarang, kata Buya Hamka, jika dirimu ingin dunia, maka haruslah punyai ilmunya. Nasionalis Andres Bonifacion Jose Rizal Radin Ajeng Kartini, Ho Chi Minh Malaka Ramcha Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi berkongsi satu rasa percaya yang sama. Mereka bisa membebaskan bangsa mereka daripada penindasan penjajahan kedaifan dan kezaliman. Syaratnya, bangsa mereka dibekalkan dengan ketinggian dan kecelikan ilmu pengetahuan. Maka dalam mencapai kesediaan masyarakat Malaysia celik keuangan dan literasi tanpa tunai, kita perluas jaringan tanpa sepadan, kita perjelas transaksi e-tunai, kita perkemas inisiatif kerajaan, semuanya atas satu matlamat iaitu menjadi masyarakat tanpa tunai sejagat. Rakyat perlu merasai nikmat yang sama kerana kita berkongsi bumbung langit dan berlantaikan tanah yang serupa. Lantas pelbagai prakasa pragmatik telah dilaksana, terutamanya meningkatkan literasi masyarakat luar bandar. Tamsilnya, murid asli di Mensa dan Pusterisu khas di bawah inisiatif Jabatan Kemajuan Orang Asli Jakwa telah diperkenalkan dengan sistem e-kasih. Sistem di mana murid tidak perlu beratur berderet, di mana mereka hanya perlu menggunakan kad di kantin sekolah, melirikkan kad dan terus membayar. Canggih bukan? Itulah kesediaan literasi masyarakat kita di mana kita terus meningkatkan literasi untuk menuju ke arah masyarakat tanpa tunai kini. Kulasah bicara saya sebentar tadi. Dalam kita menuju masyarakat tanpa tunai dan menjawab persoalan sudah adakah kita hanya ingin menjadikan seluruh inisiatif ini seperti 10 jom masuk ke kuala, anjing masih bercawat ekor, tepuk dada, tanya selera. Justru masyarakat tanpa tunai, sudahkah anda bersedia? Itu sahaja daripada saya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Saudara Amirul Ashraf, sudahkah anda bersedia? Baiklah, soalan untuk peserta yang ke-7. Visi strategi kebangsaan dalam strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 adalah meningkatkan kesejahteraan kewangan rakyat Malaysia. Bagaimanakah anda boleh menyumbang ke arah pelaksanaan strategi kebangsaan ini? Saya ulang. Visi strategi kebangsaan dalam strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 adalah meningkatkan kesejahteraan kewangan rakyat Malaysia. Bagaimanakah anda boleh menyumbang ke arah pelaksanaan strategi kebangsaan ini? Itu saja.
Baik, terima kasih kepada panel hakim atas soalan yang telah diajukan sebentar tadi. Meningkatkan kesejahteraan literasi kewangan rakyat Malaysia dalam strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 untuk pengetahuan anda semua juga didatangi dengan 5 strategi utama. Pertama, menyemai nilai murni sejak usia muda. Kedua, peningkatan akses kepada orang ramai terhadap maklumat kewangan. Ketiga, memperkasakan tabiat kewangan yang baik. Keempat, memperkasakan amalan kewangan dan perancangan masa hadapan. Dan yang kelima adalah perlindungan harta. Maka dalam saya untuk menyokong kepada arah strategi ini dan juga meningkatkan visi strategi dekad literasi kewangan kebangsaan, saya akan berceritakan kepada anda semua dari segi 2 kapasiti saya sebagai seorang rakyat Malaysia. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini kapasiti yang pertama iaitu kapasiti saya sebagai orang awam di negara Malaysia. Bagaimana ingin saya menyumbang ke arah pelaksanaan strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan adalah dengan menjadi rakan usaha utama dalam strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan, di mana saya boleh untuk memperkasa amalan simpanan, pengurusan serta perlindungan kewangan, dan dalam keadaan ini saya juga boleh untuk melaksanakan perancangan dan pelaburan untuk masa hadapan yang lebih mapan. Maka kesejahteraan kewangan saya bukan sahaja di masa pendek namun boleh untuk menjamin di masa hadapan. Selain itu, saya juga akan mendapatkan perlindungan daripada skim penipuan kewangan untuk menjamin kesejahteraan kewangan yang lebih pragmatik dalam saya menjalani kehidupan. Dan yang terakhir, sebagai orang awam juga, saya boleh menyumbang ke arah pelaksanaan strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan dengan memberikan maklum balas dan komen strategi terhadap penggubalan dasar dan juga strategi literasi kewangan yang telah digubal oleh pihak kerajaan. Apa tujuannya? Untuk memudahkan lagi penggubalan serta literasi yang bersesuaian dengan kapasiti dan juga keperluan rakyat Malaysia pada ketika ini. Itu adalah kapasiti saya yang pertama selaku orang awam untuk menyokong ke arah visi strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan. Kapasiti saya yang kedua untuk menyokong ke arah pelaksanaan strategi ini adalah sebagai seorang bakal guru di negara Malaysia. Bagaimana seorang bakal guru dapat untuk menyumbang ke arah pelaksanaan strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan adalah dengan memantapkan pendidikan literasi kewangan digital di sekolah, di mana perkara ini akan menyokong kepada strategi ataupun prinsip strategi kita yang pertama, iaitu menyemai nilai murni di sejak usia muda. Ibarat kata pepatah, melentur buluh, biarlah dari rebungnya. Malah, sebagai seorang bakal guru juga, saya boleh untuk meningkatkan jaringan kerjasama serta komunikasi efektif antara pihak sekolah dan juga institusi-institusi luar seperti Suruhanjaya Community Security Malaysia untuk mempertingkatkan lagi akses dan inisiatif capaian kepada orang ramai di negara Malaysia. Dan semua ini menyumbang ke arah strategi untuk kita meningkatkan kesejahteraan kewangan rakyat Malaysia. Sekian, terima kasih.
Cantik terkubah bunga melati merimbun celagi di tengah belukar. Mantapnya hujah setajam belati, tegak berdiri, lagak pendekar. Terima kasih Muhammad Amirul Ashraf. Dipersilakan pula Saudari Siti Nur Syafiqah binti Mat Fakaruzi dengan tajuk pidatonya Literasi Keuangan, Melentur Buluh Biarlah Dari Rebungnya. Dipersilakan.
Meradang-meradang di ladang buluhnya, mencanak tegak terpacak, dilentur patah, dibentuk payah. Sesal si peladang tidak boleh toleh ke belakang. sesal termenung, tak dilentur waktu rebung. Izharlah, melentur buluh, biarlah dari rebungnya. Buluh tak patah, peladang tak susah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Tuan Pengerusi, panel hakim, saudara dan saudari. Pidato kali ini dekat dengan kita, si pengguna dan penyimpan, si pelabur dan peniaga, si manusia yang punya pedoman. Pedoman bertajuk literasi keuangan, melentur buluh, biarlah dari rebungnya. Hadirin, membedah pembentangan daripada Financial Education Network dalam strategi literasi keuangan kebangsaan menekankan betapa literasi keuangan penting untuk dikaitkan dengan falsafah pendidikan yang mengajak untuk mendidik anak ketika usianya masih kecil. Kerana apabila anak tersebut sudah dewasa, si anak ini sukar menerima teguran. Silap langkah, melentur patah. Maka, 3 metodologi yang boleh diambil dalam keadaan mendesak agar buluh tidak degil tertegak. Saudara dan saudari, metodologi pertama, memperkasa perancangan keuangan jangka panjang. Saya tertarik dengan frasa lama kuno Sepanyol yang diungkapkan oleh Ratu Isabella ketika menakluki kota terakhir Andalusia. Kata beliau, mustahil untuk aku takluki kota dengan hanya duduk meratapi tanpa sebarang perancangan yang rapi. Lantas, ini membuat saya tersedar betapa ruginya anak bangsa kita jika asyik alpa dan leka dalam merancang keuangan buat usia tua. Sayugia, dunia menjadi saksi betapa terseksanya tanah Mozambik, Malawi dan Burundi yang meninggalkan literasi merancang keuangan menjadikan yang terpaling kaya di tanah itu juga papa kedana. Mereka ditegur di usia senja untuk berubah dan menyimpanlah untuk waktu parah, namun sayang sudah terlambat dan membara. Berbeza di Malaysia, anak-anak kecil dididik dengan pengenalan akaun Nuri Bank Rakyat, akaun SSPNI, simpanan kecemerlangan. Malah, Maybank juga menyediakan akaun simpanan YIPI untuk anak muda kita dan pelbagai pelan yang ditawarkan oleh perbankan Malaysia. Jelaslah, metodologi pertama ini adalah lenturan yang tepat buat rebung yang masih muda bersiaga untuk detik cemas usia tua. Saudara dan saudari, metodologi kedua, memangkin keupayaan dalam akses maklumat keuangan. Maklumat keuangan memiliki nilai yang lebih masyhur daripada permata, gangsa, hatta emas sekalipun. Jika saudara dan saudari memiliki berbilion-bilion ringgit sekalipun tanpa maklumat keuangan, nescaya tak ubah seperti memiliki asap dalam bekas, terbuka, dibuka bebas. Maklumat keuangan ini termasuklah kepintaran dalam pelaburan, kuasa beli yang bijak dan kebijaksanaan pembelian berkualiti. Lihatlah bumi bertuah Cina. Sistem pendidikan sejak taska mendoktrinkan kepentingan pembelian produk tempatan sebagai pilihan yang lebih berkualiti dan bersesuaian dengan keperluan sosial. Buktinya, dalam kisah Perang Dingin perdagangan China dan Amerika Syarikat, di saat seluruh dunia menjangkakan China akan duduk tergugat menyerahkan kuasa ekonomi bulat-bulat, pendekatan memberikan akses maklumat menjadi penyelamat. Tabiat rakyat China yang dididik untuk memilih dengan bijak ini telah meresap ke dalam sanubari. Lantas, mereka berhenti membeli dan menggunakan produk Amerika Syarikat sendiri. Kini, mereka berjaya memangkin pertumbuhan ekonomi negara sebanyak 15.4%, lantas berjimat hampir 60% dengan perbelanjaan produk tempatan. Nukilannya terzahir apabila buluh yang dilentur sejak jasadnya rebung, kukuh terbentuk dalam kisah manfaat diri dan negara melalui lenturan akses maklumat keuangan yang perkasa, membedil musuh dalam kamar dingin dua jiwa. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, metodologi ketiga,
merencana pembangunan kognitif usahawan muda, evolusi ekonomi yang menekan transisi kemajuan elektronik dan kegairahan transaksi tanpa tunai seolah-olah pohon yang mengakar ke dalam jiwa perniagaan semasa. Lantas, ramai anak muda mula berjinak dengan pentas ekonomi digital. Tak kiralah Perancis maupun Amerika, Rusia maupun Jepun, Malaysia juga, kita turut ikut bersama. Dalam kegairahan ini, ada beberapa kerisauan yang mencengahkan cahati. Tak kala kebijaksanaan menguruskan keuangan untuk perniagaan sejak kecil menjadi sosok racun dalam kedewasaan berniaga. Tahukah anda betapa kerajaan Malaysia gigih memastikan perkembangan kognitif usahawan muda ini dilentur sebaiknya agar tidak muflis di kemudian hari? Persidangan ekonomi serantau keempat ASEAN, Malaysia merupakan negara yang intensif dalam memastikan program pembangunan kognitif usahawan muda diterajui dengan jayanya. Program Tunas Muda Sekolah Rendah, Kelab Koperasi, program Tunas Usahawan Belia Bumi Putra, dan anda namakan apa sahaja lagi yang Malaysia cipta programnya hari ini. Tiap satunya mendidik bagaimana ingin melentur si adik. Soal menggundik ilmu pengetahuan bagi pengurusan keuangan agar menjadi usahawan cilik. Jelaslah, di ceruk kecil usia, besar maknanya melentur cantik penuh gaya, melahirkan usahawan muda bijak berniaga, mantap literasi keuangannya. Maka ingatlah, yang komuniti dewasa yang bijak terlahir daripada mereka yang dididik sejak merebung naik, yang menjadikan komuniti dewasa itu perkasa. Bermulalah dari saat sebelum dewasa. 3 metodologi telah saya kongsikan. Satu hasrat buat anda semua agar Malaysia ini sejahtera ekonominya, saujana anak kecilnya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okey, baik. Saudari Syafiqah. Okey, soalannya berbunyi begini. Strategi utama ketiga dalam strategi literasi keuangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 adalah memupuk tabiat keuangan yang positif dalam kalangan kumpulan sasaran. Pada pandangan saudari, apakah kepentingan penglibatan kumpulan sasaran ini dalam mendepani cabaran literasi keuangan? Okey, saya ulang sekali lagi. Strategi utama ketiga dalam strategi literasi keuangan kebangsaan 2019-2023 adalah memupuk tabiat keuangan yang positif dalam kalangan kumpulan sasaran. Pada pandangan saudari, apakah kepentingan penglibatan kumpulan sasaran ini dalam mendepani cabaran literasi keuangan? Okey, boleh mulakan.
Baiklah, terima kasih atas soalan yang telah diajukan. Hadirin sekalian, pertama sekali, untuk menjawab soalan spontan ini, apakah yang perlu kita ketahui ialah siapa golongan sasaran yang dimaksudkan dalam soalan spontan itu. Maka hadirin sekalian, tahukah anda golongan sasaran ini adalah melibatkan masyarakat yang mudah terjejas, iaitu golongan-golongan seperti suri rumah, individu yang bekerja sendiri, serta graduan muda yang menceburi alam pekerjaan semasa. Maka saudara dan saudari, apakah cabaran literasi keuangan yang dihadapi oleh kumpulan-kumpulan sasaran ini? Cabaran-cabarannya adalah seperti pengetahuan dalam pelaburan, simpanan dan belanjawan, perancangan dan persaraan, serta seluruh cabaran keuangan yang mereka hadapi daripada aspek literasi ini, hadirin sekalian. Maka kepentingan penglibatan mereka ini perlu dilihat daripada 3 aspek utama. Pertama, menyampaikan pengetahuan keuangan untuk menggalakkan tabiat keuangan yang positif. Tahukah saudara dan saudari, golongan ini telah dikategorikan dalam golongan yang lemah pengurusan keuangan melalui perbelanjaan. Oleh itu, pentingnya golongan ini disasarkan untuk sama-sama kita membimbing tangan, berjalan seiring supaya tidak ada seorang pun berkeseorangan. Kedua, memupuk amalan pengurusan keuangan secara bijak bagi kelompok golongan sasaran ini. Amalan pengurusan keuangan termasuklah cara mempersiapkan masa hadapan. Bak kata pepatah, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Maka kumpulan ini penting untuk dibantu agar tidak buntu di kemudian hari. Ketiga, menyediakan maklumat dan pendidikan keuangan. Maklumat dan pendidikan keuangan penting untuk membantu pada waktu genting. Tahukah hadirin sekalian bahawa pendidikan keuangan memberikan pendedahan kepada golongan ini akan cara pengurusan keuangan yang sepatutnya diperolehi. Kesimpulannya, kepentingan-kepentingan yang telah saya kemukakan kepada anda semua adalah kepentingan yang penting bagi penglibatan mereka supaya setiap satu daripada kita tidak tertinggal dalam dunia mengejar teruknya keuangan hari ini, dan sebab itulah mereka memerlukan literasi keuangan yang penting supaya tidak ada seorang pun daripada kita tercicir di ceruk sana. Tidak ada seorang pun daripada kita tidak tahu akan literasi keuangan yang sebenarnya berguna bagi seluruh muka bumi ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Bersenjatakan suara keramat, berbekalkan ilmu di dada penuh syarat, melangkah ke gelanggang penuh semangat, menamatkan misi dengan cermat. Terima kasih Saudari Siti Nur Syafika. Dipersilakan pula Saudari Nur Alia Akilah binti Muhammad Nordin dengan tajuk pidatonya, Masyarakat Tanpa Tunai. Sudahkah kita bersedia? Dipersilakan.
Semuanya RM45. Encik mahu imbas kod QR atau menggunakan kad debit? Pertanyaan yang berbeza daripada lazim transaksi tradisional kini mula menjadi norma perniagaan fizikal di pusat pelibelah ternama. Namun, masih lagi dianggap janggal buat peruncit kecil yang buta literasi ekonomi digital dekad ini. Saudara dan saudari, Assalamualaikum dan salam literasi ekonomi digital. Dekad ini menyaksikan kekhawatiran yang dikongsi bersama oleh kerajaan dan rakyatnya tentang evolusi transaksi ekonomi yang semakin maju. Lantas, meninggalkan kita dengan sejuta persoalan. Oleh itu, ayo bersama saya kita telusuri pidato menarik ini yang bertajuk Masyarakat Tanpa Tunai, Sudahkah Kita Bersedia? Masyarakat tanpa tunai merupakan komuniti yang mengamalkan transaksi maya sama ada di kedai fizikal dengan menggunakan kad debit, kad kredit, e-dompet dan imbasan kod QR atau di platform atas talian seperti e-dagang dan pusat pembelian atas talian. Persoalannya, adakah kita sudah bersedia dalam menghadapi ledakan masyarakat tanpa tunai yang diimpikan oleh kerajaan? Justru, izharlah kini saya berkongsi tentang 3 isi penting dalam menjawab persoalan besar ini. Saudara dan saudari, pertama, penglibatan kerajaan dalam memangkin ekonomi digital. Tatkala Finland dan Denmark rancak melabur dalam pendidikan literasi kewangan dan e-dagang buat rakyatnya, Malaysia pula gigih memperkenalkan pelbagai pelan kesiapsiagaan ekonomi digital yang memangkin keaktifan masyarakat tanpa tunai. Lantas, menjadikan negara ini kekal gah dalam ekonomi. Tanggal keramat 15 Januari 2020 menyaksikan kerajaan berevolusi dalam penglibatannya apabila Kementerian Kewangan Malaysia memperuntukkan RM450 juta untuk program e-tunai rakyat sejajar dengan wawasan kemakmuran bersama 2030 dalam memastikan pendigitalan inklusif untuk semua. Detik itu juga, berbondong-bondong rakyat Malaysia memuat turun pelbagai medium transaksi tanpa tunai seperti GrabPay, e-dompet Touch and Go dan lain-lain lagi. Suntikan obligasi kerajaan ini membentuk satu fenomena baharu dalam kelestarian masyarakat tanpa tunai lantas membuktikan komitmen kerajaan ini bukanlah hangat-hangat tahi ayam. Saudara dan saudari, Kedua, transformasi norma peniaga yang maju. Di saat Amerika Syarikat mula terkenal dengan portal pembelian atas talian seperti Amazon, kerajaan mereka turut bersuara dalam dakwah global betapa ini ialah wajah baharu ekonomi. Maka bermulalah kelahiran pelbagai portal pembelian atas talian yang ibarat cendawan tumbuh selepas hujan. Kita mendengar gahnya syarikat gergasi Grab, Shopee dan Lazada. Pasti kita tertanya, di mana peniaga Malaysia berada? Sedarkah saudara dan saudari, tatkala ini Malaysia turut bertransformasi mengejar futuristik peniaga pervisi terlibat secara langsung dalam digital ekonomi menjadikan kita jaguh ekonomi yang turut disegani. Kajian penggunaan potensi e-dagang dalam kalangan usahawan mendapati 74% peniaga yang berdaftar dengan laporan SME Corporation telah terlibat secara aktif dalam transaksi digital dan perniagaan atas talian. Anda tidak percaya? Jengah sahaja di kedai Makcik Kia, hatta kedai Pak Ali di sekitar zon tengah nescaya. Anda pasti boleh melihat sekurang-kurangnya mereka memiliki kod QR untuk diimbas. Sekalipun norma ini masih janggal buat kedai runcit di Sibu Sarawak atau Kuala Penyu Sabah, namun anda pasti boleh menjumpai perniagaan di ceruk desa yang semakin maju dengan teknologi terkini lantas memangkin usaha dan iltizam peniaga untuk terus bertransformasi. Saudara dan saudari, ketiga, respon positif pembeli menerusi transaksi tanpa tunai. Sebut sahaja jualan murah Lazada atau diskaun 70% Zalora. Saudara dan saudari boleh membaca ulang cap di Twitter atau ulang siar di Facebook. Seolah-olah rakyat Malaysia sedang beraya. Mana tidaknya, MDEC mendapati hampir 85% rakyat Malaysia yang memiliki telefon pintar mempunyai sekurang-kurangnya satu akaun pembelian atas talian yang menggalakkan transaksi tanpa tunai. Ingatkah saudara dan saudari, tatkala Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan pertama kali diperkenalkan, rakyat Malaysia ibarat hilang kaki, tidak boleh lagi ke sana, kemari membeli keperluan diri. Namun, detik itu turut mencatatkan sejarah apabila pos laju menerima purata sehingga 770,000 bungkusan setiap hari yang didominasi oleh perniagaan atas talian tanpa tunai. Natijahnya, 3 pengisian kebersediaan negara ini membuktikan bahawa fantasi masyarakat tanpa tunai boleh menjadi sebuah iltizam realiti yang semakin jelas untuk dikecapi. Sinergi utuh antara kerajaan dan rakyat dapat menjamin ekosistem kemandirian masyarakat tanpa tunai yang diimpikan. Majulah Malaysia yang bersedia dalam menghadapi dan mencapai wawasan kemakmuran bersama 2030. Sekian sahaja daripada saya. Terima kasih.
Okey, sama-sama saudari Alia. Soalan spontan kepada anda. Antara pendekatan strategi literasi keuangan kebangsaan Malaysia adalah menjalankan kerjasama antara sektor awam dan sektor swasta. Pada pandangan anda, apakah kepentingan kerjasama tersebut dan kesannya terhadap rakyat Malaysia? Saya ulang sekali lagi soalannya berbunyi, antara pendekatan strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan Malaysia adalah menjalankan kerjasama antara sektor awam dan sektor swasta. Pada pandangan anda, apakah kepentingan kerjasama tersebut dan kesannya terhadap rakyat Malaysia? Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih atas soalan yang diajukan sebentar tadi. Saudara dan saudari, pertama, apakah kepentingan kerjasama antara sektor awam dan swasta dalam strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan Malaysia? Kerjasama ini akan dapat untuk memperluas akses pendidikan literasi kewangan dalam kalangan masyarakat Malaysia. Hal ini kerana Kerjasama ini akan mewujudkan program-program dan aktiviti yang melibatkan pelbagai lapisan masyarakat. Buktinya, kita lihat sahaja pertandingan pidato literasi kewangan yang dianjurkan hari ini merupakan usaha sama antara sektor awam iaitu Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia bersama dengan IPTM, KPM dan BBP serta sektor swasta iaitu PUSPA. Pertandingan ini merupakan satu platform yang sangat baik untuk menggalakkan anak-anak muda berkongsi buah fikir, seterusnya menyelami apakah erti sebenar literasi kewangan. Malah, tahukah anda satu sektor swasta iaitu My Life atau Persatuan Pendidikan Literasi Kewangan Malaysia telah pun menyambut baik strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan Malaysia dengan menganjurkan satu program iaitu My Malaysia Week 2020 yang melibatkan pelbagai lapisan umur dalam kalangan masyarakat. Antara aktiviti yang dijalankan termasuklah webinar, e-book, pertandingan-pertandingan dan kesemuanya ini melibatkan atau bertemakan literasi kewangan. Maka, usaha sama antara sektor kerajaan dan swasta ini akan dapat memangkin lagi pendidikan literasi kewangan yang diimpikan dalam strategi literasi kewangan kebangsaan Malaysia. Saudara dan saudari, kedua, apakah kesan kerjasama ini terhadap rakyat? Kerjasama ini akan dapat untuk merapatkan lagi jurang kelemahan pengurusan kewangan dalam kalangan rakyat. Bagaimanakah hal ini boleh berlaku? Apabila setiap program yang dianjurkan sektor awam dan swasta ini melibatkan pelbagai lapisan umur dalam kalangan masyarakat termasuklah pelajar, kanak-kanak, suri rumah, mereka yang berkerjaya hatta warga emas sekalipun. Lantas, aktiviti-aktiviti ini akan dapat untuk memberikan pendedahan literasi kewangan kepada mereka. Seterusnya, menggalakkan mereka untuk mengamalkan kaedah pengurusan kewangan yang berhemat dan bijak. Selain itu, aktiviti-aktiviti ini juga akan dapat menggalakkan mereka untuk bersedia daripada sebarang isu kewangan yang mungkin akan mereka hadapi pada masa akan datang. Contohnya, para pelajar setelah mendapat pendedahan tentang literasi kewangan akan dapat terelak daripada skim penipuan dan sebagainya. Mereka yang warga emas sekalipun juga akan dapat mengelakkan daripada skim penipuan dalam pelaburan dan sebagainya. Oleh itu, rangkumannya, kepentingan daripada usaha ini akan dapat menggalakkan akses pendidikan dan juga menggalakkan merapatkan lagi jurang kelemahan pengurusan kewangan dalam kalangan masyarakat. Sekian, terima kasih.
Iman tebal, adat pun kental, takwa nampak, ilmu pun banyak. Berdada lapang, berfikiran panjang, bermuka jernih, berlidah fasih. Terima kasih saudari Nur Alia. Seterusnya dipersilakan pula pemidato ke-10 iaitu pemidato terakhir. Dipersilakan saudari Nur Humaira binti Misral dengan tajuk pidatonya, Masyarakat Tanpa Tunai. Sudahkah kita bersedia?
Saudara, anda masih ingat dengan tamadun Mesopotamia 8,000 tahun yang lalu? Tamadun yang paling awal memperkenalkan sistem urusan jual beli melalui sistem barter yang amat mereka kagumi. Siapa sangka sistem barter yang hanya bermula suka sama suka ini akhirnya menjadi satu urusan yang amat bermakna sepanjang masa. Assalamualaikum, salam sayang buat semua. Sekalung penghargaan buat peneraju acara, Barisan Kehakiman Adil Bijaksana, seterusnya hadiri, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, warga maya yang mulia, apa khabar anda semua? Saudara, dengarilah, hayatilah tutusan minda kurniaan Allah. Masyarakat tanpa tunai, sudahkah kita bersedia? Ayo, sama-sama kita dengarkan apa yang Bernardo Batis Lazo cuba katakan dalam karyanya The Case of the Cashless Society. Ada satu golongan yang mana mereka tidak lagi memanfaatkan wang tunai dalam transaksi kewangan harian. Jadi, mereka gunakan apa? Mereka gunakan kad kredit, kad debit dan aplikasi-aplikasi atas talian yang lain. Pun begitu, timbul persoalan. Dalam kita mendepani perubahan dalam urusan kewangan, sudahkah kita bersedia? Justeru, 3 perspektif utama akan dibincangkan pada hari ini. Pertama, masyarakat tanpa tunai ibarat mabuk di enggang lalu. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tahukah anda menjelang tahun 2023, kerajaan mensasarkan pengurangan sebanyak 63% penggunaan wang tunai dalam transaksi kewangan harian. Hal ini kerana menurut Institut Perhubungan Ekonomi Dunia, hanya dengan kita mensasarkan kepada masyarakat tanpa tunai semata, kita dapat untuk mengurangkan kos pembelajaran sebanyak $100 bilion setahun dalam mengeluarkan wang tunai. Bukan itu sahaja. Ayuh, saya bawakan anda ke negara tembok besar China, negara yang merupakan peneraju dalam masyarakat tanpa tunai pada hari ini. Bayangkan, hari ini anda merupakan seorang pelancong yang berjalan untuk membeli buah tangan buat keluarga di rumah. Tiba-tiba, ada seorang peniaga meminta ID WeChat anda. Jangan takut, jangan gemuruh, jangan gelabah. Namun, ini ialah jangan gelabah kerana ini bukan cubaan untuk memikat. Namun, inilah cara urusan dipercepat. Ekonomi menjadi ligat, transaksi menjadi selamat. Sebab itulah, masyarakat tanpa tunai ini, pertama kali kita mendengarnya, sudah jatuh cinta. Kerana memudahkan urusan kewangan semua ibarat mabuk di enggang lalu. Saudara dan saudari, yang kedua, masyarakat tanpa tunai ibarat belum elok arak di hari dalam merealisasikan impian kerajaan. Banyak halangan yang wujud sebagai rintangan. Tiada istilah kalah sebelum berlawan. Namun, inilah adat untuk kita merancakkan lagi ekonomi perdagangan. Tahukah anda, terdapat satu golongan di mana Institut Teknologi Kewangan menamakan mereka sebagai masyarakat yang kurang celik budaya tanpa tunai kerana mereka masih lagi menggunakan wang tunai dalam transaksi harian mereka. Hal ini turut disokong oleh firma Pew Research Institute yang mengatakan hampir 45.6% masyarakat luar bandar, warga emas dan golongan pertengahan masih lagi takut untuk menggunakan platform e-pembayaran dalam transaksi kewangan harian. Mari kita lihat apa yang akan berlaku. Peranti pembayaran teknologi tidak wujud. Minimum harga pembayaran masih jumut. Hasrat Cik Kiah nak dapat diskaun terus terbantut. Takkan kita nak tunggu abah merungut? Baru semua nak menyahut. Sebab itu, kerajaan giat menyusun langkah, mengatur pelbagai tingkah dengan penuh gah. Walaupun hari ini hakikatnya, masyarakat tanpa tunai ini bukanlah seperti barah. Namun, masih memerlukan petunjuk dan arah agar satu hari nanti elok arak di hari panas. Saudara, yang ketiga, masyarakat tanpa tunai ibarat zaman beralih, musim bertukar. Ayuh, kita semua terbang ke negara Sweden, negara yang masyarakatnya sudah 85.6% sudah menjadi masyarakat tanpa tunai. Sejak bila? Sejak tahun 2015 lagi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Namun, jangan risau. Malaysia tidak ketinggalan di belakang. Hari ini, siapa lagi yang tidak kenal Boost, Fave dan Touch and Go e-wallet? Dengan keadaan pandemik COVID-19 yang sedang kita hadapi pada hari ini, masyarakat Malaysia giat menggunakan platform e-pembayaran dalam transaksi kewangan harian. Hebat rakyat Malaysia. Kita lihat apa yang Bank Perangkaan Negara cuba katakan pada hari ini. Dari Januari sehingga Disember tahun 2019, sebanyak 903.9 juta transaksi atas talian telah digunakan. Lazada, Shopee, semua masyarakat Malaysia sapu. Dalam keadaan dunia kian beredak lagi, duduk di rumah, klik sahaja akaun Shopee. Kalau anda perut berbunyi, jangan risau. Dia dengan masyarakat tanpa tunai. Saya yakin, ya, jawapan di hati. Kerana yang pertama, lihatlah dunia ini dari mata seekor helang. Tercabaran yang menanti, jangan pernah mengundur. Persiapkanlah diri tanpa henti. Dan jangan luang untuk merasai kemanisan kemajuan di bumi bertuah ini. Terima kasih Malaysia.
Saudari Humairah ya. Peserta terakhir, jadi ini soalan terakhir dari merupakan inisiatif untuk melatih dan meningkatkan keupayaan kaunselor agensi kerajaan bagi menjalankan sesi pendidikan usaha tersebut kepada penjawat awam. Lagi sekali saya ulang, kerajaan bagi menjalankan sesi pendidikan kewangan di agensi mereka pada penjawat awam.
Baik, Assalamualaikum. Seandainya TTT ini dijalankan ke atas literasi kewangan dalam kalangan penjawat awam Malaysia, yakin mereka tidak mempunyai, apabila kita mempunyai pengetahuan yang baik dalam literasi kewangan, kita mampu untuk meletakkan aset dan harta kita di tempat yang betul mengikut status ekonomi semasa di negara kita. Contohnya, seandainya sesebuah negara itu sedang dilanda inflasi atau deflasi, atau kita lihat sekarang ini, kita bergelut dalam pandemik COVID-19, apa yang perlu kita lakukan? Sekiranya kita mempunyai pengetahuan yang baik dalam literasi kewangan, kita akan berfikir dalam pandemik COVID-19 ini, adakah pelaburan itu satu jalan yang baik? Atau simpanan itu satu jalan yang lebih baik? Atau kedua-duanya sekali? Maka dengan adanya pengetahuan yang baik, kita mampu untuk memilih pilihan yang sangat berbaloi dan memberi pulangan yang baik semula kepada kita. Dan dengan ada pengetahuan literasi kewangan yang baik, kita mampu untuk memilih pelaburan yang mampu memberi pulangan dan juga kebaikan pada ekonomi akan datang. Kata orang, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Jadi, pengetahuan berkenaan literasi kewangan inilah payung kita untuk kita menghadapi cabaran ekonomi pada masa hadapan. Baik, kesan jangka masa panjang yang kedua, kita mampu untuk merancang simpanan dan juga belanjawan peribadi pada masa hadapan. Kita lihat contoh di negara Finland. Negara ini sudah berada satu tapak di hadapan berbanding kerajaan negara Malaysia. Kerana apa? Mereka sudah meletakkan kaunselor kewangan di setiap agensi kerajaan yang berfungsi untuk membimbing dan juga memberi panduan dalam menyusun perbelanjaan, persaraan dan juga simpanan para penjawat awam. Tujuannya adalah untuk memastikan para penjawat awam mempunyai simpanan yang baik dan juga mapan bagi menghadapi pelbagai kecemasan dan juga situasi yang tidak diingini pada masa hadapan. Jadi, dengan adanya program TTT kepada kaunselor kewangan agensi kerajaan, kesan jangka masa panjangnya kepada penjawat awam, pertama, dapat meningkatkan pengetahuan berkenaan literasi kewangan. Yang kedua, kita dapat untuk merancang perbelanjaan dan juga belanjaan pribadi dalam penjawat awam. Sekian, terima kasih.
Kuat ketam kerana sepitnya, kuat burung kerana sayapnya, kuat pemidato ke-10 kerana hujahnya. Terima kasih Saudari Nur Humairah. Alhamdulillah, umpama berjalan dah sampai ke batas, umpama berkayu dah sampai ke pulau, umpama memanjat dah sampai ke puncak. Syabas dan tahniah kepada semua peserta peringkat akhir yang telah berjaya menyampaikan pidato mereka dengan gaya tersendiri di medan ini. Kesemua pidato telah beraksi. Terserah kepada para hakim bijak bestari, siapakah yang bakal dipilih sebagai Johan yang akan membawa pulang piala pusingan Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia dan IPGM. Untuk pengetahuan semua, keputusan pertandingan akhir ini akan diumumkan secara langsung di laman web InvestSmart dan YouTube rasmi InvestSmart serta IG rasmi Pidato Literasi Keuangan pada pukul 8 malam ini. Hadirin yang dirahmati Allah, Bayu laut mesra menyapa, meliang liuk pepohon lampai. IPGM, SC, DBP dan Puspa, gandingan mantap, misi tercapai. Terima kasih Institut Pendidikan Guru, Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia, Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka dan Pertubuhan Seni Pengucapan Awam. Sampai di sini sahaja kita bersiaran. Andai tersalah menyusun kata, andai terkurang budi bahasa, andai senyum di bibir kurang manisnya. Saya bagi pihak jawatankuasa pelaksana menyusun jari 10, memohon maaf kerana sesungguhnya kesempurnaan itu milik Allah, kepincangan itu milik hamba. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks to the organizers of this SE's InvestSmart Fest for inviting me. My name is Aidi. I am from Race, Malaysia, Sdn Bhd. A bit of a background of what Race is doing. Race is the first micro investment platform, and Race is licensed as an digital investment manager by the Securities Commission Malaysia, the SC. Today, I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic, micro investing as the millennial way. Let's look at few characteristics and behaviors of the millennials. Generally, they are referred to those born from 1980 onwards. And you could disagree with me. They are a generation. They are generally a generation of having very high self-confidence, and they are ambitious. They want their voice to be heard. They are obsessed with coffee. But there are several very distinguished aspects of the millennials that can be seen. Number one, they are very technologically savvy. They are extremely connected. They are on the go and always on generation. Almost all of them own smartphones, and almost all of them have some form of social media to get connected. So that's number one. Number two, they love to shop. Who doesn't? But despite the harsh financial situation that they found themselves in, the problem is they shop beyond their means. This is mainly due to impulse buying behavior. The tendency to buy without planning in advance and taken at the spur of the moment, driven by emotions, feelings, and of course the seamless e-commerce platform out there and the easy access to credit cards contributes to that as well. This in turn results in their inability to save money, which is ranked among the biggest financial worry. So by not having enough money, they are not of the interest of businesses fair enough. Businesses like fund houses, stockbrokers, financial advisors, who are typically interested in those with substantial amount of money. And lastly, they have lack of financial knowledge, because many were not taught of personal finance in school or college. So the main source of knowledge about money, about investing, comes passively from social media. So it is easy to get a very conflicting information. So what can be done to exploit these behaviors of millennials? Them being digitally savvy. Number two, their love for their love for shopping. Number 3, the love to shop that has resulted in their difficulty in saving money. Number 4, the lack of financial knowledge that they are facing. So this is where the idea of micro investment comes into the picture as the main value proposition for the millennial. In RAISE, what we are doing, we enable micro investment. We let people to invest using small amount of money. How? By using your spare change made from your everyday purchases and turn that spare change into investment. So why spare change? Because it is a very small amount of money, and the survey that we did on spare change, what happened to your daily spare change if you don't keep it? As for me, most of the time it will end up somewhere in the car or even in the washing machine. So imagine there how much spare change can be saved. And then why spare change again? Because it is small. And why we enable small amount of money? Because we want to let more people to be able to invest. I'm pretty sure the requirement to invest out there is considerably high for one to start investing. But if we can bring down that threshold to a low amount, more and more people can invest. And also, when you invest a small amount of money, you become less obsessive with market fluctuation. For example, if you invest 20 cents as compared to you investing 2,000 ringgit, you will have the tendency to just close one eye and don't care. Whatever happen lah. Because it is virtually invisible. And we also think for us, if you want millennial to change their behavior, it is not going to be easy, but it will be a lot easier if we could tap into something that they are already used to, like shopping. So that's why we think linking saving to spending simply makes sense. When I wanted to buy a house, my mom said, "ID, stop spending and start saving." But we tell you the other way around. How about saving while you are spending? You spend, you save. As you spend, you save. As you spend, you save. Yeah. So picture this. You go to Starbucks. You buy a cup of coffee for 11 ringgit and 20 cents. And that round that up to the next ringgit. So you got 80 cents spare change. So that spare change is now saved and being invested. So imagine again that happens every day in the background of life. So having a tool that can automatically round up purchases and invest the spare change in the background of everyday life will allow one to seamlessly build up their savings over time without even thinking about it. So here, what have been done to exploit the characteristic of the millennial is, number one, we link spending to saving, and because we know they are very used to shopping. Number two, we enable micro investment using spare change because we think not many of them have enough money, and in fact most of them are struggling to have an emergency fund. And number three, we do it via a tool, an app, which is something very familiar to them with their everyday life. And then to tackle the lack of financial knowledge part, we automate the entire process from the onboarding part, from the risk assessment side to the investment portfolio recommendation part. So users just have to with the robo advisory embedded feature in it. So they just have to fill up their personal information and their financial standing and answer a set of simple and short questions, and then they will then be recommended a suitable investment portfolio based on their risk profile. So they don't have to be a sophisticated investor to know everything what to invest in and what not. Because technically the robo advisor is there to help you out. So that is basically what RACE is doing to tackle this issue with millennials. Just to share with you, RACE went to the market with its main value proposition as micro investment platform provider. We went live in last June. So after 4 months, a majority of our user base are comprised of millennials from the age of 18 to 40. That's the majority of it. And I'd like to share few very interesting feedback that we receive from them. Number one, the app makes investing effortless. Sikit-sikit, lama-lama jadi bukit. It simplifies the often tedious and complex process of investing, and it has overcome the mental barrier of I just don't have enough money to invest. This is the new millennial investing strategy. So before I come to an end, I would like to reiterate the whole idea of enabling micro investment is to let you to invest regularly, no matter what. Even if it is a small amount, try to keep going. That's why we focus on spare change. Just try to do a little bit every time, just to keep the momentum going. So you would want to instill that savings habit in you, because that's very important. and try to invest. Why you are investing regularly is because you want to ride the ups and downs of the market. Yeah, and the rest are done automatically from the portfolio management, the rebalancing part. It will be taken care by the robo advisor. So for that, I am ending my presentation. So if you have any question, or if you want to find out more about RAISE, feel free to visit raiz.com.my. That's raiz.com.my. All right. Thank you very much for listening. Bye.
Okay, here we go. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming to join this session, Invest Smartly through Sharia investing. I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining this event. And also would like to welcome our panelists, Puan Suhaida Mahfud and Encik Suzaruddin Maulan. Okay, I will be introducing both of you shortly. Just a little bit of some housekeeping, if you like. There will be a pop quiz at towards the end of the session, quite close to about 6. We're just starting about 5, so there about 5:55 or thereabout, you will be doing the pop quiz. And then as you are also, you'll probably be aware that there's Slido. If you have questions that you want to ask, you can please post them on Slido. And then our panelists will take your questions and we will answer them, right? Okay. Now, first, let me, first, of course, I got to introduce myself as well. My name is Louis, L-O-O-I, Louis Meng Fu. I work with Philip Wealth Planners, which is part of the Philip Capital Group in Malaysia, all right? So now on to speaking about our speakers. Puan Suhaida is currently the CEO of Amani Advisors, firm in Kuala Lumpur. She is one of the pioneers of that company, and she has joined since 2008. Now, prior to this firm, Puan Suhaida has worked with Apin Investment Bank, and she is credited with completing project financing deals using various private debt securities instruments. Today, Puan Suhaida is a specialist in sukuk advisory, and she has advised on numerous sukuk locally and internationally. One of the sukuk advised by her has actually, to her credit, been awarded Best Securitization Sukuk at the Asset AAA Islamic Finance Award in 2017. Now, besides sukuk advisory, Puan Suhaida also focuses on Sharia governance, structuring, enhancement and conversion exercises, establishment of Islamic financial entities and development of Islamic products. Puan Suhaida holds a Bachelor's of Economics degree, majoring in Islamic Economics and Finance, and is currently pursuing the Master of Science degree in Islamic Finance with INSIF. Okay, now I go on to Sheikh Suzaruddin Maulan, who is popularly known as Pak D. Now, Pak D is a holder of the CMSRL or Capital Market Services Representative License for financial planning. And this license is issued by the Securities Commission, and he is also a licensed financial planner representative with Philip Wealth Planners in Berhad. He graduated with a Bachelor's of Law degree from the International Islamic University of Malaysia in 2005, and he holds the Islamic Financial Planner Professional Diploma from the Islamic Banking and Finance Institute, IPFIM, since 2011. Currently, Suzaruddin or Pak D acts as one of Bursa Malaysia Place's social media influencers. Suzaruddin is also an author, and he has authored a book called Rancang Wang Dari Sekarang. He has also developed an online course in stock investing, tutorialsaham.com. You can get that from tutorialsaham.com. He actively blogs on pakd.net and has regularly been featured on national media such as Berita Harian, Harian Metro, TV9, etc., etc. His journey in the financial sector began in 2004 as a unit trust consultant. He then worked with Bank Islam Malaysia and as a consultant researcher, and while there, he was responsible in developing a few banking products such as structured deposits, Islamic credit cards, Islamic trade financing, etc. So let me just now take us through this session. Basically, the next 45 minutes or so, our expert panelists will share with us on various aspects of Islamic equities, Islamic capital market, so on and so forth. And well, basically, we know that in Malaysia, as well as elsewhere in the world, financial literacy is something that's very important to all of us. It is actually the lack of financial literacy that has led to things like some financial decadence and even poverty level being reasonably high and all that. So essentially, I think every government in the world is aimed at trying to reduce the level of poverty, and that is by increasing the level of financial literacy. In Malaysia, we are quite fortunate in that sense that we have relatively low poverty rates, which tells us that our government and our economic policies have been on the right track insofar as this is concerned. So financial literacy obviously involves the savings habit, and from savings we then learn, once we have accumulated the resources, then we need to learn how to make our money work for us. Okay, and one of the best ways of doing this is by doing investing. Now in Malaysia, there are lots of investing opportunities and investment products that we have in the market. We all just need to learn what these are, what their features and benefits are, what are the risks involved more importantly, etc., etc. So without further ado, I would now like to invite our first speaker, Puan Suhaida, to give us some insight into the various investment products and instruments in Malaysia, as well as if there is time to touch on global as well, if it is there, as well as to give us an overview of Malaysia's Islamic capital market. So Puan Suhaida.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, thank you and selamat sejahtera kepada semua yang hadir pada sesi live petang ini, InvestSmart Festival 2020. Terima kasih kepada Mr. Lui Ming Fu, Executive Director from Philip Wealth Planner yang menjadi moderator pada sesi petang ini. Dan juga terima kasih kepada pihak Suruhanjaya Security dan semua yang hadir untuk sesi ini secara live. Okey. Berbalik kepada soalan Mr. Lui tadi, izinkan saya untuk rantu beberapa slide yang kita akan tengok kedudukan semasa industri keuangan Malaysia ni. Okey. Secara amnya, sistem kewangan kita ni terbahagi kepada dua. Satu, institusi kewangan iaitu perbankan, dan juga satu lagi ialah pasaran modal. Dan mana institusi kewangan ini atau perbankan ini kita dikawal selia oleh pihak Bank Negara Malaysia, dan pasaran modal ini dikawal selia oleh pihak Suruhanjaya Security. Kedua-dua industri ini ataupun pasaran ini ada Islamik dan juga konvensional. Kalau dalam bank kita ada bank konvensional, ada bank Islam, sama juga dengan pasaran modal. Kita ada conventional market, kita ada Islamic market. Okey, kalau kita nak tengok produk-produk yang ditawarkan oleh institusi keuangan Islam ni, kebanyakannya ya perbankan ni dia punya peranan utama dia lebih kepada menyediakan produk-produk pembiayaan. Tetapi ada juga beberapa produk-produk yang kita boleh gunakan sebagai kita punya investment assets, seperti simpanan tetap atau kita panggil sebagai fixed deposit, dan juga akaun pelaburan sebagai contoh mudarabah investment account. Kalau kita pergi kat bank, sometimes bank akan tanya, kalau kita nak buka current account tu dia akan tanya, kita nak ambil yang fixed ke, yang simpanan tetap ataupun simpanan pelaburan. Yang mana beza antara dua ni tadi, kalau tetap tadi memang tetap lah. Maknanya kalau misalnya kata fixed deposit yang ditawarkan ialah 2% setiap tahun, maknanya selepas tahun kita akan dapat pulangan 2% daripada amount yang kita deposit. Tetapi akaun pelaburan ni bergantung kepada return yang bank dapat hasil daripada pelaburan mereka on behalf of the depositor. Yang terbaru kita ada juga investment account platform. Dia sama macam akaun pelaburan tapi lebih bersifat macam crowdfunding. Maknanya kita boleh masuk ke dalam platform ini, kumpulkan dana beserta dana-dana peserta lain, dan dana ini tadi setelah dikumpulkan akan dilaburkan dan diinvest ke dalam mana-mana syarikat ataupun projek yang telah disenarai pendek oleh pihak bank. Okey, kemudian kita tengok pula sistem yang kedua tadi, kita ada pasaran modal. Berbeza dengan perbankan, pasaran modal ni lebih terbuka. Maknanya kumpulan yang mempunyai lebihan wang ataupun surplus team ni tadi, surplus group, dia boleh berinteraksi secara direct kepada kumpulan yang memerlukan dana ataupun deficit group. Jadi dalam pasaran modal ni selalunya terbahagi kepada dua, sama ada pasaran modal equity yang lebih bersifat seperti shares dan juga pasaran modal hutang. Dalam Islam, pasaran modal Islam kita lebih kenali sebagai sukuk. Tetapi ada juga produk-produk lain yang ada diterbitkan dalam pasaran modal ini. Selain daripada shares dan sukuk ni tadi, kita ada juga produk-produk yang bersifat derivatif. Kita ada unit trust ataupun dia unit trust ni, unit amanah ni dia lebih dalam kumpulan collective investment scheme kita panggil dari dan juga kita ada exchange traded fund. Kita ada juga produk-produk yang melabur dalam sudut hartanah atau lebih dikenali sebagai REITs, dan juga yang terbaru produk-produk pelaburan yang bersifat atau berbentuk digital. Yang menariknya, we are moving into this digital world dan kita akan mengharapkan kita akan menyaksikan lebih banyak digital assets ataupun digital coin diterbitkan yang patuh syariah. Menariknya, pada Julai tahun ini 2020, Majlis Penasihat Syariah Suruhanjaya Security telah mengeluarkan fatwa bahawa digital aset digital ini atau aset ataupun coin ni tadi, digital coin ini boleh menjadi patuh syariah dengan beberapa syarat. Jadi kita masih menunggu industri untuk come up with more and more digital assets. Jadi untuk menambah lagi produk-produk pelaburan yang ada di dalam market. Okey. Dan berbalik kepada soalan Mr. Louis juga tadi, kita nak tengok keadaan ataupun secara makronya di mana kedudukan pasaran keuangan modal Islam kita sekarang ni. Kalau kita tengok setakat Jun 2020, pasaran modal kita bernilai sebanyak 3.138 trilion. Yang mana 52% daripadanya adalah daripada pasaran equity dan selebihnya daripada pasaran hutang ni tadi, bond. Dan lebih daripada 50% iaitu 65% daripada saiz pasaran modal kita ini tadi adalah pasaran modal Islam, yang mana kebanyakannya ini ataupun saiz pasaran ini tadi didominasi oleh syarikat-syarikat yang tersenarai di papan bursa, dan kebanyakan syarikat ni ataupun kita boleh kata 67% daripada semua syarikat yang berada di pasaran bursa ini adalah syarikat yang patuh syariah. Jadi dia punya, kalau kita tengok kita punya size market securities yang patuh syariah compliant market capitalization ni berjumlah 1.072 trilion berbanding 1.5 trilion daripada jumlah keseluruhan syariah compliant securities on Bursa Malaysia. Ini kita dapat saksikanlah kalau kita tengok sekarang ni as at Jun 2020 kita ada sebanyak 932 kaunter saham yang didagangkan di Bursa Malaysia, yang mana 718 daripadanya adalah semua syarikat yang patuh syariah. Yang mana kita ni pelabur boleh belilah saham-saham ni. Siapa yang berminat kepada syariah investment, terutamanya kepada kita yang Bumi Putra ataupun masyarakat Islam. Jadi kita ada avenue ataupun instruments yang membenarkan kita untuk melabur secara patuh syariah. Okey. Tetapi kalau kita tengok pula dari sudut fund management, fund management, actually kita punya pelaburan Islam ni tadi, pelaburan patuh syariah ini masih jauh ketinggalan. Kalau kita tengok kat sini fund management industry ni, okey, Islamic AUM, asset under management ni, maknanya dana yang digunakan ataupun dilaburkan untuk produk-produk yang patuh syariah ini cuma 22.94% daripada keseluruhan pelaburan yang ada dekat Malaysia. Kalau kat sini kita tengok masih jauh ketinggalan. Baik dari sudut REITs, exchange traded fund, unit trust fund ataupun PRS, syariah investment is still far below ataupun masih jauh ketinggalan. Jadi tapi kalau kita tengok secara amnya, di bawah Islamic Collective Investment Scheme ni tadi, tu yang saya kata ada macam-macam bawah CIS ni. Kita ada wholesale fund, kita ada private retirement scheme, ataupun kita ada ETF, kita ada REITs dan selebihnya lebih kepada unit trust lah ataupun unit amanah saham yang memang agak popular di kalangan pelabur-pelabur Malaysia. Dan saya tertarik untuk highlight dekat sini, kita ada beberapa pengurus dana fund management company yang mempunyai Islamic window. Ini bermaksud pengurus dana ni dia bukan 100% Islamik. Dia tidak menawarkan produk-produk pelaburan yang 100%-nya Islamik. Saya ambil contoh kalau misalnya kata kita pergi ke Village Grocer ataupun Jaya Grocer kan. Jadi dia ada section produk-produk yang halal dan ada produk-produk yang non halal. Jadi untuk FMC yang ada Islamic window ni dia macam tu. Dia ada produk-produk dia yang for conventional instrument. Dalam masa yang sama dia juga ada menawarkan beberapa produk yang patuh syariah. Jadi kita kena tengok kat sinilah. Kemudian okey, yang kat sini yang di slide seterusnya, yang ini setakat ini cuma ada 23 sahaja fund manager yang 100% Islamik. Maknanya dia memang tak ada menawarkan mana-mana produk yang tidak patuh syariah. Keseluruhan dana yang ditawarkan adalah produk-produk yang patuh syariah sahaja. Jadi kalau memang kita sebagai investor yang sangat concern tentang syariah investment or syariah investing ini, we can go through these firms yang mana memang semua produk mereka adalah patuh syariah. Kalau kita tengok dekat sini memang okay. Kita ada 34 fund manager yang ada Islamic window dan selebihnya 23 sahaja fund manager yang betul-betul ataupun 100% patuh syariah. Okay, saya rasa itu saja buat sesi kali ini. Mr. Lui, back to you.
Thank you, Puan Suhaida. Okay, now to continue with this session, to give us a further insight into Sharia compliant products, I would like now to invite Pak D to enlighten us on this area. Pak D.
Okay, thank you Mr. Lui. Saya akan share screen terlebih dahulu. Okay, jadi tuan-tuan dan puan penonton yang dihormati sekalian, jadi saya akan cerita terlebih dahulu apa yang dikatakan sebagai produk yang patuh syariah ataupun syariah compliance products. Jadi secara mudahnya kita kena faham yang dikatakan produk yang patuh syariah itu merupakan sesuatu produk yang tidak ada riba. Dan yang keduanya dia mestilah bebas ragu ataupun tidak ada uncertainty dalam produk tersebut. Dan seterusnya dia tidak mengandungi unsur perjudian ataupun maisir. Dan bila kita sebut pasal maisir ni mungkin ramai ingat dia sekadar nombor ekor ataupun teka nombor, tapi sebenarnya maisir dalam Islam ni konsep dia bukan sekadar kedai judi itulah. Dia ada lebih banyak konsep yang mana kalau sesuatu produk itu dia ada unsur-unsur kalau menang semua, kalah semua, maka dia akan jatuh dalam konteks perjudian. Dan sebenarnya banyak dalam produk pelaburan, kalau kita tidak berhati-hati sebenarnya dia walaupun nampak okey, tapi sebenarnya dia jatuh dalam maisir punya produk. Dan yang seterusnya ialah produk patuh syariah ni merupakan mestilah produk yang tidak ada sebarang unsur-unsur ataupun perniagaan yang diharamkan oleh syariah. Sebagai contoh dalam pelaburan saham, kita dapat tengok sebagai contoh kita tidak boleh sebagai seorang Muslim ataupun yang dikatakan sebagai pelaburan syariah ni tidak ada syarikat-syarikat yang menjual arak ataupun syarikat-syarikat yang terlibat dalam perjudian, syarikat-syarikat bank yang menawarkan perbankan konvensional semata-mata. Jadi itu semua adalah antara unsur-unsur lain yang diharamkan oleh syariah. Jadi siapa yang menentukan produknya patuh syariah? Sebab kalau kita nak membiarkan kepada orang awam untuk menentukan suatu produk tu syariah compliant atau tidak, memang dia akan jadi huru-hara. Jadi klasifikasi suatu produk itu patuh syariah ataupun tidak akan dibuat khusus dalam konteks capital market dalam pelaburan. Ditentukan dibuat 2 kali setahun, setiap hari Jumaat, minggu Jumaat terakhir pada bulan Mei dan November. yang mana ia akan ditentukan oleh Majlis Penasihat Syariah Suruhanjaya Security, yang mana maklumlah benda ni benda yang orang kata adakah benda ini ditentukan oleh Nabi atau Nabi tersebut sendiri, maka itu yang kita kena faham yang benda semua ini adalah ijtihad yang dikeluarkan oleh ulama semasa, yang mana mereka menggunakan tanda aras aktiviti perniagaan, sama ada perniagaan tersebut menghasilkan pendapatan dengan menggunakan nisbah 5%, adakah lebih 5% ataupun tidak, manakala untuk perniagaan yang dalam grey area ataupun yang tidak berapa jelas haramnya ke halalnya, maka menggunakan nisbah 20%. Dan SC juga sekarang menggunakan tanda arah nisbah kewangan yang berasaskan berapa banyakkah tunai atas aset, khusus tunai yang disimpan dalam produk kewangan konvensional, dan juga hutang atas aset dan merujuk kepada hutang-hutang yang dicipta atas hutang-hutang konvensional. Jadi inilah antara pertimbangan ataupun cara-cara prosedur macam mana suatu produk pelaburan itu boleh jadi patuh syariah ataupun tidak. Jadi kalau dia akan umumkan dan kita boleh tengok sendiri list senarai produk patuh syariah ini. Jadi apabila patuh syariah, apabila sebagai seorang Muslim, maka kita perlu memilih pelaburan-pelaburan ataupun security yang patuh syariah sahaja. Dan kalau fund manager sekalipun, dia hanya perlu ataupun boleh dibenarkan untuk melabur dalam produk-produk patuh syariah sahaja, barulah mereka boleh menyatakan pelaburan yang dibuat oleh mereka itu adalah pelaburan yang patuh syariah. Okay. Dan daripada proses yang ringkas yang saya ceritakan secara ringkas itu tadi, maka jumlah security yang didagangkan di Bursa Malaysia adalah sebanyak 975 security, yang mana 743 adalah syariah compliant, manakala 232 adalah tidak syariah compliant. Dan daripada jumlah ini kita dapat lihat sebenarnya 77% daripada security di Bursa Malaysia merupakan patuh syariah. Dan daripada jumlah itu tadi, maka kita dapat kelaskan jumlah listed company ataupun PLC ataupun syarikat awam di Malaysia ini berjumlah 133 kesemuanya, dan 715 merupakan patuh syariah dan 218 tidak patuh syariah. Jadi sebenarnya banyak pilihan untuk kita pelabur Muslim khususnya untuk memilih pelaburan yang syariah compliant. Dan daripada 715 syarikat tadi, kita boleh pecahkan kepada 12 sektor yang utama, yang mana sektor-sektor ini mewakili sektor industrial, consumer, teknologi, properties, construction, plantation, energy, transportation, telco, healthcare utilities dan juga financial. Okay, dan financial tu walaupun tak banyak, sebenarnya kita ada 3 syarikat financial yang sahamnya patuh syariah, iaitu BIMB, Takaful Malaysia dan juga yang terbaru ialah Bursa Malaysia sendiri merupakan saham yang telah pun menjadi saham yang patuh syariah. Dan sebenarnya kalau kita sebut tentang pelaburan, pasaran modal, sebenarnya kita tidak terhad kepada saham, dan juga kita kena explore ada satu lagi produk yang ada di bursa sebagai contoh, iaitu Exchange Traded Fund, yang mana kita ada 20 Exchange Traded Fund, yang mana 14 tidak syariah compliant dan 6 merupakan ETF yang syariah compliant. Dan ETF atau Exchange Traded Fund ini merupakan unit trust yang didagangkan di Bursa Malaysia. Maka unit trust yang tidak didagangkan di Bursa Malaysia itu memang ramai yang dah maklum. Yang ini merupakan ETF yang merupakan pilihan yang kita ada kalau kita membuat pelaburan untuk memilih pelaburan di Bursa Malaysia sebagai contoh. Dan kita juga ada 18 real estate investment trust, tapi malangnya 14 adalah non syariah compliant dan 4 merupakan syariah compliant. Dan daripada salah satu syariah compliant REITs yang semua orang rasanya tahu dan pernah pergi ialah KLCC Properties itu sendirilah. Jadi KLCCP merupakan satu REITs yang syariah compliant yang menarik, yang mana tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kalau lebih fokus untuk mendapatkan dividen, maka REIT merupakan salah satu daripada peluang pelaburan yang patut kita pilih. Dan kita juga ada Exchange Traded Bond and Sukuk ataupun ETBS, dan mana yang benda ini juga ada didagangkan di Bursa Malaysia. Dan di Bursa Malaysia ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, semua 4 yang ada semuanya adalah 4 ini merupakan produk yang syariah compliant. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak D. I think what we'll do now is, well, basically, you know, in everything that we do, we need to set objective goals and all that. The same applies to financial planning. It's very important for us to know our goals, have goals and objectives and a certain timeline for achieving these goals, and so that we can decide on our strategies. Otherwise, we'll just be going aimlessly. So essentially, some of these goals, as we know that we set for our financial life, can be short term, some longer term, and some even very long term goals. All right. To enlighten us on this, I would now like to invite Puan Suhaida to share with us. Puan Suhaida.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lui. Okay, coming back to Mr. Lui punya soalan tadi, lebih kepada kita sebagai pelabur ni, apa yang faktor utama yang menentukan kita untuk memilih sesuatu produk pelaburan itu. Okey, jadi saya bukanlah berniat untuk terangkan secara detail, yang mana ini bukan kepakaran saya juga, mungkin Pak Di ataupun Cik Suzardi akan lebih explain further tentang deciding factor ni. Tapi secara amnya kita tahu kalau kita sebagai pelabur, sebelum melabur kita kena ada objektif kita, sama ada bersifat short term ataupun long term. Dan yang paling utama kita mesti ada ilmu pelaburan, supaya ini penting, supaya kita ni tidak mudah ditipu. Jadi kita boleh bezakan yang mana the real punya investment ataupun real instrument, dan juga produk-produk yang sebenarnya bersifat skim cepat kaya ataupun yang kita sekarang ni lebih mudah ditipu oleh scammer, kita panggil. Kemudian jadi kita juga kena tahu diri kita ni macam mana, apa profil risiko, yang saya rasa Cik Suzardi akan terangkan lebih detail tentang ini, sama ada kita ni jenis high risk taker ataupun risk averse, kan. Dan kena be careful juga untuk mereka yang rasa dia ni high risk taker, kena make sure sama ada betulkah kita ini high risk taker ataupun kita sebenarnya someone yang easily can be fooled by the scammer. Jadi sebab tu ilmu pelaburan itu penting. Mungkin kita rasa, oh tak kisahlah kita rugi hari ni 1,000 ditipu oleh pihak skim cepat kaya, because we are a high risk taker. No, you must be able to differentiate yourself, sama ada kita ni adalah pelabur yang suka mengambil risiko tinggi because we want high risk high return, ataupun sebenarnya we are just seseorang investor yang mudah ditipu. Okey, dan juga kembali kita lihat kepada modal pelaburan lah, berapa lebihan wang yang kita ada. Dan itu bukan tujuan utama ataupun main topik yang saya akan kongsikan dalam sesi ini, tetapi berbalik kepada deciding factor ni tadi, saya lebih suka sentuh tentang peranan syariah itu sendiri. Saya ambil maklum bahawa sekarang ni ramai ejen ataupun ramai juga yang sudah mula mempromosikan produk-produk yang patuh syariah. Tetapi kita sebagai pelabur, macam mana kita nak pastikan produk patuh syariah itu betul-betul patuh syariah? Yang ini saya akan kongsikan di sini. This is the I would like to say that syariah does matter as a deciding factor for you to choose any preferred investment or preferred investment tool. Okay, kalau kita tengok menurut perspektif Islam, hukum melabur ni sebenarnya harus. Kalau kita banyak ayat-ayat Quran ataupun hadis Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam yang menyentuh tentang aktiviti ekonomi ni tadi. Antaranya yang saya suka ialah dalam satu hadis Rasulullah yang bermaksud carilah kelebihan ataupun niagakanlah dalam harta-harta anak yatim ini supaya ianya tidak hilang atau dibinasakan oleh zakat. Apa maksud hadis ni sebenarnya? Okay, dalam hadis ni dia menyentuh supaya kita kembangkan, atau misalnya kata ada harta-harta anak yatim ini tadi ataupun harta kita sendiri tadi, kita kembangkan ataupun supaya ianya lebih bersifat sustainable, kan? Sustainable. Itu satu point. Kita kena kembangkan supaya ianya bersifat sustainable, lebih bersifat long term. Dan supaya ianya tidak hilang untuk dibinasakan oleh zakat. Okey, jangan zakat ni kalau kita tengok kenapa kita zakat ni dikenakan ke atas harta yang bagaimana. Kalau kita tengok betul-betul zakat ni antara rukun zakat ialah cukup haul. Maksud cukup haul tu ialah satu-satu aset ataupun sesuatu harta itu yang tidak digunakan dalam tempoh masa setahun, untuk sebagai contoh. Bila kita tak pakai aset tu dalam masa setahun, duduk diam je dalam akaun tu, maka harta itu wajib dikenakan zakat sebanyak 2.5%. Tetapi kalau kita punya duit ini sentiasa digerakkan, contoh misalnya kata duit gaji yang kita dapat hari ni, kita dah put aside for saving, tapi dalam masa yang sama kita berbelanja, kita melabur, duit kita tadi berpindah daripada kita punya akaun kepada orang lain punya akaun. Yang mana bila duit yang kita belanjakan tadi mungkin akan sampai kepada duit kita sampai kepada makcik yang menjual karipak. Yang mana duit ni tadi, makcik Kiah ni tadi, makcik Kiah jual karipat ni boleh gunakan duit dia untuk menyara keluarga dia, beli makanan untuk anak-anak, dan duit yang sama akan berpindah kepada orang lain yang menjual makanan kepada anak makcik Kiah. Jadi as simple as that. Islam memang menggalakkan wealth creation, yang mana wealth circulation, yang mana harta itu perlu berpindah daripada satu pihak kepada satu pihak yang lain. Tapi kalau kita duduk simpan diam, maka kita kena bayar zakat 2.5%. Sama macam konsep kalau kita simpan too many cash in your account, at the end of the day dia akan habis dimakan inflasi. Okey. Dan seperti mana yang Cik Suzadi ataupun Pak Di tadi ulas, contoh-contoh pelaburan ataupun ciri-ciri pelaburan patuh syariah itu tadi, yang tak ada 4 elemen ni. Okey. Jadi secara lebih menyeluruh, sebagai pelabur yang ingin membeli produk-produk patuh syariah ni, macam mana kita nak tahu produk itu betul-betul patuh syariah atau tidak? Okey, kalau ada mana-mana ejen yang datang approach kita untuk melabur kepada sesuatu produk pelaburan, first thing first, kita kena tahu dia punya status syariah. Kita tanya dia, produk ni patuh syariah atau tidak? Dan kita lihat juga dia punya background, datang daripada fund manager yang macam mana? Fund manager with Islamic windows ataupun Islamic fund management companies itself. So kalau misal kata dia Islamic fund management companies, okay, mungkin lebih safe side, kita confident 100% produk dia memang patuh syariah. Tetapi kalau fund manager ini datang daripada fund management company yang mempunyai Islamic window, dan kita kena tengok deeper, kita kena tengok produk tersendiri sama ada mendapat COP ataupun sijil penghalalan ataupun sijil patuh syariah daripada penasihat syariah. Okey. Bila kita dah tengok status produk, kita juga kena lihat kepada aktiviti ataupun marketing document. Macam mana ejen ni tadi mempromosikan produk tersebut. Sebab keseluruhan produk patuh syariah, marketing is part of the element to ensure that everything is syariah compliant. Maknanya ejen tidak boleh sesuka hati kata, kalau awak invest dalam dana A, tahun depan saya confirm, saya janji 20% return yang akan anda dapat. So we have to be very careful, especially agent-agent unit trust ataupun mana-mana ejen yang menjual produk-produk patuh syariah. You have to be very careful in terms of your script ataupun wording untuk menjual produk-produk ni tadi. Dan kita kena tengok juga bila dapat product sheet, disclosure sheet ataupun prospectus tadi, kita tengok fund ni tadi ataupun dana ni dia melabur dekat mana. Dia melabur di equity ataupun dia melabur di fixed income instruments ataupun melabur di hartanah. Okey, jadi aktiviti pelaburan ni pun kita kena kaji juga. Kalau misal kata dia melabur di pasaran saham di mana? Kalau di Malaysia, kita tahu SC dah keluarkan list syariah, syarikat-syarikat yang patuh syariah. Jadi kalau dikata pakai SC, okey, kita boleh counter check dengan SC punya list. Betul ke syarikat Dana A ni dia melabur dekat, contohnya dia melabur dekat British American Tobacco, BAT, tapi dia claim dana ini patuh syariah. Dan kita boleh rujuk semula kepada senarai security yang patuh syariah tadi. Ada tak BAT ni ataupun British American Tobacco ni tadi listed dalam syariah compliant list securities? Kalau tak ada, then you can trigger an alarm lah. Okey, tetapi kalau misal kata dana itu tadi melabur di pasaran-pasaran antarabangsa, kat mana kita nak check? Okey, kalau kita macam tu, kita tengok kepada dia punya indeks. Indeks mana yang dia subscribe, sebab kita ada beberapa indeks yang internationally recognized yang memang patuh syariah, seperti Dow Jones Islamic Market, kita ada FTSE Islamic, kita ada MSCI Islamic World, kita ada S&P yang Islamic. Jadi kita boleh tengok semua ni dalam dokumen dana tadi, dokumen fund. prospectus. Jadi sebagai pelabur, sebab tu tadi ilmu pelaburan tu penting. Sebab memang kita terpaksa baca prospectus tu from cover to cover. Jadi kita kena tengok kat situ, dalam prospectus tu ada dia ceritakan dia punya investment strategy, nak melabur dekat mana dia ada cerita. Kalau melabur dalam syarikat-syarikat yang bukan tersenarai dalam mana-mana bursa ataupun kita panggil off benchmark ni, macam mana penasihat syariah ni akan screen syarikat-syarikat ni tadi untuk memastikannya ia adalah patuh syariah. Jadi semua benda tu ada di dalam prospectus yang mana kita kena baca dan fahami. Dan yang terakhir, kena faham produk-produk patuh syariah ini memang sentiasa di dalam pengawasan penasihat syariah. Fund manager ataupun pengurus dana setiap bulan akan hantar transaksi report transaksi kepada penasihat syariah. Setiap bulan penasihat syariah akan check hari ni dia beli stok apa, hari ni dia beli suku apa, hari ni dia beli produk apa. Jadi kita akan tengok satu persatu setiap bulan. Dan kalau ada kes-kes yang menyebabkan sesuatu produk itu bertukar status, bila masa dia kena jual. Jadi semua tu ada di bawah pengawasan penasihat syariah yang mana setiap tahun kita akan hantar syariah annual report kepada pihak Suruhanjaya Security. Jadi ini sebagai contoh, sebagai kita kalau pelabur yang baru mula nak mengenali syariah investment ni, kita tak tahu kat mana nak cari produk-produk yang patuh syariah. Okey, kalau dekat kaunter saham we can go to Bursa Malaysia I, dekat sana semua dah disenaraikan, dah diasingkan saham-saham yang patuh syariah dan tidak. Tetapi untuk kita untuk mendalami ilmu pelaburan ataupun syariah investment ni, we can go to SC website. Kemudian dekat homepage kita boleh pergi dekat bahagian development dan kita boleh klik Islamic Capital Market dekat sini. Okay, dalam Islamic Capital Market dia akan keluar macam-macam. Jadi boleh tengok dekat sini kita ada resolution of SC Syariah Advisory Council ataupun fatwa-fatwa yang telah dikeluarkan oleh Majlis Penasihat Syariah Suruhanjaya Security. Dekat sini juga ada ni list of syariah compliance securities ni tadi, kalau kita nak buat cross check lah kaunter saham mana yang patuh syariah dan yang tidak, ada dekat dalam ni. Dan juga kena be careful dengan syariah advisor yang meluluskan ataupun mengatakan sesuatu produk itu patuh syariah ataupun tidak. Kita ada banyak ustaz dekat luar, kita ada banyak ustaz yang mengeluarkan hukum-hukum di internet, tapi untuk produk-produk yang dikawal selia oleh pihak Suruhanjaya Security, syariah advisornya pun begitu. Maknanya hanya syariah advisor yang berlesen dan berdaftar dengan Suruhanjaya Security sahaja yang layak untuk memastikan ataupun menentukan sesuatu produk ataupun dana pelaburan itu patuh syariah atau tidak menurut undang-undang regulator. Okey, ini saya snapshot sikitlah fatwa-fatwa yang telah dikeluarkan oleh pihak MPS ataupun Majlis Penasihat Syariah SC. Contoh, ini beberapa contoh Islamic Capital Market yang telah diluluskan oleh pihak SC. Okey, kita ada apa hukum crude palm kernel futures oil FPKO ataupun apa hukum SSF, apa hukum. So kat sini ada dia punya diterangkan detail. Dan juga dekat bahagian equity ni juga ada diterangkan beberapa fatwa ataupun ulasan macam mana kita untuk berdepan dengan isu-isu pelaburan ni lah. Contoh misal kata hari ni ataupun tahun lepas saya dah beli stok yang patuh syariah. Tiba-tiba bila SC keluarkan list baru, stok tersebut dah tak jadi patuh syariah. Jadi saya sebagai pelabur nak buat apa? Jadi dekat sini ada jawapan yang telah pihak Suruhanjaya Security keluarkan, apa yang tindakan pelabur-pelabur Islam ni tadi patut lakukan. Juga sama dengan misal kata saya dah start melabur tahun lepas, tapi hari ni baru saya tahu ada syariah compliance stocks dan saya telah buat check. Oh, rupa-rupanya stok yang saya beli selama ini tidak patuh syariah. Jadi saya baru tahu. Jadi apa yang perlu saya buat juga ada dijawab dalam resolution ini, unintentional mistake of investment. Jadi boleh rujuk dan baca untuk panduan semua pelabur-pelabur Islam ataupun syariah investor. Okey. Dan ni tadi saja untuk pengetahuan umum, sehingga 30 September 2020 kita ada seramai 56 penasihat syariah individu, ramai ya, Okay, 56 penasihat syariah individu dan 18 penasihat syariah yang dalam berbentuk firm ataupun syarikat. Sebagai contoh syarikat saya sendiri Money Advisors. Jadi setiap 2 tahun lesen kami ini perlu diperbaharui. Maknanya setiap 2 tahun akan disoal semula oleh pihak Suruhanjaya Security tentang kita punya capability ataupun kita punya skill untuk menjadi untuk terus menjadi penasihat syariah. Jadi bukan sebarang ustaz boleh menjadi penasihat syariah untuk produk-produk capital market, tetapi memerlukan ilmu yang khas terutamanya dalam bidang muamalat. Okey, saya rasa setakat general itu saja yang saya perlu jelaskan in terms of syariah factor in deciding your investment instrument. Back to you, Mr. Louis.
Thank you very much, Puan Suhaida. Thanks very much also for really giving us a lot of tips and on the framework insofar as the Sharia sector is concerned. Now, moving on, we actually not very much time left. We just like to let you know that there are a lot of things depends on our understanding of, just now as I mentioned, the goals and strategies. And another thing in relation to investing is actually knowing our risk profile, our risk preferences and risk tolerance and all that. For that, Pak D, we appreciate if you can share with us your views on this. Pak D.
Okay, jadi untuk melabur ni kita perlu mulakan dengan buat assessment our risk profile. So in general kalau kita ni is aggressive punya investor, so kita sebenarnya okay untuk melabur up to 90% dalam equity or stocks. Why? Because aggressive investor ni dia boleh tengok up and down of the stock market punya price movement. So it is very important, sangat penting sebab kalau kita tak boleh sanggup tengok our price share drop sampai 10%, 20%, even 50%, so actually stock is not for you lah. So tapi kita masih kena melabur. So apa cara yang kedua ialah kita tengok adakah kita jatuh dalam cara risk profile yang seterusnya, iaitu adakah kita jatuh dalam risk profile yang sederhana ataupun moderate, yang mana we sebagai financial planner kita akan propose untuk melabur 60-40, iaitu 60% dalam equity shares dan tapi dia akan stabilize factor sikit dalam fixed income instruments seperti sukuk tadi, ETF ataupun real estate investment trust. And last kali untuk khususnya untuk yang very conservative, jadi kita akan advise untuk mereka ni only 40% sahaja invest dalam equity shares dan selebihnya dia akan melabur dalam fixed income instruments seperti sukuk, ETF tadi lah. So ini sangat penting dan maksudnya kita nak elakkan kita ni sebab most of us kalau lagi zaman sekarang ni dia akan tengok return dulu without looking at the risk. Dan ini merupakan cara paling mudah untuk kita kena scam sebab orangnya the scammers memang dia akan janjikan return, highest return dan seolah tak ada risiko langsung. Tapi direct investment kita akan dapati yang dia punya return tu is very relative to the risk yang kita ambil. Okay. So dan bila kita merujuk kepada investment, so mesti orang kata di Malaysia ni yang kita ada Islamic, kita ada syariah dan kita ada conventional. Which one better? So di sini saya gunakan ETF untuk tracking our index. So index kita di Malaysia pun untuk investment for equity, for example saya ambil di sini kita ada dua, satu FBMK LCI yang mana FBMK LCI is our main index tapi dia conventional lah. So secondly kita ada syariah index dan saya gunakan ETF untuk compare within these two products, two index for the past 10 years. So untuk pertamanya saya rujuk my ETF Dow Jones Islamic Titans, ETF yang ada di Bursa Malaysia tu kod number dia dan juga dia punya yang kita boleh cari dekat kita punya trading platform. Untuk past 6 months the return adalah 37.7% dan kita compare dengan FTSE Bursa Malaysia KLCI ETF tu kod dia dan juga dia punya nama pendek di trading platform kita, yang mana the conventional ETF bagi return for the past 6 months is 13.2%. And year to date 18.38 untuk yang Islamic, for conventional counterpart dia ialah negative 6.22%. And ditengok sudah one year di sini, okay, 28%, 3 tahun kat sini 8%, 5 years 4.8 dan over 10 years is 6.05% annualized. Dan kita boleh compare sendiri dengan FTSE bursa besar yang konvensional tadi, negatif 2.66, negatif 3.76, dan for 5 years is 0.92% and for 10 years is 1.75%. Dan ini saya ambil daripada sumber Morningstar. Semalam saya ambil data ni. So walaupun dalam pelaburan syariah tu kita nampak ada macam kekangan tak boleh melabur di sana di sini dan sebagainya, tapi in terms of performance for the past 10 years we can see yang pelaburan syariah ini boleh perform better. Dan amazingly dalam keadaan suasana kita ada pandemic COVID baru-baru ni, they still past 6 months almost 40% lah dia punya return as compared to the conventional counterpart. Masih profit, tapi kalau nak compare the syariah instrument ataupun ETF ni lebih bagi more return to the investors. Okay, Mr. Lee?
Okay, thank you, Pak Di. Now, actually we are almost time's up, 5:45 now. We are coming to the last part of our segment. Essentially, we are saying that there's a lot of general misconception or misperception among the investing public, as well as the public in general, all right? With regard to Sharia-based products and services, whether it's Islamic banking or investments or takaful, that they are only meant for Muslims. To give us some clarity, with regard to this misconception or misperception, I would now like to actually open it up to our panelists, starting with Puan Suhaida, to share with us about this. I think we have roughly about 2 or 3 minutes each, and then after that we'll wrap up. Okay, now Puan Suhaida first.
Okay, this is quite interesting because I need to wrap up within 2-3 minutes je. Okay, interestingly, kita nak kata produk pelaburan yang patuh syariah ini tidaklah eksklusif untuk orang Islam sahaja. Maknanya kita believe kalau kita tengok produk perbankan pun sendiri, maknanya produk-produk Islamic banks ni banyak yang dipakai ataupun disubscribe oleh non-Muslim itself. Sama juga dengan pelaburan-pelaburan patuh syariah sebab kita share a common goals kita panggil. Kalau kita tengok berbalik pada tahun 2015, pihak United Nations telah menggariskan 7 matlamat Sustainable Development Goals kita panggil. Sebab kalau dulu kita memang mementingkan return. Kalau apa-apa projek kita nak buat, we go for return. Investment, we must go for highest return. Tetapi sejak 2015 we are looking a step back. Maknanya kita sudah mula melihat beyond kepada return, kita sudah melihat kepada kelestarian ataupun sustainability of our environment, of our social, of our lifestyle. Jadi kita telah gariskan 17 matlamat yang mana 17 matlamat ini sangat selari dengan maqasid syariah ataupun the objective syariah itself. Dan juga selari dengan kriteria-kriteria ataupun cara-cara kita screen syarikat-syarikat yang patuh syariah. Kalau kita ingat tadi Cik Suzardi ada terangkan kita ada buat business screening dan juga kita ada buat financial screening. Okay, ya. Saya ambil contoh, saya rujuk ada satu paper yang telah dibuat oleh Schroders Asset Management dengan kerjasama Maybank Islamic Asset Management Company. Dalam paper tersebut memang dia buktikan ada overlapping, kita panggil overlapping antara syariah investment dengan ESG ataupun environment, social and governance punya fund. Yang mana contoh saya ambil dalam business screening, bila kita buat kita screen sesuatu syarikat tu tadi, kita akan screen dia punya business activity, kita akan pastikan tiada aktiviti-aktiviti yang tidak patuh syariah. Sebagai contoh, no tobacco, no pork and related, no gaming activities, no arak punya penjualan arak dan makanan-makanan lain yang tidak halal, in which sebenarnya dia telah secara tidak langsung sangat membantu untuk mempromosi the benefit ataupun the social health dekat dalam kita punya sosial. Memang kalau boleh kita tak nak galakkan dalam, kalau pelaburan syariah kita tak nak galakkan, kita tidak melabur dekat syarikat-syarikat sebegini sebab kita tidak mahu menggalakkan lebih banyak syarikat-syarikat ni tadi mempromosi aktiviti-aktiviti judi ataupun mempromosi lebih banyak penjualan-penjualan arak yang mana kita tahu aktiviti-aktiviti seperti ini atau produk seperti ini tidak baik untuk masyarakat. Okey. Dan juga kalau kita tengok kepada situasi sekarang COVID-19, kat mana kita punya persamaan antara pelaburan syariah dan juga pelaburan yang mana non-Muslim investor can fit into this syariah investment. Kalau kita tengok dekat COVID-19 situation sendiri, baru-baru ni kerajaan Malaysia ada keluarkan sukuk prihatin. Yang mana sukuk prihatin ni tadi walaupun dia produk Islamik tapi tujuan dia adalah kepada tujuan kemakmuran masyarakat yang selari dengan 17 SDG ni tadi. Tak ada poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, for quality of education dan sebagainya. Sukuk prihatin ni tadi kita tahu dia punya sukuk, tujuan sukuk ni tadi untuk disumbangkan kepada kita punya frontliners dan juga kajian-kajian untuk menangani masalah COVID-19. Dan banyak lagi persamaan actually yang kita boleh tengok dari sudut financial screening pula, antara financial screening yang ditetapkan oleh pihak penasihat syariah ialah total debt of certain syarikat itu tadi tidak boleh melebihi 30%. Apa dia punya signifikan dengan pelabur-pelabur yang lebih bersifat ESG ni tadi? Sebenarnya kalau dari sudut ESG, ada sesetengah investor lebih confident ataupun lebih selesa dengan pelaburan ataupun dengan syarikat yang hanya menghadkan jumlah hutang di atas syarikat, aset syarikat mereka itu tidak melebihi 30%. Kerana mengikut pandangan mereka, the more debt you have, the more unstable of the company. So jadi apa yang syariah buat, syariah screening yang kita buat ini secara tidak langsung mempromosi ESG ataupun kita juga mempromosikan this environmental, social and governance investment dan juga socially responsible investment sebagaimana sukuk prihatin ni tadi. Jadi kita lebih kepada syariah is just a tool of investing ataupun cara untuk melabur, tapi kita share the same common and objective. Okey, saya rasa itu saja untuk sesi kali ini. Back to you Mr. Louis.
Okay, thank you Puan Suhaida. Okay, I think we'll go to end this session soon. We just have Pak Di share with us on the Bursa I platform. Okay, I think it's very important for us, both Muslims as well as non-Muslim, to understand the investing, what are the opportunities and the products that are available on the Bursa Malaysia I. Okay, Pak Di, we have about 5 minutes before we end.
Okay, thank you Mr. Louis. So kita dah dengar tadi sebagai Muslim, of course syariah investing ini merupakan satu kewajipan lah. Dan semua orang sebenarnya walaupun disebut sebagai syariah investing, sebenarnya semua orang boleh masuk, even non-Muslim sekalipun, sebab lazimnya syariah compliant investment dia akan menjauhi aktiviti perniagaan yang we call it sebagai sinful activities lah. Contoh arak sebagai contoh, atau kita mungkin tak berapa suka how minuman arak, makanan yang tidak halal, masuk aktiviti-aktiviti hiburan tertentu. So yang mana benda semua memang kalau kita ikutkan Islamic punya screening, dia akan jauh daripada benda itu semua. Dan saya pun telah kongsikan tadi macam mana Islamic ETF tadi boleh bagi return yang better for the past 10 years. Okay, ini carta dia, maksudnya for the past 10 years kalau kita ada 10,000 berapa kita dapat for Islamic fund. Ini is one of the ETF yang ada di bursa, dan ini pula adalah also ETF yang ada di bursa tapi for 10,000, tapi after COVID ni nampak dia masih belum recover lah as compared to Islamic fund. Okay, jadi bila kita dah tahu nampak ada potensi dan kita tahu nak berminat untuk syariah investing ni, so apa yang kita perlu buat ialah kita perlu untuk dalam bursa Malaysia lah, kita kena buka akaun Islamic, yang mana bursa Malaysia ini merupakan end-to-end platform. Jadi sebagai pengguna dah buka akaun dengan Bursa Malaysia ini, kita tak perlu lagi risau jika terbeli saham yang tak patuh syariah, sebab memang akan dikawal kita memang tak boleh beli, dan kalau terbeli sekalipun kita akan diberi ruang untuk menjualnya balik. Tapi yang penting kita tak akan boleh terbeli sebab benda tu semua telah pun ada sistem yang menghalang kita daripada beli. Tapi kalau kita akaun kita boleh beli akaun syariah saham-saham yang tidak syariah compliant, tu maksudnya kita punya akaun masih lagi belum Islamic account. Dan untuk masuk dalam Bursa Malaysia I platform ni, basically dah banyak syarikat broker yang ada untuk membantu pelabur untuk melabur secara syariah, dan ini saya kongsikan di sini antara senarai daripada Bursa Marketplace. Nama-nama syarikat broker yang menawarkan akaun Islamik seterusnya membolehkan kita semua ini untuk melabur secara patuh syariah dalam pasaran equity dan juga membeli ETF, membeli REIT dan juga ETBS yang ada di Malaysia ini. Okay, jadi boleh tengok ada 14 lebih kurang 14 dalam senarai ini. Jadi kita boleh pergi ke mana-mana syarikat dan just request for Islamic account dan kita boleh start untuk invest secara syariah. Okay, Mr. Lui?
Okay, thank you Pak Adi. I think we are almost the end of the session. Actually, we have a little bit more to go, but however, I think we have run out of time. I will, because we have been given exactly 1 hour to do this session, and during this last 1 hour, I think the session has given us a very good understanding. I'm sure there are many take-home points that I hope you have gotten and able to understand a lot more about investing in Sharia, investing Sharia products, all right, Sharia compliant products. Well, having said that, Puan Suhaida and Pak Di, thank you very much for sharing with us. I'm not sure whether we have time for questions. I'm a little bit doubtful because we are almost time now. Another 4 minutes more to go. I'm not sure if there's any questions on Slido or anything like that. But if you look at just now, Padi and Puan Suhaida have shared, we learned the framework. We also learned, like, for instance, during this time, it's quite unprecedented time in our history where we are hit by COVID-19 and there are a lot of desperate people there. Both sides, okay, desperate people who are looking to make a fast buck, and also investors who may be naive. And just now, as pointed by Puan Suhaida, we need to be very careful, exercise, because when times are desperate, we have all kinds of people coming out with, get rich quick kind of thing. We have to be very alert and make sure that we don't fall into the trap. At the same time, we also realized from Pak Di that if you look at Sharia compliant equities, they are doing actually much better than the conventional ones. So essentially, that's because of the ethical way of investing that's promoted under Sharia investing. So for the non-Muslims, we also need to be aware that actually when it comes to investing, we can also consider that Sharia actually is a much more powerful way of investing as compared to just conventional, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have 2 minutes more to go. If there is any final words that Puan Suhaida you would like to say, maybe 1 minute each.
Okay, thank you Mr. Lui. Saya tidak ada banyak untuk kongsikan, tapi sebagai Muslim ataupun sebagai pelabur yang memang sangat concern tentang syariah investment, seperti yang saya nyatakan sebelum ini, kita kena pastikan produk yang kita pilih itu betul-betul patuh syariah. Jadi ilmu itu penting. We can learn, we can read a lot of documents. Pastikan memang kita tahu setiap produk yang kita invest itu kita faham terma-terma dia. Jadi don't skip reading the prospectus ataupun apa-apa investment form yang kita nak sign. Pastikan semua terma tu kita faham dan kita agree lah. Itu saja.
Thank you Puan Suhaida. Pak Di?
Okay, for last word, jadi kalau kita nak mencari pelaburan ni, make sure kita always look balance the risk and the return. Kita memang always looking for the best return, the highest return, tapi kita juga perlu pastikan yang risiko yang kita ambil itu adalah bersesuaian. So senang cerita lah, kalau kita ni nak dapat return sampai 50%, are you ready to lose your money? Not lose lah, you are looking your unrealized loss, so 50% juga ke tidak? Or you are just looking for 50% return of investment, tapi you just kalau even 5% drop pun you dah rasa apa? Very takut, sangat kecewa dan sebagainya. So it is something yang we have to ponder lah. Sebab the profit is sentiasa related dengan risk yang kita ambil. So jangan sesekali looking for something yang very high return without looking at the risk. Then please always remember, kalau orang tu menjanjikan very high return without any risk, so there must be something doubtful lah. Even dalam syariah pun kalau kita tengok, kita suruh tengok dulu, suruh ikat dulu unta. Maksudnya jangan bagi unta tu kena curi. So maksudnya itu antara konsep-konsep syariah yang mana kalau kita nak mengawal risiko, kita kena kawal dulu risiko tu, barulah kita berusaha dan ikhtiar. Dan kebaikan kita terbalik, kita ni pergi tengok return dulu, we are looking for return first without looking at the risk. The most possible way adalah kita tengok at the risk first, second baru kita tengok return. Because once kita tak losing money, not kena scam, for sure the profit will come to us. Okay, Mr. Lui.
Thank you, Pak Adi, and thank you again, Puan Suhaida. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, you now can participate in the pop quiz. I think we've come to an end of this session. Thank you very much for participating, and of course, thank you to Securities Commission for having given us the opportunity to participate in this event, and of course, to also Bursa Malaysia I for also giving us the opportunity to talk about this, to share our views and knowledge on this session. All right. So with that, thank you. And I think that's it. We call it to an end.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye.